The main character today is named Zik Draker. He's the first failed awakening of the Draker family. Born into a great family, but unlucky to have an unusable light element body, his failed awakening made him automatically considered trash and expelled from the family. In his past life, Zik tried to prove himself to his family and the one he loved by stealing an artifact that the Emperor was searching for. But in the end, he was pursued by court soldiers and cornered with two bodyguards in a snow cave. Zik's body is now weakened, one arm is severed, survival chances are nearly zero. But with a powerful male protagonist's strength, Zik bit his own severed hand to reattach it. Having been discarded like trash, Zik is ready to do anything to survive and become stronger. He grabbed the sword and charged towards the two guards. With one swift cut, he decapitated one of them. The other guard panicked and tried to resist with his saber, but was ineffective. Just as I dealt with these, more keep coming. The reinforcements from the court now surrounded him like ants. This time, it's really hard to survive. 2 against 1 is no easy feat. Even if he uses all his strength to fight them, in the end, with overwhelming numbers, he can't defeat everyone. In the end, only the bodies of the guards lay scattered on the ground under Zik's sword. But Zik couldn't escape his fate either. The swords embedded in his body seemed to want to devour him whole. Even if he managed to steal a rare artifact, in the end, Zik still failed to fulfill his duty with Alicia. Just then, the stolen artifact suddenly glowed. A strange voice echoed, "Your determination has awakened an ancient power. The soul of an ancient dragon is deeply embedded in your willpower. Emergency measures have been activated." Jake Draker, do you agree? Jake was near death and dazed, not knowing what was happening. He felt everything around him blurry and noisy. In a trance, he subconsciously agreed with the system. Instantly, an irreversible power activated. 5 seconds later, when Jake woke up and regained consciousness, he found himself in his younger self's body. Jake couldn't believe it. Just moments ago, he was pierced by dozens of swords in his abdomen. Now he's back in his teenage form, and he's in the Training Academy Draka family room. About the Draka family, they are one of the 3 great and superior families. 1,000 years ago, Terracon Draka saved the continent by slaying the fierce dragon Bahamut. His descendants founded the current Draka family. Perhaps because he is a descendant of the ancient dragon Terracon, everyone born into this family has been blessed with light elements. They can easily awaken higher level light and become knights. Except for Zek, who's special. The system's voice startled Zek as he jumped up. His awakened soul was confirmed to be a perfect match. The chosen awakening spirit's consciousness has fully integrated with the ancient dragon's willpower. Now Jake can access part of the system. A status window opened before him. The information displayed clearly showed his name, Jake. His current profession is a rare healer mage, known as Blessed by an Ancient Dragon. Skills include healing, calming, vitality restoration, and enhanced perception. Regular skills include precise multiple stabs, slicing, and critical strikes at D rank. The other 2 are E rank. His karma is currently 0. He can't activate dragon techniques yet. Zik was still confused by all this. Looking at the control panel, it seemed like magical videos, even allowing him to pass through with his hand. The panel could also be directed according to his hand movements. Zik examined the control panel again carefully. The information there made him a bit confused. After all, ancient dragon language isn't used anymore in this era. Zik remembered that his master had once said people from ancient times classified themselves based on their specialties. Each profession would train a specialized skill called a technique. As a healer mage, Zik could use the healing technique. When he first awakened, his master trained him rigorously to near death. But according to the system window, now he's a healer mage. Jake immediately tested his abilities to get warmed up. In his past life, when Jake became a mage was at age 20, right after the S dungeon opened. Jake is focusing his energy on himself. A purple power aura surrounds him as expected, opening the easy lobby. This means that even though Jake's body has shrunk in this rebirth, his strength, skills, and memories from his previous life remain unchanged. Compared to before regression, Jake is now in a much better position. Just when Jake was about to learn more, the door knocked, startling him. He can't hide anymore but still hasn't read all the information. He doesn't know how to turn off this system panel. As he fumbled, Jake's personal servant named Decker entered. It's unbelievable that Master is not yet ready. Jake nervously asked what was being prepared. Luckily, he couldn't see the system window. Hearing Jake's question, Decker seemed a bit uncomfortable. His terrifying aura made Jake feel like his hair stood on end. Thinking back in his previous life, young Jake really feared Decker. Even though he has the mind of a 32-year-old now, he can't forget the deep-seated fear. Suddenly, the system activated, triggering the calmness technique. In an instant, Jake's worry and fear vanished completely. The calmness technique will not be affected by any situation. It maintains mental stability. They can maintain their composure. Jake felt very satisfied. It's great that the system can automatically activate this skill. Decker continued to remind Jake. Of course, he knew what he was talking about the pancreation assessment test, which had left Jake in shambles in his previous life. All Drucker family members underwent a rigorous training system called the Cradle from age 7. Over 5 years, they endured strict basic training. Instructors would evaluate new students annually through martial arts and pancreation, no-holds-barred contests. Opponents were chosen by instructors, but sometimes students could choose their opponents if both agreed. Without rules, some ended up with injuries or even death. But since the assessment was to select classes for students in the academy, they had no choice but to fight with all they had. In a large arena, a row of students stood in formation. The instructor, Penmark, raised his hands behind him and began the training session. As everyone knew, today was Pancreation Day. He continued, I believe all you know that this is the final part of the assessment, right? The students echoed in unison. Yes. The instructor, also known as Penmark, nodded. Good. It seems everyone's spirits are high. Then let's begin right away. Get ready. The students echoed in unison. Yes. At this moment, Jake Racker stood among the students. He was surrounded by gossip and ridicule. It's Jake. Last year, he was humiliated. But here he is again? Well, if I were him, I'd run away. How did he become a direct bloodline member? Poor Jake Draker, silently thinking to himself, I heard all that. At this moment, the instructor called Thor, Aaron, and Goda over. They responded with yes. The two students stepped onto the arena, ready for combat. The instructor raised his hand, signaling them to prepare. As soon as he lowered his hand, the fight began. One student charged at their opponent with lightning speed. A punch was thrown, but immediately met a powerful kick to the head by the opponent. Blood spurted from the other's mouth. Both eyes turned white and fell to the ground. Zeke Draker, sitting on the sidelines, lazily yawned. The fight is over. That's what happens when you don't properly defend. The battle ended. Result: Goda couldn't continue fighting. Aaron won. Zeke Draker, witnessing the fight, felt disappointed and bored. I think when I was little, I was really scared of it, but these guys are nothing. You yawn again. You didn't know that far away in the opposing stands, there were vicious eyes watching you. Leon Conrad cracked his joints to warm up and then smiled maniacally at Jake Draker. Next match, Jake Draker and Leon Conrad step into the arena. Are you ready, Jake? Leon? You said enthusiastically, I'm fine. He replied tiredly, thinking that his opponent would be Leon again. Leon Conrad mocked him. Look at your face, then turned away. Looks like last year you weren't taken care of enough by me. You're in a mess now. Well, it's fine. I remember how humiliated and miserable I was when I lost before. Want to live? Come on, worm. Leon Conrad, I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time. Jake Draker knew that this was a foolish plan set up specifically for him, as he always faced Leon each year. I'm sure he's already made excuses to his family, something like you have to go through these dirty tricks to become a true dragon slayer. Just thinking about Leon Conrad's hateful face makes me feel disgusted. Why is someone as worthless as him our cousin? Every time I think of the clan, I remember my direct cousins. In the past life, The four bloodline cousins never had a chance to mate. However, there were so many cousins always ready to bully me. Suddenly, Leon Conrad interrupted his thoughts. Jake Draker, your voice is dripping with sarcasm. You really are the one who should come back after being beaten up last time. Then Leon Conrad looked at him and tapped his head mockingly. Maybe? The system activated the sex skill, Calm Mind. Jake Draker took a deep breath to compose himself. It's been a while since I heard such foolish words from him. He glared at him and said firmly, I won't be so lenient if you call me that again. Leon Conrad raised his head higher than Jake's and even challenged him coldly with his hair. What will you do? You lowlife! Bang! Jake Draker stood firm, swinging one hand to hit Leon Conrad in the face. Leon Conrad was caught off guard and flew back. System notification activated critical strike skill. Skill, critical strike D, deals mental damage to the enemy. It can be counterattacked if the attack fails. The bloodshed made Leon Conrad wince as he shouted in pain, my face, my face. Jake Draker felt the overwhelming magical aura. He was a bit surprised and spread his hand out. I only intended to knock him unconscious, but my skill activated when I punched normally. I really can't control my abilities well. Professor Penmark shouted, what are you doing, Jake Draker? He sat down and protected Leon Conrad while criticizing, attacking before I declared the match started. Jake Draker rebutted, who said that, on a battlefield, we prepare and wait for the signal to attack. He smiled maniacally, the one who strikes first gains an advantage. That look made Professor Penmark's eyes darken with fear. He sweat thinking, was what I just felt bloodlust? Beside him, Leon Conrad's shoulders trembled weakly. He said weakly, I'm fine, teacher. The professor looked at him worriedly. Leon Conrad slowly stood up. A little blood dripped from his face. He said with difficulty, please start the match. I will. Leon Conrad glared at Zekraker, his whole body boiling in rage. He spat and sent the name along with it to the trash. Zekraker looked down on him. Looks like you're the one who's too stupid to learn from this. Professor Penmark restarted the match. Prepare, begin. Leon Conrad rushed towards Jake Draker, his eyes filled with vengeance. What? Unsettling thoughts flashed through his mind. I was scared by that punch just now. The thought of it passed through his head. I was afraid of the punch just now. A current of electricity flashed through Leon Conrad's mind. He groaned, thinking that if he had been more alert, it wouldn't have mattered at all. What we need to guard against is... Leon Conrad's vision shifted to Jake Riker's left hand clenching tightly, the left counterattack. Sure enough, as Jake approached, he swung his left arm. Leon Conrad suddenly bent down and grabbed a weak spot on Jake's leg. He pinned Jake to the ground, still laughing triumphantly. Down you go, you lowlife. Suddenly, Leon's face contorted. All his senses paused for a moment. He stumbled back, retreating in disbelief. What is this? What just happened? Professor Penmark stared fearfully at Jake Draker. Jake Riker paid no attention and merely shrugged, sighing with relief. It's tight. Seems like that wasn't enough. Professor Penmark paled as he witnessed everything. Are you kidding us? Is this really the combat senses of a 12-year-old kid? He replayed the earlier fight in his mind slowly. In that moment, Leon dodged Jake's counterattack and tried to pin him down. I thought Leon would win. He continued analyzing. However, Jake hit Leon on the chin and escaped from his grip. This was Leon's mistake for underestimating himself after thinking he had Jake in his grasp. But Jake remained calm despite the failed counterattack. The focus and precision needed to deliver effective and accurate attacks like that. Professor Penmark looked at Jake Draker with completely different eyes. Is this really the Jake Draker I know? Now, Leon Conrad saw his battered face, dizzy head, cursing the heavens. How can I do anything in this state? Leon Conrad thought he needed to stretch out the distance first. Immediately after, Jake Draker accurately struck a weak spot on his leg. The force was so great that Leon almost lost balance and fell, shocked. How can such a small guy be so strong? Leon struggled to control his trembling legs. He muttered, this lowlife, why did you dare hit me with a punch? but Jake Draker's eyes glowed with determination. Every movement in his eyes now moved very slowly. He thought, okay, this time I can control the power. The system notified, activate the Elemental Sense Enhancement skill to level up. Elemental Sense Enhancement skill to level up, temporarily enhancing all senses. Jake Draker smoothly dodged Leon's attack. He felt familiar, like home. He focused his strength in his arm and thought, I'm getting used to controlling easy now. Jake easily threw Leon over his shoulder and sent him crashing to the ground. He decided it's time to end this fight. Bam! Jake Draker finished off Leon Conrad with a devastating blow. The earth shook, dust and debris flying everywhere. Professor Penn Markson was dazed. What? Jake Draker firmly pinned Leon down. The system notified, activate Precise Strike skill. Precise Strike skill to activate, targeting an enemy's weak point for critical damage. When this skill activated, Leon Conrad's internal organs shattered with a loud crack. Jake Draker continued raising his fist high without showing any mercy. He said sarcastically, even a fool like you can do it. Leon Conrad regretted and pleaded to stop. Dram. Jake Draker added another punch to the cheek. Leon Conrad was bleeding. Under the shocked gazes of the professors and students, he continued, drawing lessons from this experience. So what now? Zigreger slowly stood up from the broken body of Zigreger, the air around them filled with a bloodthirsty atmosphere. He said, just try it and you'll know. Then he combed his wet hair, satisfied, feeling more clear-headed after sweating. He addressed the remaining students who were still hesitant. Now we can recognize those here. Don't look away anymore. Zigreger waved his hand, inviting everyone to come forward for a challenge. If you have anything to say, come down and speak up. In this sea of evil, a brown-haired man laughed loudly and said, Zig Draker, I chose you as my opponent Pankaj's son because, as you said, I have something to say. He looked up, and Zik realized it was his cousin Yakin Vardik. He quickly agreed and couldn't help taunting him. He laughed mockingly, offering a confident challenge, but he himself was bored. Liam Stone, or you should join in too. I think the fight will be more balanced that way. Yakin seethed with anger, baring his teeth as he stared intently and asked, Did you just taunt me? He feigned innocence, replying, Of course, silly boy. Yakin's veins bulged as he vowed to kill Jake Draker. The two factions entered the arena. Professor Mark instructed Liam not to do anything until he gave a signal. He was very excited to meet Liam here again, known as the King of Freelancers. Even in his previous life, as Yakin's servant, Liam had joined the academy from its cradle. Due to distant relations, he was left out in education. He begged to join advanced courses at Van Holler Academy, but eventually he joined a small country's night guild named Paranong. When Paranong fell, he became a freelancer. During the chaos, people flocked around the strong, and after years as a freelancer, he became an armored knight and established his own stone freelancer army. He unified 3 major guilds and was quickly called the King of Freelancers. With the Stone Freelancer Empire, Liam joined the Continental War, and Zik, along with the Northerners, faced off against Liam as enemies. The cheers began to echo. Like a flash, Zik rushed towards his opponent, while Yakin stood still. He spoke slowly, I said we would go up together. Yakin pushed him away and glared, replying, Do you think I'll fall for your cheap trick? As he spoke, he delivered a powerful kick, thinking this time it was a sure hit. But Jake had anticipated the move and blocked with his elbow. The pain quickly spread through Yakin's leg. He looked down at his foot. As he raised his head, Gregor raised his hand to prepare for a boxing punch. Reacting instinctively, he raised both hands to cover his face. It seems you overreacted. You didn't even see the feint anymore, so I said we should go together. Jake Gregor delivered a decisive punch to the left side of his opponent's ribcage, causing him to spit blood. Yakin fell to the ground after one hit and shouted, Liam, kill this bastard. Liam didn't say anything. He silently removed his bandages. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still a bit hesitant. He's only 12 like us, right? The hardest part about fighting him is his reach. If he attacks first, Draker won't do anything, so I need to seize the initiative. Thinking fast, he activated his E-level attack skill and launched a series of offensive strikes at his opponent, blocking their vision. The audience's faces turned pale from this move. They had never seen it before. This is northern boxing technique in the Midland, where swords dominate. Born under favorable circumstances, but with a weak body, that alone hurts. Facing Draker's continuous attacks, the king of freelancers only defended and took hits without counterattacking or dodging. That was the problem. The constant attacks had quickly drained his stamina. His body was nearing its limit. He focused all his strength on one hand to deliver a decisive blow, but Liam easily ducked and avoided it. Draker gritted his teeth. Even with his eyes, he couldn't see Ezra. All of us here possess terrifying senses. Yakin pounced, grabbing Draker's wrist and trying to throw him down, but Draker escaped the move by delivering a knee strike to his face, activating his monk skill. Draker turned around and used his foot to choke Liam's neck while pinning his arm. He thought, no matter how strong his body is, without enough oxygen in his brain, he can't do anything. Unexpectedly, Liam's actions made him exclaim, "This crazy guy." Everyone was eagerly waiting to see who would win. Yakin outside the ring smirked. "Good, I expected at least this much from you. Are you worthy enough to defeat you?" Zekrker. In Zeke's private room, Decker's worried voice echoed. "I heard that you were badly injured in the pancreation match. Are you alright without a scratch? If not, can I check your pulse then?" Despite being prepared for injury, he was still slightly nervous. He's only 12 like us, right? Actually, he wanted to check if you've awakened the light essence. Zek stretched out his hand. The moment he touched your hand, a blue light ran down your body. Is he a blue blade knight? When checking if someone has awakened, usually they just look at the Danshin, but he did it thoroughly. Just focusing the light essence into another person's body is already difficult enough, let alone being able to control it so precisely. He must be a blue blade knight. Not all knights are the same. They are categorized based on martial power and proficiency in manipulating light essence. White blade swordsmen are the basic level. Most children who haven't undergone the blessing ceremony become white blade swordsmen. Yellow blade swordsmen are the level where you awaken your light essence and open your Danshin. All students at the Foster Academy will become yellow blade swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. Once you learn to control light essence freely, you'll receive the title of a green blade knight. A green blade knight is the level where you can enhance your sword with light essence, and the limits of those superhumans. Liam and Dick have reached the chain blade knight level before rebirth. There are also black blade knights, but only a few such monsters exist across the entire continent. You keep asking me this. How could someone so strong become my caretaker? But that's not important. He couldn't possibly notice his mistake. Only two people in the world can use it. Dicker let go of both hands and asked, "Sir, is there anything you need from me?" You looked into his eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Are you hiding something from us?" The atmosphere immediately became silent. He waved his hand and said jokingly, "Forget it. Let's go." A question made him stop in his tracks. Why did the day suddenly change so abruptly? "Sir," he turned around, his eyes sharp. The question was wrong. He should have asked why we changed now. The boss has many things to change since then. Everything will be back in its place. So all you need to do is follow me. The servant bowed and said, "Sir, I understand. I've prepared the training room as requested." Jack Draker waved his hand. "Rest." He seemed calm on the outside, but he was filled with thoughts inside. If he's ordered to follow me, then I need him nearby to extract information instead of taking care of me. The problem is who gave that order to follow me. I don't think it's from my mother's side. It must be one of the siblings. He stopped in front of a room and looked around. Inside, all training equipment was present. This is a personal training room, right? This family truly lives up to its reputation. He sat down on the ground temporarily and opened the system for inspection. The low-level administrator window, rare profession, healer mage, blessed by ancient dragons. Healing school skills, calm mind, restore vitality, enhance vision. Current essence point is 0. Your slashing skill has reached proficiency. Skills are activated naturally based on your actions. Zek pondered slowly. So it means I already had it before. If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill? What's the difference between skills and school skills? They are activated similarly, and Longman skills can't be viewed. It requires 10 points to unlock it. The system suggests you can earn essence points by killing monsters. Monsters in the dungeon have many, but you need to become a Green Blade Knight at minimum to get there. Moreover, I'm more curious about why I was reincarnated into the past and what this system is. This skill and profession tell me it's definitely related to ancient relics, but I have too little information. These skills and professions indicate that they are certainly connected to those ancient treasures, but I have too little information. I can't let him intimidate me before the battle starts. I've always been confident and accepted it that way, but fighting Somerset Knight is quite tense. Vina Turin, also known as Somerset Knight, was one of the knights who earned a reputation in the Continent's Wars. She was recognized as one of the strongest next-generation Drakkar family members because she awakened the light essence before the blessing ceremony. She likely awakened her light essence a few years ago, but didn't use it in the cradle, saying she wanted to improve herself. The match began, and Vina quickly closed in on him. Her sword movements were precise and decisive, forcing him to retreat temporarily. She's better than expected. Zaina shouted, "Don't mess with him. Kill him, Zaina." In the stands, Yakin was observing too. How silly. Does it look like Zaina is playing with him? The fight below was extremely tense. Neither side had made any progress yet. Now the space seemed to only contain Zekrker and Zaina. Though narrow, he still felt a gap. However, no matter how quickly he tried to exploit it, his sword touched his own as if praising his efforts. And then another opening appeared, just like that. This was a training battle to teach him a lesson. After the direct combat, both had learned much about their opponent. Turns out this is how knights defend in the cradle. Her sword is really straightforward. Expected from someone obsessed with balance, but that's what held her back. Why not try to help her break free? Thinking so, he delivered a low attack position, intending to close the distance in one strike. Vina was prepared. She wasn't ordinary either. Despite preparation, she didn't expect it to be as fast as a leopard. Vina narrowed her eyes, focusing fully. As long as there's any gap between us, reacting to his actions is impossible. He slashed the ground, causing chunks of stone to hit Zaina's face, making her instinctively cover it. When she removed her hand, the blade was right in front. It seemed like Zek had won, but no. Vina threw Zeke's sword up into the air. The students cheered. Zek lost. Indeed, Zaina is different. She didn't use light essence as usual. Only Pan Eyes understood best. His face paled. No, the students didn't notice, but when Zeke's attack approached Zaina, she used the smallest amount of light essence possible. It was a tiny amount, almost undetectable. Zaina, who promised never to use light essence until officially joining the academy, forced her to do so. While Diana wasn't paying attention, Jake lunged with a punch. "What are you doing? It's not over yet." That punch aimed for Diana's throat. She couldn't dodge and took the full hit. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. The audience was furious. They pointed fingers in disapproval. This is a sword battle. We won't tolerate such poor attacks. Right. A knight discarded his sword. This is Diana's victory. You don't have the qualities to be a knight. Truly shameful. Jake didn't care about those judgments. He asked if the opponent wanted to continue. Rena clutched her throat. "I haven't lost yet. He could only fight because I was off balance. If he had a dagger, I might have." Rena said, "I've lost." The audience stared at this statement. Jake Graker, who was called human scum just days ago, has now defeated one of the most talented children from prestigious families. Loud cheers erupted. Jake Graker, that's Zaina Turin. The scene began with a desolate landscape. The castle was burned down, red blood everywhere. Corpses littered the streets. injured soldiers lying in rows, and bodies piled up at the foot of the mountain. A black-haired knight respectfully asked Abin, amidst this chaos, "Are you still drinking tea?" "Zek, they said that scoundrel has already been defeated." Abin set down the teacup and spoke calmly, "William, you're always so serious. How much longer until the blessing ceremony? We still have time until the next full moon. It seems like it's a good time to visit his house." As he said, Abin walked towards the door. William was startled. "Why? Are you going there in person?" Abin replied that it had piqued my curiosity. "I'm interested in knowing what awakening my youngest brother experienced." Although Rick's victory shocked the entire nest, he simply returned to the base and continued training. A month later, on the blessing ceremony day, Rick was sweating profusely as he trained, wiping his face with a towel. "I really don't understand how in my previous life with this body, I became a chain knight." Open the status window. The system opened up, showing the precise stabbing skill at E rank, rookie chopping skill at E rank, deadly blow skill at D rank veteran, and flexible combat style at D rank veteran. As expected, one of his skill proficiency levels had surpassed the proficient level, the skills leveled up, and the proficiency was reset. Even Draker's flexibility combat style proficiency increased when engaged in battle. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He asked out loud, "Decker, what do you want?" Outside, they responded that they would depart in 2 hours. "Got it, I'll join soon. Get everything ready." They moved along the carriage road with the carriages. Sitting inside, he pondered. "It's been a long time since I've been at the main castle. It belongs to the Draco family and is within the territory of Troy, though the main house is located in the center of the 6 palaces. At the Four Seasons Fortress in the Central Palace, the blessing ceremony must be held at the main castle, where the Slaughter Dragon hero's legend began." Arriving at the castle, he stepped out of the carriage. The main castle of the Draker family, a den of dragons. Other young masters were also present here. After gathering in the hall, they lined up neatly and stood solemnly as ordered. Jake turned his head around. "I never noticed this before. But all these guests are influential figures only known through the 6 Palaces news reports. I'm sure the family has sent people to keep an eye on me, regardless of their intentions. Once they see that my awakening failed, I'm sure they'll ignore me." His eyes met someone, his body heated up with anger. "Why is that bastard here?" On the platform, 2 men shook hands. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Indeed. So, what brought you to this blessing ceremony? Is there anyone in your class who caught your eye?" Turns out the mysterious person is Abel. He smirked and said, "No, I have a different reason. Just coincidentally, my youngest brother is also here." As he spoke, he looked down. Abin Draker is the 2nd son of the Draker family, the Sword Lion. Abin's eyes met his. There it is. A single glance was enough to tear through deceitful minds. "Sword Lion, no!" The High Knight Abel. He calmed himself down. "Stay calm. I can't do anything right now. In my previous life, Abel would never come to the blessing ceremony. Has my action changed the future? If so, this could be an opportunity for me." The ceremony began. The host called out names in turn. First was Aaron. He stepped up and rolled up his sleeve. He dipped his hand into the water. A sharp object pierced his palm, causing continuous bleeding. Pain quickly spread. Through the blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker lineage awakened sealed light energy when they graduated at age 12 from their cradle. One by one, names were called out. Compared to ordinary knights, those who awaken after age 20 do so incredibly quickly. Among them are rare cases where, along with the light energy, they also awaken a characteristic of the demon slayer known as suppressing spirit energy. It was Dana's turn. Suddenly, her spirit energy encountered an issue, emitting red light. They would at least reach the rank of Golden Sword Keep as is. And some even matched the Chain Scarlet and Iron Scarlet Knight ranks. Undergoing True Blood Awakening. Looking at Dana, Mark instructed, "Put on gloves for me." Due to spirit energy suppression, all such individuals must wear special gloves made by their family. Otherwise, they cannot live a normal life. When someone proves themselves as descendants of the True Blood, they are given the Draker name. Along with that, you will receive unimaginable support from your clan and countless benefits. As the feast progressed, guests in the hall began to get excited. It seems the main course is about to begin. I wonder what awakening he'll go through. Of course, True Blood Awakening, he defeated Dana. He confidently walked towards the water pool. I never thought I'd stand in front of this damn statue again. The last time was terrible. Although the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me to surpass the cradle, I received a shameful title. However, this time everything is different. Not only can I heal, but also use EZ. Most importantly, I didn't give up or surrender. Instead, I stood up by my own will. So please help me. That damn parameter statue. Just as the sword was about to fall, it suddenly stopped. Everyone in the room was stunned. This has never happened before. Abin stood there with a bored expression. Jake pulled his hand back. I shouldn't have relied on everything changing because of that damn name. They discussed heatedly. What's this? Han failed to awaken. Could it be possible? But why? It seems the Master's bloodline isn't enough to suppress the cursed blood. Shut up. How did he defeat Dana then? He must have used some trick. What a shame for our family. He looked at the noisy crowd with disdain. These guys never change, do they? Never mind that. There are many ways to become stronger beyond awakening. The system suddenly appeared. I apologize to Jack Drager. Due to an error in processing, a message has been tampered with. It was discovered that necessary information was lost during the identity verification process for professional certification. Professional information was input using system administration privileges. Necessary information is missing. Professional information input is complete. The machine has authenticated the user's talent as a healer mage. Your profession has been unlocked. The profession received is rare. Red light enveloped the statue. The hall buzzed with red again. A True Blood Awakening. He started with red. The system window continued to appear. The machine has created a connection. The ancient dragon's blessing was activated in the user's soul. The warrior lineage talent has been awakened. Your awakened talents have combined. With unique talents combined, a new profession has been created. A one-of-a-kind profession. Immortality. The audience was in an uproar, with boos echoing and golden light shining. What is this? Is this the awakening of True Blood? There are some red lights. So it must be right. Zik listened quietly and pondered. Of course, they doubt it. But if I speak up here, it might backfire on me. The guests still murmured, but the spirit light lamps remained unaffected. Is there a flaw in the sword statue? No spiritual restraint, so it can't be the awakening of True Blood. Ben clapped his hands twice to get attention. He smiled lightly and said, "Why are everyone acting so serious? We have the people who awaken their true blood in this batch. This isn't something to be congratulated on, right?" The crowd now awkwardly followed along. Yes, to people who awaken their true blood. What a blessing. What are you doing? Put gloves on for the newest member. Jake put on the gloves. This is heavier than expected. He glanced at Abel, whose intentions were clear, but accepting his help felt like receiving a piece of malleable gold. After all the young masters finished their checks, the head instructor declared that this was the end of the blessing ceremony. We will soon have a celebration party for everyone to enjoy, so please indulge us. Leaving the crowd celebrating behind, Jake walked straight towards the door. This random party? There must be a training room somewhere here. Someone called out his name. It was Abel. He asked, "Why are you wandering around when the party just started?" Rich showed clear displeasure and quickly engaged in conversation. Abel smiled, but with an unfriendly look. He extended his hand to congratulate Jake on awakening his true blood. Shake hands if you want, or it will show your hostility towards him. For now, just go along. Reluctantly, he reached out but unconsciously pulled back. Abel chuckled in amusement. That handshake was forced. Jake. He glared at him with enmity. Even to maintain his dignity, he couldn't shake hands with this lowly man. Abel waved his hand and said, "Well, I'll settle for just seeing your face." Clap Jake. See you later. Hearing that, Jake's veins bulged out in anger. At the party, they continued to discuss the two new True Bloods. Yes, Jake's golden light was quite unexpected. Is this the first time it happened? I thought he failed his awakening. Where is he? Jake Drager had returned to his room. He easily removed his outfit and gloves. Phew, I almost suffocated in there. Ignore that. Why am I unharmed? All awakened true bloods will carry spiritual restraints. It's the ability to prove you are an enemy of dragons, the source of spirit energy. He steps out of the crowd. It's not really relevant to me. In this fancy dormitory, a platinum tower with a gymnasium, library, and all sorts of facilities, it's reserved for senior students only. Even those from prestigious backgrounds find it hard to enter. For fake awakened blood users, they get the privilege of owning an entire floor, called the platinum level. Jake steps into the lobby. A servant bows. Welcome, Mr. Jake Decker. We've been waiting for you. We will escort you to your designated floor. On the hallway of this floor, dozens of servants line up on both sides. They all speak in unison. Welcome our master. He looks a bit awkward. Isn't this a bit too much? Even if it's fake awakened blood. An older servant speaks up. Mr. Decker is waiting for you in his room. Jake steps into the room and asks, "What's going on, Decker?" He has a sword set out on the table already. "I have something to give you." Upon seeing it, he gets excited and smiles. It's of a completely different level from the temporary gloves. Glad you like it. Jake suggests, with my new gloves, I want a new sword as well. What do you think, boss? He agrees. Perfect choice. At your service. Jake looks off into the distance. Because the public land near the giant mountain is rich in high-quality iron and outstanding blacksmiths, to the point that many say a student's first weapon after graduation is subpar. Upon hearing this, Decker quickly says, I'll find a skilled blacksmith then. He picks up his sword and says, No need. I've already chosen someone. Handing over a piece of paper, he smiles, I'll go personally, so please arrange the meeting. Decker opens the paper. Galeen Handbeck, I've never heard of this name. I'll contact them right away. Besides, classes start tomorrow, so please review the relevant materials first. Sitting alone in his room, he reads through the documents. With the platinum floor completely isolated, I'll have more freedom to develop my dragon spirit. Someone knocks on the door. Come in, Rach says. The servant steps inside and greets him. Lady Raina has sent an invitation. May I, sir? Lord Rhina's invitation is for you. Hearing her name, he accepts without hesitation. Entering Rhina's place, he sprays some adhesive. So fun. It looks like a southern party. Raina has been waiting. Welcome. Jake Gregor, my family is somewhat unusual. Sorry for the intrusion. She invites him to dinner at her estate. The air there is very pleasant. He sits down and says, Thank you for your concern. Her bodyguards step back. She calls the chef with a menu. He's surprised. Knight in shining armor. She emits a blue light around her. She's optimizing her dantian to control light energy. Has she also kept an eye on the knight's tomb position? Then why is her swordsmanship stuck? He sighs. What a waste of potential. After eating, he was surprised by how much this girl can eat. Probably 3 times Jake's intake. He thought to himself, I'm also someone who eats a lot. But this exceeds my expectations. Rena wipes her mouth slowly. We've finished eating, so let's get down to business. Accept the support of the Turin clan. Jake Drucker. He responds, seemingly forgetting something, but both of us are True Blood Awakened ones. Vina explains, it seems you misunderstood True Blood Awakened ones. Indeed, we receive many privileges. Just this platinum layer is enough evidence. But we don't gain any benefits in terms of development. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated by a single professor to enhance capabilities effectively. Without these, no matter how rich you are, you'll fall behind. That's why clan support is necessary. Even Abin Draker, the youngest to achieve White Knight and Black Knight titles as True Blood Awakened 1, received support from the Jimin family despite Turin Patriarch not telling me the reason. But he told me you won't receive external support. I'll say this again. Accept the support of the Turin clan. Jake Drager. Her eyes show even more passion than before. Meanwhile, Jake rejects with a dismissive wave. Vina is stunned, not expecting such benefits to be rejected. She asks why. Accepting the Turin clan's support isn't disadvantageous for you. Retching, she stands up and walks away saying, "It's not about that. I don't need anything more than what I already received as a True Blood Awakened 1. Not much anyway. But in return for the meal, I'll give you some advice right now. Your sword has too much power behind it. I guess you're too focused on those people." The sound of a branch breaking creates a romantic scene. Listen carefully, it's a Dian. Her greatest strength is flexibility from her agile body. Don't take direct hits and crush your opponent with power. Instead, skillfully deflect the opponent's attack to the side and launch a precise, accurate strike. If you can do this, you'll develop much faster than your current self. After saying that, he thanks her once more and leaves without looking back. Rina grits her teeth and slams the table. Inside her, Turin clan is a symbol of power. I'm just following tradition, not because I care about others. But thinking it through, he's right, because I've been obsessed with becoming worthy of the Turin name. The consequence is something unconscious embedded in my sword. He simply sees through it. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius and no one gave me real advice. She picks up a leaf, crumples it. What are you anyway? Walking back home, he reflects on everything that happened. All of my school skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How can I still be okay after staying up all night to practice? In the past life, I thought this place was hell. But now, as a True Blood Awakened 1, this place has become paradise. The torn face is now enjoying it. Money and power aren't everything. But nothing compares to this. Suddenly, someone calls out Jake's name from behind. He turns around and sees Owen with a group of people. Owen asks, "So you're in this special class too?" Owen Zeman is the youngest heir of the Zeman family, one of the three major families, Mumo being Himin's forte. He used others to bully him and maintain his image through deceit. Seeing Jake not responding, he asks again, "I invited you for dinner yesterday, but you didn't respond. Did you not receive the invitation?" Jake doesn't interrupt immediately. He's just curious why now. Jake raises his hand and smirks. "Oh, that thing on the table." Owen asks again without changing expression. "Why aren't you answering?" Zik answers calmly, "It's funny, isn't it? Why should I answer?" At that moment, a large foot stomps on the ground. The guy laughs and rubs his wrist, looking threatening. "You're really crude despite trying to be nice like that." Zik Draker curses him. He's the king of force. He sighs and walks away, seeming disappointed in those from the cradle. "I understand you want to show off to your underclassmen, but remember who you're talking to." The guy doesn't say anything, using light energy to attack, but he's easily blocked. It seems advanced students can manipulate basic light energy. The large man raises his hands and shouts, "My name is Durbin Roosevelt. Here they call me Durbin the Strong. On behalf of the usual heir, I'll teach you a lesson." Zekra Iker uses light energy with a mocking laugh. Durbin the Strong? An uninitiated student has a secret name. Ridiculous. He lunges like a gust of wind and punches him in the gut, making the self-proclaimed Strong one blood-blind and fly 10 meters. Jake twirls his wrist. It's Owen's turn now. Hurry up. Choose quickly. Owen steps forward and whispers, "You really enjoy basking in glory, don't you?" Jake raises a flag. After saying that, he pulls his followers away, leaving Jake to face the challenge alone. The Draker Academy is mainly divided into two classes, one for regular students who learn to overcome lack of talent through hard work and follow strict schedules from morning till night, and the special class where they can freely choose advanced courses beyond the basics. Even among the elite here, it's the special class. So Ripped had some hope, but most people here are just former Cradle students. What's so special about the special class? There is a Cradle class. The instructor on stage calls out loudly to encourage the new students of the special class. Today, someone very special is here. Not only was he the commander-in-chief in the 20-year-long war against the Empire, but he's also the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his cunning alone. Please welcome General Howard Drucker. Howard Draker is also the headmaster of this academy. He has silver hair and a kind smile. He waves and says it's an honor to meet you, gentlemen. The war hero General Howard Draker. They worship him as both a war hero and a tactical genius. But the truth is, his information leak for survival inadvertently caused the enemy chaos. He was just a lucky traitor. Ditchshield doesn't even look at him. That rat isn't a hero. He's the one who made me get expelled from this academy. I lost my only place to return and ended up wandering across the kingdom. Eventually, I was captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. You'll taste enough of that. After the greetings, he leaves the classroom. The instructor continues the lesson. I believe all students have remembered what the headmaster said. Now, we will start the basic class immediately. So grab your swords and go to the arena. The whole class echoes, yes, sir. At the special class indoor arena, they gather here to train. Zeke isn't really interested. Who would have thought that even the special class had to learn basic dragon slaying knowledge? In my past life, just because I couldn't use light energy, it took me 2 years to learn what should have been a 3-month course. Another teacher was appointed to teach. He introduced himself with blonde hair. Welcome, students. I'm Andre Draker, and I'll be teaching you the basics of dragon slaying. The students were confused, whispering among themselves. Who is this? He's too young. That's the official uniform of the TOC Draker. Only a torn one knows that it's Andre, the Knight of Roses, though not a pureblood paladin. He graduated early from Valhalla with top honors, a rare genius in a century given the Draker surname. Even the special class teacher is at a different level, known for his rigid and inflexible personality. Andre's face turned serious, his eyes bloodshot. He said two words that sent everyone into silence. He continued, once we're done talking, I'll start the lesson. Draw your swords. Everyone drew their shorter swords from their waists, except Jake, who drew a longer one from behind. Which sword is that student using? Andre raised an eyebrow and asked him to step up to the arena. Student, didn't you know you need to choose a sword that suits your body? Jake sighed, knowing this would happen. I deliberately made an impression when drawing my sword. It won't help anyway. He replied with a serious face. I can defeat you with this sword, teacher. Better show him some skills. His face turned as scary as before, activating the Spirit Resilience combat technique. Andre Draker calmly drew his sword. I understand, student, if you want to learn by your body, if your sword touches my body even slightly. Not only will you be exempt from punishment for your roughness, but also from this basic dragon slaying lesson. But it's also from the dragon hunting techniques. Don't worry, I have no intention of using light energy on students. Jake was overjoyed. Hooray! With exemption from learning, I can beat Andre because I know his weakness. But with Abel watching me, it would be dangerous to draw more attention like at the cradle. I'll just swipe his shirt and concede defeat. Thinking quickly, he swung his sword fast, but was blocked by Andre's sword. No wonder a Drucker Knight is in a different league. After 30 minutes, he still couldn't even hit the teacher's outfit. Jake's sword began to shake. Both were exhausted. Andre Drucker gritted his teeth. What kind of stamina is this? Even with suppressing light energy, I never expected to lose to a student. Indeed, the existence of true blood is unfair. Jake had seen through his weakness. His poor stamina remained, and suppressing light energy like that was not beneficial. The Draker family's light energy cultivation method is famous for its uniqueness. You have to activate it during training. In daily life, even while eating and sleeping, you must maintain it as if breathing. In other words, Andre is basically holding his breath. Inconvenient sword techniques further drain stamina. But losing like this feels off. There's no way out. I need to force him to use light energy. Creating a manageable situation is useless. I need something to make him use light energy subconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. Zik activated the flexible combat technique. Andre immediately recognized it, but was surprised that a student could use such techniques. Taking advantage of his distraction, Zik appeared behind and launched a deadly attack. At the moment the sword was about to fall on his head, Andre subconsciously used the dragon evasion technique to dodge. Chapter 1, Part 1, Zik breaks through the sky. Noticing Andre's distraction, Zik appeared behind and launched a critical hit. At the moment the sword was about to fall on his head, Andre subconsciously used the dragon evasion technique to dodge. Chapter 1, Part 1, Zik breaks through the sky. Not having enough time to dodge, he took the hit, suffering severe injuries. Damn it, that really hurts. His body activated the spirit healing skill. Now I'm out cold. He fainted after thinking it through. Andre Draker put away his sword and declared that this student no longer needs to attend class. Are there any other students who want to be excused? The whole class was silent. I'll consider that as not anymore. Andre continued the lesson. Now raise your swords. From now on, you will all get a demonstration. Jack Draker went to the infirmary and received full first aid treatment. Despite being injured, he was very happy. To be honest, it was quite a good performance, even though I couldn't cut through his armor. But I made Andre use the light energy he said he wouldn't use and acknowledged my abilities. In the end, Andre got taught a lesson and I gained some time to prepare. We both won. Andre's final attack was the most basic technique of the Dragon Slayer art. First segment, Jack pierced through the sky, but because it was released by a Silver Knight, its power wasn't as impressive. Still, I managed to defeat a Silver Knight using my physical strength and infinite healing. But that's not enough to live freely without any restrictions. I need an unstoppable power, the kind of power that lets me win against anyone. Suddenly, a strange voice pulled him back to reality. A long-haired man inebriated was standing next to his bed. He laughed and said, "So you're the youngest son of Draker. Your eyes are just like that miserable old man's." I nearly jumped out of my skin. Who is this monster? I couldn't detect him even with his strong alcohol smell. And he had the nerve to call out the current Draker master. He asked, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer right away, asking back instead, "How did you manage that before, brat?" Then he took a sip of alcohol. Clearly, his actions were arbitrary. He asked again, "What do you mean by that?" He placed the bottle on the table. Pretend to be clueless or not, you had internal injuries before. How did it heal so quickly? He stared at him intently. He started sweating and became more alert. He discovered the self-healing ability. The Guardian Spirit defense skill was activated. No, I can't be exposed. In the academy, no one knows about healing. He denied it. The man asked further, "So you're going to keep acting like this and attack me with your hands?" Reflexively, he dodged the attack, threw a blanket at him, then activated his combat skills. His sword was ready in hand. If he didn't kill him, he would be killed. He easily grabbed the blade and praised, "Your ability to adapt to situations is impressive. You're like a mercenary." The silver blade was effortlessly blocked. He laughed and said, "Just like that." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up strangely, saying, "A mercenary, just like that." Hearing this, Rix quickly jumped back, disappearing from his position in a blink. He became worried, wondering who this monster was, a mercenary? And what he feared most was, did he know about my status? Rix, still looking relaxed, spoke with the sword. "I think you'd be better off as a mercenary than a knight." Hearing this, he was startled and thought, is that his intention? I've never been like this since meeting my master. After our initial skirmish, there's too big of a gap in abilities. If he wanted to, he could easily kill me. At least he's an excellent knight. Line 58, line 59, line 60. He pointed directly at you and asked, "That dual sword weapon is a basic supply for the nursery, right? You have that talent. Why use such a weapon?" Zik exclaimed, "No, it might even be stronger." Just as the atmosphere was extremely tense, suddenly someone entered from outside the door. That person spoke up and said, "Turns out you're here." Seeing the person in front of him, Zik was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, What's wrong with Andre? Why him? Andre continued to look at Duck, the gardener of Dexter. Hearing this, he glared at him and said, "Is that the gardener? That guy?" Duck spoke up. "What a miserable name like that. How do you know I'm here?" Andre replied, "He was in the training room before." He continued, "You're really too perceptive." Suddenly, Andre glanced at Ratch as a reminder. "If you've been treated, you can go now." "Student," he quickly turned away to respond. "Yes, understood." As he approached and touched the door handle, a loud call echoed. "Hey!" The one who spoke was none other than Duck. He continued, "If you have time, come to the west greenhouse of the academy. I'll teach you useful things." Zeke stood still in shock, not understanding what was happening. After a moment of daze, he directly walked out and refused. "Never mind." Hearing this, Duck became furious, shouting loudly, "Look at your mouth. That attitude is just like Arthur's." After closing the door, Jake smiled to himself. The gardener of Dexter, trying to fool who? He recalled what he said earlier. "So you're Arthur's youngest." Thinking to himself, if it's easy enough to call the master by name at this rank, then he must be someone with only one disciple, Andre, throughout his life. The image of him, Duke Draker, the Hurricane Knight, appeared in his mind. One of the few knights with power, capable of fighting an entire kingdom alone. He was a hot topic until he suddenly disappeared one day. Who would have thought he lived secretly in the academy? Maybe that's why Andre came here. As Jake walked silently, he thought Duke is known for his terrifying perseverance. Even rumors say he earned the title Hurricane Knight just because he liked black. That's just silly gossip. Now, Duke shows great interest in me, but receiving a normal lesson out of mere interest isn't something I'm interested in learning. Thinking this, he came up with an idea. If I'm going to learn anything, at least I'll learn his secret techniques. I'll turn that interest into perseverance. Meanwhile, inside the main building of the academy, someone stood on a platform and asked, "What will happen in such a case?" He was the theory magic professor from Fanhong Academy. There was complete silence to his question. All students were dozing off. The professor asked again. No one knows. The teacher didn't get any answers. He smiled and said, "Haha, then." When the spirit formula is formed. Just as he was speaking, a voice interrupted. "Due to resistance, you're really injured." It was Jake who spoke, raising his hand and continued. "Oh, I didn't understand the magic energy flow law you mentioned earlier." Hearing this, the professor exclaimed in surprise, "Hey!" Jake called back, "Professor." The professor replied, "Oh, sorry. It's my first time receiving a question, then, about spirit energy flow. To explain the concept, that's interesting. That's how spirit energy works." The discussion went smoothly. Before you knew it, class was over. Everyone stood up and started chatting. Why are we learning magic theory at the Night Academy? It's actually a nap class. But Zek doesn't think that way at all. That's an easy-to-understand lecture. He's not just any ordinary professor. Just as I was thinking this, someone called from behind me. Hold on, it's torn." The one who called is the professor himself. Surprised, he turned around and asked, "Professor, what's going on?" He sighed and answered, "Yeah, nothing much." Smiling, he continued, "It's just that it feels like I've taught a proper class for the first time with you. So if there are any questions, come to my research lab anytime. As an alumnus of Delphi Magic University, I know a lot." Dak was surprised, thinking that he's not just an ordinary mage, but also an alumnus of the Delphi Magic University. Thinking about this, he replied to the professor, "I understand now, Professor." Even after leaving class, the professor remained enthusiastic. He thought, it's no bad thing to be friendly with the mage. Good mages are usually skilled in mathematics and have flexible thinking. They make better colleagues than knights. Fanong, let's see if he's useful. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted. His eyes widened. Duck, who was lying on the chair waiting, was in front of him. He's more impatient than I thought. It's only been a week, right? Duck glanced at him and asked, "Are we done yet?" "Kid," Zik chimed in. "Why you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the professor stood up and asked why he hadn't gone to the greenhouse. The professor continued, "You must definitely understand what I mean by teaching you useful things." Hearing this, he responded dejectedly, "I said it already. There are no magical beasts." These words made Duck extremely angry and he jumped up to shout, "What? Why is that?" Rich calmly replied, "I know you're incredibly talented, but now I'm busy with personal training." The professor laughed and said, "Of course, personal training can't be neglected." Just as he was speaking, Duck appeared behind him and asked, "Did you think I would say that?" Sensing something wasn't right, he quickly glanced back. But he was still a step slower than the professor. The professor silently raised his hand to hit him on the back of the head, causing his eyes to widen and lose consciousness. After a while, he finally came out of his daze, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Oh no." Standing up, he held his head and sighed, "I didn't expect him to knock me out. Waiting for a week seems too long for him." Thinking this, he looked around and wondered, "Is this the West greenhouse?" Seeing Dak awake, Duck put down the watering can and asked, "Wake up, brat." He looked at the professor with suspicion and asked again, "Are you kidnapping me?" At these words, the professor seemed excited as he approached him and said, "Yes, I'm kidnapping you." Duck smiled and said, "I have some interest in you, brat." Hearing this, Zik was silent, thinking that now the professor wasn't hiding anything. It seems he's quite impatient. Just as he thought this, he activated his system skill. As the flexible movement technique activated, he ran at the speed of a gust of wind and smiled, "But not now." But before Zik could run far, Duck caught up and stood in front of him, saying, "Sleep." Seeing this, he quickly changed direction and jumped to the other side. But things aren't any more feasible than before. A hand suddenly appeared right in front of him. Zik looked surprised at Duck and thought, "He still treats me like a joke." He thought to himself, "I need something to light the fire." With that thought, he asked, "What do I have that could interest you?" Duck immediately replied, "I've already asked how you healed your internal injuries so quickly." His expression froze for a moment as a faint smile appeared on his lips. "So that's what bothers him." He continued, "If you're curious like this, make me answer." Suddenly, Duck vanished from his original position without leaving any trace. Zik looked around in surprise and thought, he disappeared. He stood still and wondered where he was. Just as he finished speaking, something indistinct shot at him from behind with incredible speed. Rillet sensed the danger approaching. His eyes widened as he looked up. He quickly dodged to one side and caught it. What was thrown at him was a sword. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time. His foot moved backward due to the force. Zik worriedly glanced back and asked, "What are you doing?" Duck slowly approached and replied, "You told me to make you answer, but this is too easy. Let's bet on it." He said, "If you can scratch my clothes, I'll grant you a wish." Zik immediately raised his sword and thought, who gave him that power? Duck's face turned extremely sinister as he continued to say, "But if you give up in this battle, you must tell me everything you've hidden." Thus, the intense fight continued in the west greenhouse of the academy as the sun began to set. Inside, dust and debris filled the air, making it difficult to see. Duck stood there with a tight fist, sighing inwardly. What has this brat been doing all along? The scene in front of him was utterly destroyed. Everything was in chaos. It had been 3 hours. From behind the stone, a hand clutched tightly, thinking, he not only has good strength and endurance. As Duck looked at Rillet standing up before him, his injuries were healing without limit. His eyes showed a hint of doubt about this brat. Meanwhile, Rillet's clothes were torn to shreds. His face darkened. The system suddenly appeared with notifications. Sect skill, healing activated. Sect skill, endless stamina activated. He glanced at Duck and thought, I could do this all day, but can't win the bet. Dragon Phoenix. It seems dangerous, so I've never used it before. Thinking that, he quickly rushed forward and made a decision, but facing Night Hacks, it won't be an issue. Both of their eyes suddenly changed, with intense aura and power surging out. Let's continue. Duck smiled in amusement and said, that look. He laughed loudly and praised, Good, that's right. Zik stood still as a whirlwind of wind and dust rose around him. The system immediately notified. Agile footwork skill activated. He shot off quickly. He swung his sword wildly, but Duck was not to be underestimated. He could easily dodge all the attacks. As he saw the incoming sword, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He thought, he's repeating the same attack. He might be fast, but compared to that hungry leech and Trun's girl, he means nothing. But his hatred surpasses persistence. I'm obsessed with it. Thinking that, he reached into his pocket. Maybe a bit of light essence should do. But before Duck could do anything, a terrifying golden eye appeared beside him, causing him to freeze. He immediately raised his hand and broke Rillet's sword into pieces. Duck's face darkened as he thought, that was just now. Before he could finish speaking, a thick cloud of dust blocked his vision again. Duck looked around and wondered, did he block my view? But it would be hard for him to find me. His thoughts barely finished when Zik appeared behind him with sharp eyes. The system notified, Dragon Eyes activated. But as the sword approached, Duck recognized it immediately. He was startled to realize that what he just chopped wasn't a person, but an illusion. He vanished from his previous position without leaving any trace. His movement speed was so fast, it stirred up a whirlwind of dust. Zik looked bewildered at the spinning vortex around him, exclaiming, this is Du Sao's secret technique. A simple swift attack creates a strong wind. That's why he's called the Hurricane Knight. As he was still in deep thought, Du's approached from behind and whispered, come on! Hearing this, he jumped up with his sword, but couldn't hit anything. What? Suddenly, he charged at Zik with a powerful punch. This is the draw! Cade! The punch caught him off guard. Blood spurted from his mouth. His body flew backward and hit hard. The system displayed a notification. Due to overuse of skills, your exhaustion has exceeded the acceptable limit. Zik chuckled as he saw this. Just like you taught me. The system warned him that for his safety, his consciousness would be forcibly knocked out. His vision immediately became blurry. Damn it, damn it. After a while of unconsciousness, Zek's eyes finally opened. He found himself in a familiar room. He winced as he sat up with his head. Zek tried to look around again, thinking, this is my room. Du's brought me back here, right? Thinking this, he sighed in frustration. Almost won. He lay down on the bed and said, sure enough, a skeleton knight. I thought I did everything possible now, and it's useless. I tried to make Du's careless by repeatedly attacking him. At the decisive moment, I created an opening with the dragon roar and used dragon eyes to attack him, but still not enough. The skill Du's used at the end for sure is his secret technique. Indeed, I lost consciousness due to overusing the dragon technique. But thanks to that, I got to see his secret technique. That unreasonable high-speed movement he used with his highly trained body. That secret technique surely helped Andre, who has poor strength, become a skeleton knight. Thinking this, Jake felt somewhat frightened. Too bad I missed the chance to learn his secret technique, but it's still worth it. The dragon pressure is so intense that even a skeleton knight hesitates. Most of the weaker opponents would submit immediately upon contact with this skill. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, startling him. At the top, it said you have an unread message. Confirm? Yes or no? He wondered as he saw this. Unread message? The system continued to notify. D-level skill. Flexible law has been upgraded to C-level skill. High-speed movement. Your soul developed due to the strong willpower you displayed and the growth of your spirit. System functions have been activated. The next function can be activated by using karma points. Jake's eyes became hazy. Oh, what is it? System notification. Mini-map. Various geographical features can be seen through the shape of the map. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Storage compartment. Can store as many items as possible within its capacity. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Task logbook. Includes instructions and tasks for the development of a low-level administrator. Locked. For 5 points to unlock. Current karma points 40. After reading through it once, he sat there deep in thought, A bunch of things came up as described, except for the storage compartment. Thought about it then, without further ado, he directly clicked on the Agree button on the system interface. Let's check the storage compartment first. An immediate notification popped up. If you choose an item to store, it will be placed in the storage compartment. When retrieving an item from the storage compartment, you can think of its name or symbol. The space occupied by items in the storage compartment depends on their size and weight. To increase the size of your storage compartment, you can use karma points. After listening to the explanation once over, he glanced at one side and wondered, what item should I choose? He quickly approached and picked up his broken sword. You can activate skills by thinking about them, so putting items in the storage compartment would be similar. Zik clutched the broken sword tightly, continuously thinking, and immediately, the sword emitted a white light before slowly disappearing. He looked into the storage compartment and thought to himself, the dual swords had disappeared and occupied 228 slots in the storage compartment. So that's what the system meant by the space occupied by items in the storage compartment depends on their size and weight. To retrieve them, you need to think of their name or symbol. Just as Jake had thought, the sword appeared right in his hand. He jumped up with a delighted laugh. I thought about the spatial subcompartment, but this is even better. That treasure is very expensive, clearly so, but it's hard to find something to store it in. And I can even expand the storage compartment by using points. Above the notification window, it says, Administrator Level 1, Jake Gregor, Profession, Immortal Alchemist, Title, Blessed by the Dragon. The Administrator's function. This excessive advantage is only when I advance to a higher rank. What will happen then? He thought to himself, if these points are worth so much, he can't use them recklessly. Looks like he'll have to change his plans. Lost in this stream of thoughts, suddenly a voice from outside the door echoed, "Can I come in?" He thought, of course. "What's up?" He replied, "Come in." "What's the matter?" He responded, "You have a message." Without hesitation, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. He said, "You'll know who it's from if I mention Dexter's gardener." Hearing this, he immediately understood. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. He began reading the content on the paper. "Kid, if you want to challenge me further, come whenever you like." He thought to himself, it's not a total failure then. Recalling what he had said earlier, this must be a draw. "Kid, I wonder, does he mean it's a draw?" His hand tightened in joy as he exclaimed, "After all, that means there's still an opportunity." Suddenly, Decker spoke up from beside him. "I have one more thing to say to you." He continued, "I've found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier." Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, "Oh, really? When is the appointment?" He gently adjusted his glasses and responded, "There's a problem with that." Decker reported that the blacksmith had turned down the appointment. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why?" Meanwhile, on the blacksmith's side, it was pitch dark, scattered weapons everywhere. He spent the whole day drowning in alcohol. Decker explained that he no longer made weapons. The next morning early, a footstep down from a horse-drawn carriage. Dickie was already standing in front of the blacksmith's house. He thought to himself, it has been a while. Above the signboard, it read, Pabnir Brett, the breath of Pabnir. He smiled faintly. Haha, what a prestigious name for a forge master. Thinking this, Jake slowly pushed open the door and called out, "Is anyone in?" According to his memory, the blade's radiant quality was a masterpiece Galen had forged. He said it was the price of studying his network, worth the title of Soul Forger. It was known that he read the souls of blacksmiths before crafting weapons for them and lived up to his reputation by creating a blade with the ability I needed most. The greatest weapon forger on the continent had imbued this sword with the ability to replace light with essence. Thinking this, he looked at the man who was swaying in drunkenness and wondered, what's his current state? Sensing his presence, he looked over questioningly and asked, "What is it? A child? This isn't a place for children. Go away." He was a soul forger. Ganley in handbag before that, Jake paid no mind and looked around the mess, thinking, although he was very emotional, it wasn't to this extent. After all, what had happened to him before meeting me. Immediately, he fetched a large bucket of cold water. Then he doused Handbag's face directly. Done. Jake threw the bucket aside and approached with a smile. Are you awake now? He continued, I want to know why you turned down my request. After a moment of shock, Handbag finally recognized the emblem on Jake's glove and exclaimed, Draco? Handbag bowed and said loudly, I'm sorry for showing such disrespect. He continued trembling, please forgive my recklessness, but I can't accept any requests now. How could a scoundrel create something someone wanted when he couldn't even make what he himself desired? Dickie understood partially, so Ganlion had also gone through this phase. Thinking back, he was the greatest weapon forger on the continent when they met, and Ganlion never told him about his previous life. Handbag sat and held his head in despair. Why am I so useless? Can I still make weapons now? His whole body was trembling. A blacksmith couldn't make weapons. He shouted loudly, Ganlion Handbag. Hearing this, he startled awake and replied, Please forgive my impolite behavior today. Dickie continued, Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed products. Handbag quickly responded, Let me lead you to the back. He thought, there's no other way. I have to guide him on the right path myself. After a while, both were in the backyard. Handbag said, I apologize, sir. I shouldn't have left everything in such disarray. Zik responded, It's fine, it's fine. Looking at the weapons before him, he continued, You could say it's very captivating. Handbag replied, Thank you, sir. Here, he continues to step forward. Seeing Jake holding a sword and observing it, Handbag weirdly reminds him with a smile. Be careful. Even though they are failed products, they are still very sharp. Ignoring this, Jake doesn't pay attention. Each sword has been inspected. This one and this one. No! These ones, they're not failures. Their quality is equivalent to what he forged when he was hailed as the greatest blacksmith on the continent. The system pops up a notification. Dragon Mark. Dragon Eye, it has activated. He exclaims, just as I thought. He immediately asks, Is there something wrong with my forge? Hearing this, Handbag is extremely surprised and asks back, How? How could you know? Zik replies, Are you optimizing your own smelting style, right? Zik continues, It seems you've mixed some metals to create lighter and finer materials. As he speaks, he swings the sword up. With just a forceful swing, the sword breaks instantly, but its durability is to poor. In such cases, it's due to impurities not being completely removed during heat treatment. Handbag looks on silently thinking, that's precise. Not only did he recognize his smelting method, but he even analyzed the key errors and reasons. If this is him thinking this, he speaks up, Your Highness, this matter is somewhat, very coincidental. He continues, I have something to ask of you. Later in the house, Zik approaches and asks, What's that about? Handbag replies, Can you take a look at this? After his words, he places a large scroll on the table, and Zik comes close to observe intently. He thinks this is Galileo's secret, something he revealed years later, the design of a magical furnace. Recalling what Handbag said, Why hide it from someone who saved my life? A forge where temperature can be adjusted by magic at will. This is my secret. Thinking this, he smiles and says, With this, your smelting method will work perfectly. Handbag happily agrees, Of course, I knew you would recognize it right away. Zik asks further, Do you have a complete design? Why don't you make one then? After some thought, Handbag replies, The most important part, the air energy law blueprint is still there, but the cost of the magic tower is 10,000 gold. Hearing this, Zik thinks silently, a normal family of 4 spends about 10 gold on monthly expenses. That's 1,000 times more. So it took him 10 years to save up that amount. Handbag continues, That's absurd. Therefore, I want you to do me a favor. You are a Drake and also an awakened true blood. So if you create this forge for me, I will fulfill any request of yours free of charge until my last breath. Hearing this, he thinks silently, That's tough. It would be feasible if I were the family protector knight, but it's impossible for me, even as a true blood. To get 10,000 gold support, but I can't give up Graham or the Radiant Sword. His illusion is the air energy law. Just thinking this, Chozik comes up with an idea. He exclaims loudly, "Hold on!" He laughs to himself. The air energy law? Without further ado, he slowly rolls the design back and says, "Alright, I agree." Handak asks in confusion, "Really? Really, Your Highness?" Zik replies, "I can ask a familiar mage for help. If there's an answer, we'll give it to the person right away." Before leaving, he still can't forget to remind them, "Oh, and stop drinking too." But he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence. Handak knelt down on the ground. Tears streaming down, he cried out, "Thank you. Thank you very much. Sincere thanks. Galleon will serve you for life as a benefactor." Voices echoed from inside the house. "Thank you. Thank you so much, my lord." "Oh my god, I know now." "Stop it. Once it's done, I'll inform you." A while later at Draker Academy, Jake walked while thinking in the research building of Professor's labs. Why do those damn magic towers demand such high fees? Its structure looks simple enough. Fanong specializes in air energy design laws. His lab is over there. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. A bad feeling rose in his mind as he glanced to the side. Right next to him was a dark alley. Thinking of this, a terrible memory suddenly appeared in his head from that alley. Jake was pulled into the alley and beaten by a group of people. He had to kneel on the ground before Vanson's gang. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please." But those guys didn't intend to let him go. With a furious face, he shouted loudly, "What is it?" While crying, Jake said, "I apologize to Lord Conrad. I, the lowly one here, dared to touch your body." Hearing this, he immediately stepped on his head and praised him. "Good job, you said well." With a contemptuous smile, he continued, "For now, I'll give you a chance to clean up the mess you've made." Before that statement, he couldn't resist, only able to kneel and cry out, thank you very much." When Conrad returned to the present, Zik could no longer bear this injustice. He slowly approached the alley and cursed, "Damn it!" At that moment, continuous harsh curses and beatings echoed from inside the alley. "Vermin, like you, is just a hindrance to others' existence." Conrad said with a heavy breath, "That dog, that chained one too." An unprecedented golden light reaction, a true blood awakening above all else. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, repeatedly kicking and cursing the vermin. Damn you. Losing to that lowly dog was inevitable due to its unexpected attack before the match began. But why did that worthless loser who won by chance become a false true blood awakening? Suddenly, a figure from behind spoke up. "Hey, face full of lies," Riche said with a smile. "You found someone to replace me already, huh?" As he finished speaking, his smile slowly faded. His face darkened. He pointed at the man and reminded him, "I'm giving you 3 seconds. If you're smart, just bury your head in the ground." Hearing this familiar voice, Conrad slowly approached and asked, "What? Hey!" Han tried to stay calm as he pointed at Jake and continued speaking. "Your arrogant nature has gone too far since you awakened your true bloodline. Jake is messed up. Are you sure you truly awakened your true bloodline?" Before Han could finish his sentence, I cut him off. "Take this!" My eyes glinted with rage. I spoke in a cold voice. "Don't bow down. Then don't blame me." Hearing this, Conrad was frightened. His face turned pale and he stepped back. Hand sweat poured as he thought, "Huh? This pressure, just a few months ago, it still barely touched me. So why am I scared now?" He felt his pride trampled on. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "How dare you order me around? You lowlife!" Finished talking, Conrad immediately charged towards Zeko. "What are they doing?" "Hit him!" Watching them go crazy and charge at us. Still standing still, I calmly asked, "Don't try to blame me. Do you know that?" Just then, Zek quickly dodged the incoming attack from one side. While he was still confused about what happened, a swift punch hit his face. I gave him a hard hit and he fell back. The others saw this and hesitated, but couldn't stop. Jake continuously threw punches at each of them. "It seems none of these guys are a match for me. I can easily defeat all of them." I just tossed them like garbage without mercy. I kept kicking and knocking down one after another. Each strike was quick and precise with no hesitation. And in the end, the last guy fell to the ground. Witnessing everything from start to finish, Conrad was terrified, standing there dumbfounded. He saw none of his subordinates left standing and exclaimed, "Impossible." He kept questioning himself, "Is this really Jake Draker I know?" At this moment, Jake approached him to comfort. "Don't be afraid. I believe you know it will only hurt for a moment." Conrad immediately drew his sword with trembling hands and pointed at me shouting, "Get away from here. If you come closer, I'll kill you." Hearing this, Jake replied coldly, "Are you really drawing your sword to practice outside? Do you know what that means?" His voice froze as he realized the severity. I grabbed the sword behind me and continued speaking, facing Leon Conrad, who drew his sword for spiritual training. He was terrified and shouted loudly, "Hold on! Hold on!" But Jake didn't stop. My face showed clear aggression as I spoke. "I am Jake Draker, answering in the name of honor." His body softened at my powerful words. "The next battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility lies with us and no one else is responsible for the outcome." Just as I said this, I looked at the guy on the ground and continued, "Liam Stone, you're a witness." Without wasting any more time, I started swinging my sword. "Let's continue then." Seeing Conrad's terrified look, Jake quickly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry." He was so scared he wet himself and fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly. "Mr. Jacques Dracker, please, please, let me live." His whole body trembled as he pleaded for forgiveness. Hearing this, Jake slowly lowered his sword. He remembered how he used to look like that too. "I'm sorry. Mr. Leon Conrad, please spare my life." The more he thought of it, the angrier he got. "You stupid dog." Then a swift sword strike aimed for Conrad's face. Jake directly cut off one of his ears. He sheathed his sword and said, "I'll take your ear as payment." Hearing this, he clutched his head in pain. "Ear, my ear." Approaching him, Jake placed a hand on his head and reminded, "If our ears are reattached when we meet again, the next thing I'll take won't be your ear." Zick tightened his grip on his hair and shouted, "It will be your head instead." He pushed the rat's head straight into the ground. After that, he took a deep breath and stood up. "Phew." Saul called out to Zick as he left, Zick." Hearing this, Jake stopped and asked, "Why did you help me?" To this question, Jake replied straightforwardly, "Don't think about it." He smiled and continued, "I didn't help you." As he turned to walk away, he thought, "But I was helping myself." Jake scratched his head and sighed, wondering if it was the courage that influenced him, almost blurted out something embarrassing. Returning to Fong's Research Institute, a voice echoed from inside. "Is this feasible, Professor?" Fong looked at the design and replied, "Let me be frank with you. It can be considered feasible." He continued, "Really? Then I want to hand it over to you." Fong adjusted his glasses and responded, "Hold on. I think it would be better if you hear my explanation first." Both of them looked at the design. He continued, "As you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem lies in the core responsible for energy output. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the pathways have extremely complex limitations, though they might be minor. It requires sufficient energy, and we will need a way to adjust the output without delay." Fong exclaimed, "This has never been done before." He asked again, "So it's feasible?" He replied, "Yes, there are two options. Based on the core conditions, I can personally adjust your design. However, it will take at least a decade to redesign the core. No, 15 years. Hearing this, Kin Hong shouted, 10, 15 years later. Fong replied, "Yes, it will consume considerable time. The second method is to bypass the core design and use similar materials. Although doing so could save a lot of time, we would need high-grade spirit stone." Zick couldn't believe this answer and asked again, "What? Isn't that something ancient that can't be created with modern technology?" He replied, "Exactly, ancient relics are already rare. However, searching through ruins is even harder than finding the spirit stone needed for our design. It will cost over 3,000 gold." This made Zig's hopes crumble, his face drooping. He silently thought he might be fired if anyone found out he couldn't use light energy, but 15 years is too long. However, 3,000 gold was too high to believe. He couldn't give up Graham or the good light sword. Most people think he uses light energy because of what happened at the blessing ceremony. It's just a reaction from healing and EZ. The fact that he can't use light energy remains unchanged. EZ is considered an uncontrollable power for humans, except for the spirit consciousness skills taught by his master. He couldn't use any sword techniques that utilize light energy even with those skills. He could only enhance himself and swing his entire body. Compared to others, light energy is easier to use and more versatile. That's why he needed Graham or the good light sword. Thinking about it, he held his head in despair. Damn it, how can I find a compressed spirit stone of high grade? Suddenly, Fanon spoke up, praising the creator of these designs as extraordinary. Even considering its complex core, it's a design worthy of a Vietnamese hero. He continued, saying it would be difficult to create even in Golden Age treasures. Hearing this, he had an idea. Both of them paused, the Golden Age treasure appearing on his lips. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Why didn't I think of that earlier? No more wasted time. Dick slowly stood up and left. Please keep this design safe until I return. Professor, Fan asked, confused by his words. What do you mean? Are you saying it will take 15 years to complete? He laughed and replied, haha, of course not. He gripped the sword tightly, continuing, I'll bring one. With a confident smirk, he meant a compressed spirit stone of high grade. In the Golden Age, the liberation war to free humanity from the domination of dragons ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut by Terracon Draker, bringing a century of peace to mankind. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in dragon caves, remnants of the Hero King's era, the peak age of magic. All these treasures had techniques and magic surpassing modern standards. Among them was the compressed spirit stone, containing enough essential spirit energy to sustain an entire village of treasure from the Hero King's era. The scene shifted to Draker Academy, the central library. Although rarely used, it is maintained as it's believed to have been established by Terracon during the discovery of Golden Age treasures. This led to the connection between the Magic Tower and Great Sage Nirvana, a member of the three major families in the excavation effort. Over those months, countless Golden Age treasures were discovered, and news about them spread through the press, or at least would after another 10 years. At the Central Library Archives room, Dick was also present. He looked around, thinking no one had found any treasure or even recognized their existence. Saying this, he sighed in frustration. I could search for days and still not find anything. The system displayed a notification. Dragon sign. The dragon's eye was activated. One of Zeke's eyes glowed. He didn't give up, continuing to walk around the library in search. As he walked, suddenly he noticed something. His whole body froze. Both his eyes widened. On the ground, a tile was emitting faint red light. Zeke exclaimed, "Here it is!" He approached and tapped it silently, thinking it would make a sound like when tapping on it. Yes, that's it. Quickly, he used his original spirit skill. Cut! The only application of the original spirit skill I learned from my master. Because easy materializes the user's willpower. Therefore, applying certain attributes like cut and using it in various situations is feasible. However, it has limitations. Users must expend a large amount of EZ to perform any action. Just thinking about this, his head hurt as if hit by a hammer. It seems using it now is still beyond my strength. The last tile finally opened after much effort and slid down below. He carefully closed the tiled floor as if nothing happened. Below was pitch black and damp, so Rick had to light a torch and ignite it. He looks around and speaks, probably here, But how do I get inside? As he touches the door, he continues, "It seems like I just need to push." Just as he says this, suddenly a strange red light comes from above where his hand is touching the door. Not only that, it also carries a large electric current that pushes his hand back. He thinks in surprise, the magic spell must be about this door. The reason for the Tower of Magic and the Great Sage Nirvana is related to this door. He looks at his smoking hand with relief, grateful for the gloves. "If not for them, I would have lost my hand. I won't be able to pass through the magic or system barrier." "You can't open it for me?" The system replies immediately, "We've received the admin's request. Accordingly, we will connect with the security device. The security spell has been disabled. The automatic activation of the device failed. Now we'll manually activate the device." He exclaims. "What?" Jake asks in surprise. "Wait, are you responding to what I just said?" The system answers, "Yes, I am." Admin Jake Drager, do you have any additional requests? Hearing this, he stands there stunned for a moment. "Can I talk to the system?" He continues, "If so, why did you force me to reincarnate?" The system responds, "I cannot answer that question." Zik asks again, "What is this admin system?" The system answers, "I cannot answer that question." He keeps asking, "Who created you?" The system replies, "I cannot answer that question." Admin Zik Drager, do you have any additional requests? Zik curses to himself, "Damn it, no answers for important questions." Thinking this, he says, "Let's just open the door." The system replies, "We've confirmed the admin's request." The Dragon Killer Tomb, the storage room, is now open. The large door slowly opens. He steps inside and looks around, exclaiming, "Wow, everything here." He can't believe his eyes, shouting loudly, "Is this a treasure vault?" A treasure vault, as its name suggests, it's full of valuable treasures and artifacts. Finding one artifact is already considered a miracle. Without hesitation, he reaches out to open a treasure box. Inside, a golden light shines brightly. Haha! So there are actually hundreds of these? Each treasure box is quickly emptied. "I'll take this one. Oh, this seems good. I'll give this to the alchemist." He laughs out loud, exclaiming, "Finally found it." In a small wooden box are 4 compressed spirit stones. For high-level compressed spirit stones. "That's great!" Relieved, he puts them all in storage. "I'll use 1 point to expand the storage by 4 slots. I still don't have enough space for everything. Looks like I'll need to come back often until graduation." After getting everything needed, he slowly stands up and leaves. For today, that's enough. But before he could act on his thoughts, a strange aura strikes him, making him shiver. A strange aura hits him, causing an eerie feeling down his spine. He nervously scanned his surroundings, but didn't sense anyone else's presence. Jake thought to himself, what's this feeling like? Suddenly, his arm accidentally touched a stone wall beside him, and a red light emitted from that spot. Sensing something unusual, he quickly retracted his hand in surprise. But it was too late. Multiple seals appeared around him, covering the area. He was amazed. "What's this?" Before Jake could finish speaking, he vanished on the spot without leaving a trace. After moving for a while, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place, somewhere he had never been before. He looked around suspiciously and asked, "System, where am I?" System responded, "The administrator is currently in the realm of the Deathbringer." The surroundings were dark and eerie. The system continued, "You are now in the realm of the Deathbringer." Upon hearing this, he looked up and replied, "The realm of the Deathbringer?" The report didn't mention a room full of chests. As he spoke, Ziklin unfolded his mini-map to examine it. He thought with interest. As expected, it's not too far from the old location, but there are no paths leading to the Deathbringer's realm. If that's the case, this must be a place undiscovered in my previous life. Without hesitation, he reached out and pushed open a chest right in front of him. He couldn't miss it. As soon as the lid was lifted, revealing an unusual set of armor inside, he exclaimed, "Armor?" The system then appeared with a notification, "Deathbringer exclusive equipment discovered." Hearing this, he became curious and stood up to inspect it closely. He examined carefully and said, Deathbringer exclusive equipment. It must be unique. It's definitely not like the Golden Age armor I know. What is this? He focused on a hole at the back of the armor, questioning. A hole? For what? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something and exclaimed, Could it be? Can't wait any longer? He immediately took out a compressed spirit stone, but I can't just leave it like this. The system appeared with a notification. Spirit stone has been installed in Deathbringer exclusive equipment, activating the equipment. As soon as the notification appeared, the eyes of the armor suddenly lit up as if they had consciousness. Seeing this, Jake became even more curious and wanted to explore what was hidden inside the armor. Suddenly, the armor began to glow intensely, confusing him greatly. He gasped in surprise. What? What's happening? Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed. Dust and smoke filled the air. The system announced equipment malfunction due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is expected shortly. Please evacuate quickly. Following this advice, he sat down on the ground in dismay, his face covered with soot. He replied, It's already exploded. The system apologized, I'm sorry. He slowly stood up and looked at the burning armor, questioning, So a high-compression spirit stone is just the power source for this armor? This made him think, what other functions does it have that require such massive energy? Is it worth asking about? Without wasting time, Jake continued walking, exploring as he went. After moving around, he finally stood in front of a very large room, with the others empty. This must be the last room. He looked around and thought, just one glass cage in this entire room. Line break. Line break. Line break. Line break. Suddenly, a system notification popped up right in front of him, catching his attention. Jake's face turned pale as his eyebrows furrowed and he exclaimed, What is this? He forced a helpless smile and continued, Terracon Dranker, he's really crazy. On the system notification, it read, You have discovered Terracon Dranker's legacy, the cursed heart of Bahamut Aklong. Jake wondered to himself, why would he leave behind the cursed heart of a dragon? So that must be the eerie feeling I felt in the warehouse earlier. But now, his body began to move slowly. The sensation was different. The system notification appeared again. The cursed heart of the evil Bahamut reacted with the administrator. His hand was placed on the glass enclosure. A black aura emanated from that spot, following his voice. All right, I heard you. His expression became unusual. His lifeless eyes widened. It seems there's no other choice. Fine. He seemed to be under control, not himself anymore, muttering continuously, I will kill them all. Just as the situation was most dangerous, the system notification activated the invincible mental defense skill. Thanks to this skill, he finally returned to normal. He frantically clutched his head and wondered, why me? As he spoke, suddenly one of his eyes began throbbing painfully, turning black. His body and the glass enclosure around him were covered by a strange black aura. He shouted loudly, What's happening here? It seemed that the aura was expanding to cover the entire space. Very confusing, wondering what this is. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Urgent mission, reward for the mission, ownership of Terracon's legacy. His mind became even more hazy. Skills were continuously activated. Activating invincible mental defense skill. Error. Activation failed. A dark aura emanated from Ditch in a very eerie manner. His eyes turned black outside, and his head echoed with terrifying laughter. In that situation, he directly charged at the glass enclosure in front of him, hitting it hard. The hit was so strong that it caused cracks to appear on the glass. Ditch laughed weakly and jumped without falling. What a hassle! Through the glass, he could see another human-like version. You mean freedom? Freedom is something you have to seize. Fool! Saying that, the glass shattered into pieces immediately. The system notification appeared. You have overcome the curse of Bahamut Aklong's cursed heart. Urgent mission completed. Ownership of Terracon's legacy reward obtained. Hearing this, he fell to his knees in pain and thought, Damn it, just missed disaster. Can't believe my skill failed to activate. What was that? The system notification appeared, activating the sex self-healing skill, activating endless physical strength skill, starting to absorb Bahamut Aklong's cursed heart. After a while, his body gradually stabilized. He looked up with tired eyes. Right in front of him, the heart of Bahamut Aklong was glowing. Suddenly, it ripped apart as if being pulled by that power. His white eyes turned red, veins popping out. Jake gasped and wondered, what is this? Pure condensed spiritual energy was rushing into him. But I don't have a spirit conduit to accept it. The vast spiritual energy with nowhere to go is destroying my body. Everything is becoming more dangerous. What should I do? No more delays. Zik slowly raised his hand. He gritted his teeth, trying to create a large black ball of energy, the soul-sealing ultimate technique. The spiritual energy gradually condensed. He thought silently, wrapping the spirit energy in an instant, then sealing it within the instant. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground around him. From where Zik was standing, a huge black smoke column rose up, making a large hole sink into the earth. At this moment, his body twisted, eyes glowing brightly as if it might explode. After a while, his face darkened. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, asking himself, "Phew, am I still alive?" Zik slowly walked up to the glass cage, pausing for a moment without speaking. He observed inside the glass cage, thinking silently, the heart is gone, so that must be Bahamut's spirit energy. Just as he thought this, something caught his attention suddenly. His eyes widened. Through a broken piece of glass reflecting back, he saw an unusual mark appearing on his body. What is this? Zik gently touched the dragon-shaped mark on his chest and asked himself, is this from sealing Bahamut's spirit energy? Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him, making him pause. It read, "You have absorbed Bahamut's cursed heart, Aklong." Following that, several other system notifications appeared. The absorbed spirit energy refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique transformed into a celestial bone entity. Realizing the administrator's power couldn't handle it, 95% of the strength was sealed as an air. You have gained access to Terracon Ranker's secure storage, activated the mission book role, providing guidance for lower-level administrators. Hearing this, Jake was confused about what was happening. Celestial Bone Entity, Terracon Ranker's secure storage, instructions. Why add so much nonsense as usual? I'll check it later. For now, let's put it aside. Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Hold on!" He reached out to press the system notification, dismissing it. His face showed great interest. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. My ancestors are really generous. The system appeared. Do you want to open another legacy of Terracon Rancher? The system appeared again. Do you want to open another legacy of Terracon Rancher? After a while, a pile of items quickly appeared in front of Jake. The system announced, unlocking the second legacy of Terracon Ranker. Looking at the pile of items, he exclaimed in shock. This is from that night at the Platinum Tower. Inside Jake's room, all the items collected were carefully stored in a locked cabinet. It seems the cleaning was almost complete. He happily looked at the system and continued, "Let's take a closer look." A quick information window appeared. It read, Status Window, Low-Level Administrator, Draker, Occupation, Immortal Poisoner, Title, Long Blessing, Terracon Ranker Heir, Dragon Breed Overlord, Physique, Celestial Bone Entity. System Functionality, Storage 650 Miniature Recorder. Mission Book Roll, Self-Healing Skill, Unyielding Spirit Defense, Endless Stamina, Sense to Ascend, Accurate Stabbing Skill, Level E, Proficient, Continuous Chopping D, Newbie, Deadly Blow D. Experienced, Flexible Law C, Newbie, Reverse Spiritual Power A, Newbie, Overall Buffer, Newbie, Dragon Sign 1, Newbie Dragon Eye. Newbie Thuet Non-Len Command locked open when conditions are met. Long sign to cannot be viewed requires 50 points to unlock current karma points, 10 long sign. Command transfer strength into your words locked open when conditions are met. Read through the information window, continue pressing the system notification. There are many expandable parts, let's see what else it has. The system appeared Terracon Breed Overlord grants control over dragon clans. Allows summoning and commanding conquered dragons, optimizes physical abilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances transmission efficiency e.g. Despite studying repeatedly, there were still some unclear parts. Just describing them doesn't give me much information. And earlier, I briefly saw that not only the second legacy of Terracon, but also a system window related to Terracon. He sat down on the steps and ordered, "System, show us the notifications related to Terracon again." The system quickly appeared, requesting access to Terracon's secure storage and data synchronization. Jake pressed the system notification and asked himself, "What is Terracon's secure storage?" The system responded, "Please move to a synchronized point. Do you want the coordinates to be displayed on the mini-map?" He sighed and said, "What? So we have to go to the designated location to access it? Show me the position." Immediately, a mini-map appeared in front of him. He softly said so. The book becomes incredibly hard to understand and confusing. Valhalla, right? According to what I know, Valhalla is the top knight training academy. Thinking this, he scratched his head in frustration. Only authorized individuals can approach it, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla would be impossible. Going to Valhalla isn't even part of my plan, if there's something like Terracon's legacy there. Quickly sighing, he pressed a button on the system interface and thought, "This is worth changing my plans. Looks like I'll have to stay in this cursed family longer." The system appeared and the Broken Heart Mission Guide was activated. The Broken Heart Mission Guide began guiding a low-level administrator. After the tutorial, tasks will be feasible to support the development of an administrator. Completing the task will earn you rewards. Hearing this, he touched his chin and thought, "So I've accepted the task and will get rewarded upon completion." Similar to a quest for adventurers or freelance missions, but what kind of guidance is this? Just as he was about to understand, another notification appeared, guiding a low-level administrator. It's all too confusing. The surroundings began to change. Everything turned into an endless black space. Jake stood there, looking around in confusion. What is this? Where am I? He recalled something from before and thought, did we teleport again like last time? No, the feeling is very different. It's as if the entire space has changed. Saying that, suddenly, a series of loud noises came from behind him. Jake turned his head in surprise to look back. Behind him were several huge monsters rushing towards him. He exclaimed, "Oracle?" Saying this, he glanced at the system interface again. It says here, guiding mission. Defeat the monsters that appear within a limited time using at least 2 skills. Ordinary reward. Points. Access the system store. Limited time 60 minutes. Hearing this, he took out his sword and thought. Suddenly a rose appeared in a prearranged mission that came with it. So this guidance is creating situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been provided earlier. As he said, several massive tridents of a rose straightened down towards the ground, causing it to shatter and dust to fly up. But at this moment, he was no longer in his original position. He had quickly moved to another direction to dodge. He was activating high-speed movement and continuous chopping. The several Oroses stood still, trembling, with numerous slashes across their bodies. Then their bodies exploded without understanding what happened, thinking dual swords, feeling as light as a rose petal. The system appeared, showing the skeletal body, optimizing physical abilities, increasing martial arts learning speed, and enhancing transmission. He wondered, so this is the effect of the skeletal body? At this level, I can easily defeat an enemy commander. The system announced that the guiding mission was completed. Immediately, the surroundings returned to the original room. Jake said in surprise, "Oh, I'm back." He put his sword away and thought, so everything was just an illusion? Realism isn't something to joke about. A notification pops up. Additional critical hit rewards have been added to the common tasks. Additional time rewards have been added to the common tasks. The regular task is now worth 40 points and the shop section has been unlocked. Excitedly, he looks at the system interface asking, "Can I buy items through the system?" There are countless strange items listed in the system right now. Giant Skin, 10 points. A similar medicinal herb to the Giant's Tough Hide. Temporarily boosts defense. Low-grade ancient text. Speed, 7 points. A magic stone engraved with ancient text that slightly increases movement speed. The Breath of the Fire Giant, 20 points. A medicinal herb containing the unique Breath of the Fire Giant. Release the unquenchable flame. Wings of the Sky, 5. Temporarily boosts agility. He quickly exclaims, "What is this?" Very convenient. Giant Armor. The Breath of the Trickster Giant. All are rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Selling items from my storage alone would be enough to make a fortune. Another notification continues. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items stored in your cargo hold can also be sold. Switching to training mode. This item cannot be sold. Alf's Gift. Do you want to sell this item? Selling price. He thinks deeply, but selling these ancient items for points each, I could get at least 100 gold from the starting price. Selling items won't be helpful unless I really need the points. Tiredly, he takes a few steps. Phew, what a tiring day. The room lights quickly turn off. The large door slowly closes. Tonight, I'll sleep soundly. The next morning at Draken Academy, the research building of the professors. In Professor Fanong's office, he speaks up. You really managed to bring back a high-compression spirit stone within just one day. How did you manage that? He replies thoughtfully, it's quite complicated. He takes his time with the teacup and asks, when can we expect the operational equipment to be completed? Fan answers, it is already complete. This surprises him greatly. Then what? That's extraordinary. He continues, Jake bringing this here was even more extraordinary. Despite Jake's calm demeanor, he feels something suspicious is being hidden. Whenever a high-compression spirit stone is discovered, major powers on the continent will register various ancient texts as serial numbers and manage the ownership of valuable spirit stones. So by checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, location, and current owner. He secretly thinks, but what I brought wouldn't be registered in that book at all. The Encyclopedia on High-Compression Spirit Stone Serial Numbers of the Central Continent. It's a completely new discovery. Thinking this, he slowly sets down his teacup. He has good evaluation skills and keen insight. Quickly approaching to ask, if you've confirmed the registration code, can we go now? Hearing this, Fan turns around to respond. Oh, you know too. You're too talented for here. You're too gifted for this place. The scene shifts to Hanbeck's forge. A voice from inside echoes out. Alright, I'll activate it. A green seal quickly appears. It's like a central mechanism connecting all parts of the forge. Everything is now running perfectly. Even Hanbeck couldn't have expected his design to finally come to life. Zik and Fanon, who are behind him, can't help but be happy for him. The professor speaks up, I need to go teach now. Hanbeck replies happily, thank you, Professor. After everything is settled, he looks at Zik with joy and says, I never imagined in my life that I would see a complete magical furnace operating. Thank you very much, sir. He responds, it's just the fees, no need to go overboard. As he reaches into his satchel, he continues, I haven't forgotten the terms we agreed on, right? Of course, he answers. Please make a request. Jake pulls out an item and places it in front of him to suggest, make me a sword with this. Seeing the item in front of him, Hanbeck is surprised. His eyes wide, he exclaims, Sir, this is... The wooden box being handed over contains a fang. Dragon Fang, the hardest fang of Bahamut. Dragon cursed by Nemesis. Hanbeck looks at the item with envy, his mouth watering. The size and condition, I've never seen anything like it before. Where did I find this thing all these days? The second legacy of Terracon Dranko is indeed this. From head to toe, it feels like grave robbing. He smiled and replied, it's quite complex to explain. Before he could finish his sentence, Hanbeck's stern expression suddenly made him pause. His whole body trembled and his nose dripped as he spoke. Not only did you give me a magic kiln, but you also gave me the chance to sharpen dragon fangs. As he said this, His seemed to explode in a loud voice. I will definitely repay your trust. Handback's determined eyes continued. I, Ganlian Handback, will risk my life for your sword. Those words made Jake immediately recall a familiar scene. I, Ganlian Handback, will risk my life for your sword. Before that statement, he was extremely uncomfortable. Such wording is very pressuring. Jake smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, he's really persistent. Alright, I'll trust you. With this, he happily turned around and walked out, eager to see how he would make the sword. He was looking forward to it. In the Platinum Tower, Jake's bedroom, he pulled his shirt and sighed. Making a sword is really exhausting. His mind flashed back to his battle with Duck. It had been a week since he received the message, telling him to come back after the fish incident with Duck ended. Just thinking about this, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "It's time for something to happen." From outside the window, footsteps were slowly approaching. The atmosphere became extremely terrifying. Then a voice echoed from behind Jake. "Why didn't you come like last time, brat?" Hearing this, his whole body trembled and he forced a smile. Duck was extremely angry, his eyes bulging as he shouted loudly. Answer honestly, he thought in fear, looking at him if he wanted to kill him. Thinking of that, he waved his hand and laughed. "Oh, you said come back if I want to challenge. Of course, since I had no intention, I didn't come." As he finished speaking, Duck suddenly advanced towards him and asked again, "I told you to be honest." He tightly grabbed the torn collar of his shirt and pulled it up. Then, without saying a word, he threw him straight backward. Ripped, he flew out through the window without any reaction. His eyes wide in shock, he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Realizing he was in danger, he glanced down below, showing concern. The view from below was dizzying, it was too high up. To save himself, he quickly jumped back up. At this height, he would die without a chance to heal. His arms stretched out to grab the balcony railing, but before he could do that, a large hand reached out and tightly grabbed his neck. Duck's face darkened as he asked, "Don't you want to challenge me again? I didn't think you'd be so confused not to understand my intent. No matter what, it's the opposite. You didn't come after losing, even without touching base. So you intentionally provoked me." Hearing these words, Zek was bewildered, thinking, "What?" He knew but still pushed on. He continued, "I'm giving you 5 seconds. Answer honestly this time." 5. He chuckled softly, "That's absurd." His hand tightened around his neck as he continued counting. 4. "Ah," Zek said, even not revealing my true identity. After the second count, he said, "Did I say wrong, the gardener of Dexter?" Duck's expression changed as he smiled faintly. Then he directly threw Zek into the room with a strong force. He leans against the wall, rubbing his most painful spot and sighs. "Oh my!" The old man continues speaking. "Alright, you're right, kid." After Dick steps forward to introduce himself, he says, "I used to be a Draker Dark Knight." He thinks to himself, puzzled. "Used to?" The old man happily continues, "My name is Dick Draker." After a moment of shock, Dick touches his chest and replies, "Honorable Patriarch of the family and former Dark Knight." He slightly bows and says, "I sincerely apologize for my disrespectful behavior as a knight." Seeing this, Dick is surprised, pointing at him and asking, "That expression, you knew it would be like that. What's that?" He scratches his head awkwardly. "There's no way." And he continues standing up to ask, "Like Dick, did you say you used to be a Dark Knight?" The old man replies, "It's simple. I was a Dark Knight before, but now I'm a Chain Knight." This makes Chosik extremely confused as he wonders, why such a thing could happen. The rank of a knight can increase, but the idea that it can decrease has never been heard of. He interrupts, saying to the kid. Dick reminds him, "Don't talk about this anymore." Seeing his hand shaking, he replies, "That's right." With confidence, he places his hand in front of himself and adds, "Because you were honest with me, Dick, I'll be honest too." He responds. The old man asks, "So from the beginning, you already guessed my identity and deliberately provoked me to become an official disciple?" He answers, "Yes." That's right. With great interest, Dick exclaims, "You're also a second-class midge." Saying this, he slaps his thigh loudly and shouts, "All right." Dick smiles widely and shouts happily, "I'll accept you as my disciple." Before they can fully understand what's happening, everything seems to be springing up. Huh? Is that all? Without hesitation, he kneels down with one leg and thinks. So before he changes his mind, he starts reciting the oath. "I, Dick Draker, swear to the great knight Dick Draker, the knight among knights. I vow to follow my master's teachings with dedication, cultivating virtues of learning and striving to uphold and elevate the honor of my master." Hearing this, he seems satisfied and replies, "Oh, you even know the disciple oath? That's rarely used nowadays." He smiled and continued, "Cultural knowledge is a virtue of a knight, right?" Quack chuckled, calling me a brat, then said with a grin, "I'll consider that a compliment." Saying this, he glanced up and asked, "Master, can I ask you something?" He replied, calling me master so quickly, "Go ahead and ask." Thing asked back, "What about you? Why did you decide to take me as your disciple?" It's known that Quack rarely takes disciples. Even the century's prodigy Andre took many years before becoming his only disciple. Why did he accept me so easily? I have a guess. He must have seen my potential in that bet. Something beyond Andre's talent, he clearly has good eyesight. In response to this question, Quack laughed and asked back, "What do you think? Guess, disciple." Rix answered frankly, "Of course, because I'm the ultimate prodigy." He scratched his head in silence. "Your confidence is truly admirable." Haha, if that's the reason, I would have taken Reina as a disciple already. He continued, "Because you have determination. Not all so-called prodigies can reach the knight level of Xihua or Haxia. Those who grow up without hardships will easily collapse under even the smallest challenge." Hearing this, he silently thought with a cold face, "He's right. Many prodigies in the team won't reach Xihua level and get stuck at Zixia or LVXI. Just thinking about it, Quack slowly stood up and said, "Applause is enough." He continued, "Follow me. The first lesson starts now." Zek got excited in response. "Yes, master." Cut to the West Greenhouse training ground scene. He looked around and thought silently. Who would have thought there's a place like this under the greenhouse? What is he planning for me? He told me to run, so I ran. His expression was hard to decipher, but it's been 3 hours already. Just as he thought this, Quack loudly called out, "Stop!" Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "So you stopped running then?" He continued, "Yes, but I want to ask something." He waved his hand happily and replied, "Strange, master. What do you want to know?" Suddenly, Quack appeared right behind him without a trace of movement and said softly, "Nothing much." He quickly grabbed Zeke's hand. Sensing something unusual, he immediately raised his hand to pull back. His expression became more alert than ever. Zek glanced down at the red hand, Xiong. Before that action, Quack asked thoughtfully, "Checking your energy isn't easy, huh?" These words made him extremely confused and started sweating. He continued, "All right, from the beginning there was something wrong, in the touch hall, during the talent test, even in the greenhouse during the bet. And just after 500 laps around the training ground, I couldn't feel any light energy when I tried to check your pulse and you avoided it." Kid, don't say that. From these guesses, he made a statement that shocked Jake. "You can't use light energy." Quack asked, "Did the bronze statue react?" He slowly approached and continued, "The unprecedented golden light caused a commotion and brought you here." As he stepped forward to stand in front of Jake, he stopped and asked, "So why did you block me from checking your pulse?" Hearing this, he didn't know how to respond, coldly glancing at Quack. He silently thought it was curiosity, not suspicion. A Drake without light energy is a serious situation, but it seems his interest is what matters most. Lucky for me, I'm dealing with Duck. Once I get Ram, no one will doubt my lack of light energy anymore. Until then, I need to be cautious and play along. There's no need for a long fib, unlike before when I was the first failed awakening of our clan. Thinking this, he slowly pulled off his gloves, agreeing with what was said, "Master." The system suddenly popped up with a notification, activated reverse spirit energy skill. He continued, "You even have the ability to affect spirit energy, a mark of true blood. But for some reason, I can't use light energy." Duck thought that hiding his hand in front of him would shield his cover. He began to sink into his acting. "Sorry, before I was terrified because if it's revealed a Drake can't use light energy." His tears rolled down his cheeks as he continued, "I'll be expelled," which is fitting for this situation. Upon hearing that, Duck gently touched Jake to feel the light energy on him. His face showed curiosity. He asked, "What do you think, Master?" His eyes glanced down at Jake as if wanting to say something. He thought, "Hang, a child with such determination at this age. But why can't I sense any light energy despite him awakening?" The more he pondered, the more confused he became about how to explain this situation. Thinking aloud, even if he checked his pulse, Duck wouldn't be certain. "Light blessing is crucial for our clan," Duck softly spoke. He thought. Even if I can't awaken light energy anymore, he's likely to find a reason to explain the truth himself. But his speculations stopped when Duck said, "An anomaly." Z2 closed his eyes and thought, "An anomaly? Of course, this is where things are heading." If he doesn't understand the concept of professions, that conclusion makes sense. He feigned innocence. "What's an anomaly, Master?" Duck replied, "It refers to people with extraordinary abilities, like those who use both light and spirit energy, or those who can see the future, things against nature. That's why anomalies are often treated poorly. Don't go around saying you might be an anomaly." He continued too, "So why do you think I'm an anomaly?" "Master," Duck replied, "your unusual stamina and recovery. No matter how minor the internal injuries are, they need time to heal. But you recovered instantly. We can be sure a huge amount of energy was consumed. What do you think that energy is?" He answered, "Light energy?" Duck continued, "Exactly. Our hypothesis is that any light energy you create gets immediately consumed. Due to your stamina and recovery, there's no trace left for you to feel." This made Zich exclaim in amazement. "Oh, that's quite convincing." He asked again, "So does this mean you'll never use light energy?" "Master," Duck laughed loudly upon hearing this. "Ha ha, don't worry about it." As he spoke, he glanced at him with a smile. "Great Wind Whirlwind, no need for light energy. It's a special technique." Duck explained that special techniques are unique skills developed by high-ranking knights. Usually, they involve the application or enhancement of long-range techniques requiring light energy. But my Wind Whirlwind relies entirely on physical training. Saying this, he began to warm up his limbs. "Let's demonstrate, observe carefully." He took a step and quickly shot forward, leaving a deep dent in the ground. The speed was so fast that Chozek couldn't take his eyes off it, trying to follow closely. Each of his steps was incredibly agile, only hearing faint footsteps without seeing anyone. After a while, Duck stopped right in front of Jake. He looked at him and asked, "Can you see that?" He slowly got up to respond, "You just need to follow in his footsteps, right?" This made him quite surprised. "Well, that's all you think, so we don't need to explain more." He continued speaking, "You've seen enough." He burst out laughing. "Your confidence matches that of a Dark Knight. All right, show us what you can do." Immediately, Zik took his position. His eyes clearly showed the confidence no one could have. Suddenly, he vanished from his original spot, leaving only a small footprint on the large one Duck had left behind. Zeke's body quickly leaped from side to side, surprising him greatly. He thought that by following his footsteps, previous directions not seen before became apparent. Each step was purposeful, whether for attacking, dodging, closing the distance, or creating space. No step was wasted. After a while of movement, Rack slowly stopped stretching. Duck couldn't believe it. Just 1 week. He also has that talent, but at this level. Looking at Rack standing there, the distance between their steps seemed different. He wondered what had happened in just a week. Duck became more interested and smiled, showing off his perfect Dark Knight armor. With a killing glance, he asked confidently, Do you deserve that level of confidence as a Dark Knight? Seeing this, he felt annoyed internally, wishing he could get rid of that annoying trait. Duck ran over and grabbed his neck, yelling, "Brat," crying just now but already acting superior, quickly pulling him back. He wasn't going to show off about that. It depends on your attitude. That disciple is a disgrace. What kind of Dark Knight master doesn't keep quiet? In the dining hall of the academy, today's food was very rich with both savory and sweet dishes. Jake greedily ate an entire plate of food silently. It has been a month since training under Duck's guidance. His portion size keeps increasing. Just as he chewed, someone approached him. The person who came was Andre. He asked, "Can you spare some time?" Jake hesitated. Hearing this, he wondered, "Andre?" But he shrugged nonchalantly in response. "If it's here, fine. I'm busy." He continued, "All right." After that, Andre pulled a chair and sat down in front of him, asking, "How did you convince Dexter?" He thought, straight to the point. It seems he's worried I've become his disciple even though I haven't officially joined yet. Thinking for a moment, Jake replied while chewing, convincing, "No need, Dexter chose me himself." This made Andre angrier, gritting his teeth. He looked at Rek and thought for a moment. Then he said, "After all, you are the true blood." Hearing this, Rek was confused. "What?" And he slammed the knife and plate hard on the table. Without hesitation, he asked him, "Such heavy self-confidence, right?" Andre tried to steady his shaking hands and replied, "Is that all you want to say?" He continued, "No, just half of it." Jake wiped his mouth and said, "Even if he was initially attracted by my lineage, do you think a person like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple is because of my talent, not the attraction." He threw the paper towards him saying, "So instead of wasting time on jealousy to boost your confidence, why don't you try harder to become someone worthy of being chosen?" Cut to the West Greenhouse training ground. Jake looked up and asked Master, "What's going on here?" Master replied, "I'm just as puzzled about it too." Both of them stared at Andre, who kept running even though he was exhausted. "I have no idea what's wrong with that kid. He begged to stay close, even offered to be a servant if needed. I told him to run 300 laps without using light energy if he wanted to stay here." Hearing this, they were quite surprised. 300 laps without light energy? Judu covered his head and sighed. "Heh, that guy is a complete lunatic." He smiled to himself. "I thought he was just arrogant, but it seems he has some determination too." The next morning in Draker, the atmosphere was more lively than usual, accompanied by murmurs and gossip. "Fools, did you forget what day today is? The head of the family will be visiting today." Then a series of galloping horse sounds echoed. A white carriage with golden engravings appeared. Someone shouted loudly, "The head of the Draker family is arriving." Hogwarts approached and said to the crowd, "Everyone prepare yourselves." The subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, headmaster." All attention turned towards the stopped carriage. Soldiers quickly stood on both sides and opened the doors. From above the carriage, a platinum blonde stepped down slowly and said, "It's been a while. Howard." He bowed respectfully in response. "I humbly greet the head of the Draker family." As he spoke, all soldiers round him shouted loudly together, "We humbly greet the head of the Draker family." The clock hands began to move. The hour hand and minute hand pointed exactly at 12 noon. An oppressive aura emanated from the head of the Draker family. He raised his large hand and extended it. His hand placed directly on Hogwarts' shoulder. The head of the family said, "You've been through a lot. I can imagine that." Upon hearing this, he replied, "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, Headmaster." The head of the family smiled satisfiedly and continued, "I will continue to rely on you." He was Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family, one of the 3 major Sat-Long clans. Hogwarts spoke respectfully. "It's a bit sunny today. Let's go inside." Just as he said, they were interrupted. All students who heard the loud noise rushed out. "Huh? That's the head of the family." "What? Where is it?" Arthur stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. He raised his hand. Then he loudly said, "Young Sat-Long warriors, You are the future and hope of the Draker family. Focus on your training. And more and more. The growth of you guys. As he spoke, a hint appeared in his eyes and he smiled slightly before saying loudly, "It's Drucker's development." After hearing those instructions, all the students bowed their heads in unison to respond. "We will remember it in our hearts." "Master, may I speak?" The sunlight seemed to be getting brighter and more intense. Arthur turned around and walked away while saying, "All right, let's go." Hogwarts responded, "Yes, Master." After a moment, a voice echoed from outside the room, "Master, this is Jake Draker, a member of our family. I am standing before you to present my respect and greetings." Upon hearing that, he turned around with a smile and replied, "Even those in the four-season castle don't greet like that anymore. Let's skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea. I brought something special hoping it suits your taste," he said softly. "Thank you for the tea." Sitting there, Arthur looked puzzled, thinking, even his tea preferences are reported to the family? Even if the Emperor doesn't know, the Draker family knows everything. Now I can feel it. As soon as Arthur thought this, he spoke up saying, "I called you because I heard something surprising. Duck has accepted day." His words made Rick startle and think. Getting straight to the point without beating around the bush, he replied, "Master Duck is just showing his generosity towards you." He calmly sipped his tea and continued, "If that's what you say, then it must be so. I don't know your goal, but as long as you follow Duck's teachings, you will become the strongest on the continent." Saying this, Arthur's golden eyes showed signs of contemplation. He continued, "Stronger than anyone else to live more freely than anyone else." After saying that, he gently placed his cup back on the table. Jake happily said, "That is your goal." Seeing his confident expression, Arthur's face darkened and didn't respond. Suddenly, a pressure compressed the space around them. He asked again, "So, does it include surpassing me, right?" Rick was suddenly stiff as he started sweating profusely. Truthfully, he wondered, could this be controlling the life and death of all existence within this range? Although uncomfortable, he found it incredibly interesting. He smiled inwardly, thinking, celestial beings, the pinnacle of light manipulation, can only be achieved by dark knights. Arthur looked down at his son with a slight smile on his lips. Rick didn't falter and looked straight back at him in response. At his confident words, he smiled slightly as he held the teacup. Immediately after, all the light energy in the room was instantly retracted. He said, "Among everything I've heard recently, this is the most interesting." With a hint of worry on his face, he thought, "This is..." He continued, "My visit to the academy was meant to encourage you, but now seeing you, encouragement alone is not enough." At his stern expression, he had to say, "Master, the true Dark Knight of Draker." As he spoke, Arthur placed a card on the table. He thought, "I already thought Duck's level was unreasonable, but this is completely different." He continued, "As a gift for you becoming Duck's disciple." Surprised, he asked, "What is it?" Arthur replied, "Black card." This made Rick slightly startled and exclaim, "Did Father give this to me?" He continued, "Judging by your reaction, you know what it is." He took the card and thought, a card only given to a select few VIPs. It's known for its incredible benefits with no spending limit. I never expected to see this legendary card firsthand. Arthur smiled and said, "I will add you as a co-user. Use it freely." Zick responded, "Thank you, Father. I will use it wisely." He looked at the card and thought. The words were kind, but the intent was clear. Because with this card recording information, it's easier to trace your actions. Still, using a superficial method instead of strong coercion means he isn't overly concerned about you. Arthur continued, "We can't waste Jake's precious time anymore. The one who will become the strongest." He waved his hand and ordered, "Now you can leave." He bowed and replied, "Understood, Master." He spoke in a rush and quickly went outside, closing the door slowly. He walked silently back to his room. Inside the room, the air was thick with silence. Ado sat with his head on the chair, eyes closed tight. Suddenly, Duck appeared from behind him, looking uncomfortable, and said, "What a despicable guy." Upon hearing this, he smiled and asked, "Why are you so hot?" "Duck." He barely smirked in response. He was neglected at the cradle, yet now, he's playing the role of a caring father? Although glanced and continued speaking, as the head of the family, I have no choice. You know that. And what you just said was an insult to the head of the family. Duck waved his hand, sat down on the chair, and sighed in response. Ha! Fine, take me away. Although reached into his shirt and took out something, smiling as he spoke. This is why only you can have a relaxed conversation with me. What he just took out was a bottle of wine. He smiled and continued speaking. Let's drink and talk. Seeing the bottle of wine, Duck became extremely excited, exclaiming, "Dragon breath!" And it's even dyed red. See? Finally, you have some talent. They continued their conversation. You've heard about the strange state of the continent, right? I sneak around in the academy. Duck smiled and said, how would I know that? Although asked again, what about your eyes and hands all over the continent? Are they still alive? His face turned red with mockery. You already knew this. Why ask now? You fake fox. The emperor is obsessed with immortality and is searching the entire continent like a madman. He asked, right? Do you think it's feasible? Those words left Duck speechless. Of course not. Eternal youth can be achieved through magic, but immortality is absolutely impossible. Hearing that, his eyes sparkled as he continued. I agree. He said further. But what if? What if it involves an ancient dragon's treasure? Those words made Duck freeze in surprise. What is that? From inside Atho's room, their conversation continued lively. Even though magic can make people look younger, immortality remains impossible. In a nearby room, Zik was observing. What if it's what? He stood silently in one place, using his spirit transformation skill to listen to the entire conversation. Arthur and Duck were completely unaware of anyone else's presence, discussing what if the artifact he found is related to ancient times. That's just a possibility. Duck asks, has he ever found the location of that thing? Arthur replies, it's possible. The Night Order reported back to us that the artifact is likely located on the northern continent. He then asked again, the northern continent? He continued, the people in the Empire still don't know about this information, right? Arthur answers, yeah, but it's just a matter of time before they find out. This reminds me of my past. That mad emperor started his unification war as soon as he ascended to the throne. The fighting only stopped when he conquered half of the central continent. I thought he would give up on that crazy dream, but maybe I was wrong. Just one of those artifacts granting immortality is enough to drive him. Duck didn't get a chance to finish his sentence. Thor interrupted. This land will be plunged into flames once again. He continued, considering the importance of this. I decided to go north alone. Duck was surprised and exclaimed, what? You left your position empty when you knew that Mad Emperor would cause chaos everywhere. He smiled cryptically and replied, that's why I came to see you. Upon Arthur's words, Duck understood and sighed. So in your previous life, you were Huli-Ha and now you're wise? They clinked their glasses together. Right next to them, Rek was listening intently. I know I can trust you. You always make me do difficult things. Suddenly, he slumped down on the ground and fell to his knees. His face showed exhaustion as he thought, I must have overused my spirit power. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't do anything about the ancient lineage? That's right. So the statue in my hands before reverting must be an artifact of the ancient lineage. The voice I heard before dying and the system message I saw after rebirth. Everything makes sense now. I stole the artifact that the Emperor desired. Han even sent his hounds to chase me. At that time, I didn't care what it was. However, I did find a lead. The system administrator's time travel function is part of the ancient dragon relic. But who created it and why? Thinking this, he sat down on the ground, his mind in turmoil as he sighed. In the end, I have more questions. After finishing their conversation, Duck began to leave and said, all right, I'll act immediately. Arthur waved his hand and replied, count on me. Saying goodbye to his close friend, he quickly returned to his room. With each step, he walked confidently. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He glanced suspiciously at the closed door. He seemed to sense something. Inside the room, Dick sat there deep in thought. If this is indeed the artifact the Emperor seeks, does rebirth have anything to do with eternal life? Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, his eyes wide open. From outside the door, Arthur suddenly pushed it and ran inside. But before him, the room was empty, no one in sight. It turned out that Zick had managed to escape through the window just as the danger arrived. He stood there wondering if he made a mistake. After some time, Zick returned to the training area. While training, a loud knock came from outside the door. He said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me in my training room?" Deacon replied, "Forgive me, sir, a fellow student is here to see you, so I'll send them away." These words left him puzzled. Fellow student? Do I have any friends at the academy? It must be Zaina. He replied with a nod. All right. Rek looked tiredly at the man kneeling before him and wondered, it's Liam Stone again. Why am I his friend? The man kept kneeling on the ground and shouted loudly, please, please accept me. Hearing this, he hesitated and sighed inwardly. He should have left earlier. Then he asked back, will you accept me? What? Meaning as a subordinate. Liam replied with his head bowed. Yes, sir. I swear my loyalty to you. Zek repeated, so what if you do? Hearing this, the man clenched his fist tightly on the ground and said angrily, I've abandoned him. His face darkened as he sweat profusely and continued worriedly, I need to get into Valhalla. At his attitude, he wondered, even in my past life, why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam didn't give up and pleaded again, please, please accept me. Jake replied, are you stupid? You should have chosen Zeman or Turin instead. As he spoke, he turned away to leave. I don't have a family to back me up. He approached and picked up a sword, saying further, that means I'm useless for helping you get into Valhalla. Lady, his sharp gaze asked, why should I trust you? Be honest. His next words made Liam's face turn dark with fear as sweat dripped down his face. You could be a spy sent to us. Suddenly, he drew out a dagger from his body. He showed more determination than ever to prove his loyalty. Liam gritted his teeth and brought the knife close to his ear. Without hesitation, he cut off one of his ears as proof. With the knife in hand, Liam shouted loudly, Sir, you have your doubts about me, but I will prove it to you. No matter what price I have to pay, if you want me to be mute, I'm willing to cut off my tongue. His whole body trembling, he continued, if you want me to be disabled, I'm ready to cut off both my legs. My life will be in your hands, sir. These words left Chozich very confused as his eyes darted back and forth. He recalled the scene from before to exchange for that familiar life. I'll take this ear away. Liam spoke seriously, so please accept me. Zik remembered a familiar scene. He once said, you want to become stronger. Standing in front of his master, he continued and surpassed everyone else. His eyes were just like Liam's now. Please teach me, master. Returning to the present, facing my past self again. Zik still didn't know what to say. He pleaded further, please, sir. Just as he finished speaking, Jake directly thrust his sword towards him. A single strike, pointing straight at him. He said, if you can withstand my strike, I'll accept you. These words gave hope to Liam. He smiled and replied, thank you very much. After a while, Jake asked, have you been fully healed now? He responded, yes, sir. He worried inwardly. Honestly, I thought this blow would be easy because the fact that I can use my Draker family's aura is undeniable. But was it really at my age back then? The air Zek emitted made him fear, his whole body trembling. His vision blurred as he gasped for breath. I almost couldn't breathe anymore. Before Liam could prepare, Zek lunged with the sword. Without time to think, he also risked raising his sword. The clash of the two swords created a large shockwave around them. His vision blurred as he gasped for breath. I almost couldn't breathe anymore. Before Liam could prepare, Zek lunged with the sword. Without time to think, he also risked raising his sword. The clash of the two swords created a large shockwave around them. Sparks flew as the swords rubbed against each other. Immediately after, one of the swords was sent flying into the air. And that sword wasn't anyone's but Liam's. He fell to his knees on the ground. Seeing his frightened expression, Jake asked, "Liam Stone, is this all you have?" What exactly happened? Your right arm? But what's more important than your life, huh? Hearing this question, Liam tightly gripped his own arm and replied, "It was my mother." He explained that after being kicked out by the guild a few days ago, he received news that his mother had collapsed due to high fever. Fortunately, the fever quickly subsided, but her body was covered in red spots resembling roses. She was also gradually weakening. As he spoke, he painfully fell onto the table. Even the village healers didn't know the name of this disease. Zik asked again, "So you're targeting Valhalla?" He replied, "Yes, the healthcare benefits provided by Valhalla for students and their families are considered the best in the continent." Hearing this, Jake uncomfortably picked up his ink pen. As he wrote something on a piece of paper, he said, "Red spots like roses. Regular high fevers and rose-shaped red spots all over the body. This is the symptom of red rose disease, a disease that will spread across the central continent in 5 years. With its high transmission rate and mortality, it has claimed countless lives until a breakthrough treatment ended this pandemic." Thinking about this, Jake brought the paper to Liam and said, "Here's the formula for the medicine that cured your mother's disease. It's not too hard, village healers should be able to make it." He gratefully accepted the paper and replied, "Thank you, sir. But how do you know about this disease when even the village healers don't know its name?" The genius alchemists and Jeff developed a cure that saved the central continent, but the alchemical guild was blinded by money and exploited desperate people to make huge profits. When they learned of this, they publicly released the formula, and information about it spread so much that even mercenaries like us know about it. Jake smiled and replied, "As if I know a talented alchemist." He continued, "Now you have the medicine. There's no reason for you to go to Valhalla or become my subordinate anymore." Hearing this, Liam stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "How can I do that?" He frankly said, "I've already given my life to you." Saying this, he clenched his fists on the ground. Kneeling in front of Jake, Liam solemnly vowed, "From now on, I swear to be loyal to you until the end of my days." Thinking to himself, a loyalty oath, having a mercenary as a subordinate really makes me feel more at ease. Thinking this, he said, "If you fall behind, I'll leave you behind, so keep up with me." He replied, "Yes, I understand, my lord." Time quickly passed and the sky grew dark. From inside a room came a voice. "What's going on?" Hogwarts asked. Student Owen responded, "Yes, headmaster, I have something to say. What do you think about increasing the difficulty of this semester's evaluation test?" This made him slightly surprised, and he asked back, "Why?" Owen smiled and replied, "You might find this a bit presumptuous. Like the first-year students this year, they are very talented. They all come from prestigious families, and even to pureblood awakened students. If this test were as easy as last year's, it wouldn't differentiate their true abilities." Hearing his response, Hogwarts agreed. "That makes sense. Indeed, the Seaman's lineage. I'll consider that." He nodded in agreement. "Thank you, headmaster." Speaking of which, he quickly stepped out. The door closed behind him. Hogwarts sat and turned to face the window, sighing heavily. He thought to himself, "Indeed, bloodlines never lie. I didn't expect her to have the same thoughts as that person, considering potential future threats. So it would be better to prevent them from within." During the dungeon exploration assessment, it's a special Draker Academy test where two-person teams must escape within the time limit. Each team is assigned dungeons with varying difficulty and diversity. Inside the dungeon, Jake looks at Liam and asks, "Are you worried?" Liam replies, "Yeah, a little," and smiles to comfort him. "Don't worry. It's normal to be concerned, but too much worry can lead to mistakes. Not enough concern might make one arrogant. So it's best to stay balanced." Nearby, Rena is also very nervous about the test. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes. Next up are Gregor and Liam Stone. Hearing this, he responds, "Let's go!" Liam agrees. "Yes, master." As they step inside, someone approaches to block their path and says, "Hold on." Pointing to the side, he continues, "You two will take this passage." In front of them is a dark, cold dungeon that looks very mysterious. Sensing something unusual here, Ratch blinks his eyes and scans around. Seeing both still standing there, the professor urges, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in." He just smiles slightly without replying. They decide to enter the designated dungeon as instructed. Although difficulty varies by dungeon, since this is a Draker Academy test, there won't be significant danger. The goal remains escaping within the time limit. Each team gets a timer device that starts counting when entering. The exact time limit is 9 hours and 6 minutes. Basic combat skills are also part of the assessment. Bringing back the heads of defeated monsters will earn extra points. However, escaping the dungeon is most important. Failing to escape within the allotted time means failure. Inside the dungeon, Zik says calmly, "Since we just ate, you should rest, Liam." Liam replies, "As you ordered and prepared our meal, maybe I'll rest first then." He adds, "I can stay awake for days without sleeping, so don't worry." Hearing this, Liam doesn't argue anymore. "If it's okay with you, I'll take a nap now." He agrees, "Sure, I'll wake you up if anything happens." So both set up camp and make a fire to rest in the dark, cold dungeon. Ratch looks at his watch, thinking 16 hours have passed since entering the dungeon. And I've been awake for 3 days before this test. So I've been awake for about 90 hours. However, infinite endurance can only recover physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion. In such an unpredictable place, it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. Around him, a series of bells are installed to alert in case of major changes. His eyes start to feel heavy. When Liam wakes up, "I'll take over." Suddenly, the image of a bell surrounded by snow appears in his mind. His eyes gradually close as he falls asleep due to fatigue. A strange scene continues to appear in his mind, somewhere he's never seen before. Above the city gate is a red flag with a large line on it. Everything looks desolate and destroyed, as if there was a war just ended. On the snow-covered ground, bodies of girls are scattered, bloodied. He can't see her face clearly. A bell rings. Instantly awake, his eyes widen with sweat pouring down. In front of him is still the dungeon interior and the flickering firelight. He clutches his head, breathing heavily. Damn, that dream again. But wait, I'm sure I heard a bell somewhere. Just then, he remembers the bells are outside the door. Zek immediately douses the fire with water to put it out. He wakes Liam up. Line 59 is repeated as per instruction. 60 continues from line 58. He wakes Liam up. "Wake up quick, Liam. The enemy is here. I'll go check the situation first. Don't light a fire." He replied, "Got it, master." He stood guard, alert and hidden behind the door, thinking, using Longan in a 4-day test is too risky. It's best to let your eyes get used to the darkness on their own. Just as he thought this, suddenly an unusual scent wafted into his nose. Is it the scent of the star? Don't say anything. A creature with a scent trail and hunts by smell in packs. A level 3 dangerous monster. Hellhound! Jake clenched his sword tightly, thinking. In his past life, Zaina brought the Aros heads back in the evaluation, but he never expected to encounter hellhounds here. He glanced towards the distance to observe the situation, but strangely, none could be seen. Wait a minute, something's not right. Even their lead dog couldn't possibly weigh several hundred kilograms. Got it! Zik slowly raised his sword. Through the reflection on the blade, he looked towards the cave entrance in front of him. But with these tremors, it felt like it had to weigh at least a few dozen tons. Could it have mutated? Before he could understand what was happening, a large shockwave hit. Damn it. The rocks and earth around the cave shook violently, breaking apart into large chunks. Fortunately, in this moment of danger, he managed to use his sword to keep himself standing firm. Liam saw this and worriedly ran over to ask, "Sir, are you alright, master?" He gritted his teeth angrily, thinking, what a bunch of scoundrels. They must be after it. In front of him stood a massive hellhound, stepping forward. I knew they were behind this. But things didn't stop there. The hellhound's eyes darkened. Its head hung with cuts. What appeared was a huge orc. Liam, in shock, asked, one-star beast. Zek, a level 1 dangerous monster, could easily devour the hellhounds and those ologes. Their blood is crucial for healing potions, but more importantly, they have an unreasonable regenerative ability. Suddenly, before he could say anything, Liam moved forward. He raised his sword in front of him, saying, "Let me distract it. Meanwhile, please run, master." Hearing this, Zek knew he had chosen the right person. He smiled approvingly at him. Then he slowly approached and gently tapped his shoulder, saying, "Don't say such hopeless words." Both stood back to fight together. "Master, why would you abandon your subordinate?" He continued, "I believe in your efforts. Liam, you're not weak at all. I'll support you, so just go all out." Hearing this, despite his immense tension, he felt more confident and replied, "Thank my master." Immediately, both moved swiftly towards the monster in front of them. Before the hellhound could react, it was hit by countless deadly sword slashes. Zek watched it, thinking, not bad. Impressive that he could injure that tough skin of the hellhound. And he even aimed for the joints. Liam wonders if Jake has spent time researching these monsters. As he thinks this, Jake suddenly exclaims, but at that moment, Cho's whip attacks him. Luckily, Jake reacts quickly to block it and saves Liam. He continues chopping the whip in half with another slash. Seeing this, Liam worries and says, I'm sorry, master." The master smiles and replies, "No problem. Your first real battle wasn't bad at all. Targeting those soft joints was a good choice. But you underestimated its regeneration ability. Remember that Cho can heal minor injuries almost instantly, so direct attacks like these won't work on its regenerative abilities." Zek looks at the whip and says, "It seems it's beyond his strength now." With a fierce look in his eyes, he says, "Let me finish it off." After a frenzied attack, Cho's head finally falls to the ground. The system then pops up with a notification. You defeated a Chow, gaining 30 points of karma. Jake says, "It will give us many more points. Let's collect it quickly." Liam steps forward and responds. Under the command, while he diligently collects the monster's head, his eyes scan the system panel. Above it reads, "Sudden mission. One task for 2 rewards, hunt 100 monsters from 10 types in the dungeon. Time limit, 7 to 2 hours. Mission reward doubled karma points during the process, receiving to random boxes." He smiles. What double karma points? The system continues, mission status. 2 types, 14 monsters. Innocent monsters won't count. Remaining time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. Looking at the clock, he thinks there are still 79 hours before the test ends, so the 100 monster condition isn't an issue. But finding all 10 types is tough. Even though this place is vast, it's a dungeon for testing, usually only having 3 to 4 types. But since this is a trap set by Z-Man, maybe if we search thoroughly, we can find the missing type. Complete the mission and escape here? It doesn't seem easy. As he thinks this, Liam speaks up. Finished, master. Along with the time counter, they were given a bag to store the heads of defeated monsters. Although it's not as good as an infinite bag, it's enough for transporting loot. Decided. He replies, "Alright, let's go. Don't fall behind." Liam. He continues. Understood. They continue fighting. Time passes. 6 to 7 hours, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. 6 to 4 hours, 7 minutes, 60 seconds. 6 to 1 hour, 3 seconds. 5 to 6 hours, for 2 7 seconds. For 2 7 hours, 1 minute, 6 seconds. For 2 1 hour, 1 minute, 41 seconds. They discover many monsters at 39 hours, 8 minutes, for seconds, and then at 31 hours, 33 minutes, 44 seconds. Time approaches the missions and 27 hours, 47 seconds, 20 hours, 8 minutes, 49 seconds, 12 hours, 26 minutes, 26 seconds. After a while, Zek looks at Liam and asks, "How are we doing, Liam? We've done pretty well. Are you used to the real battle?" Hearing this, he forces a smile and replies, "I'm not sure either." Seeing this, he smiles and comforts him. "Don't worry, everyone needs time to adapt." Then Jake continues looking at the system panel. Remaining time 50 minutes, 54 seconds. Mission status 9 types on 99 monsters. He thinks even after catching even tiny blood-sucking lice, we only have 9 types left. We've run out of places to look. The more he thinks about it, the more frustrated he feels. Those damn Z-men aren't helping at all. Why didn't they prepare one more type for us? Just as he thinks this, Jake suddenly stops. His eyes widen. He senses something is coming. A wary glance to one side. Instantly, the ground splits open beneath both of them. Jake is extremely worried. Liam puts down the bag. Hearing this, he still doesn't understand what's happening, his face showing disgust. Suddenly, a slash splits the bag in two, causing it to burst into flames. Below the ground, a huge monster appears, blood splattering everywhere. Liam is so scared that he can hardly breathe. His body stiffens. Luckily, just in time, Ratch rushes over to save him again, but his hand has been injured. After a moment of shock, Liam asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" He replies, "No need to worry, it's just the monster's blood." He raises his hand and continues, "Liam, stay back this time." In front of them, a monstrous creature with a grotesque body and sharp teeth emerges, growling, "I didn't think I could fight while keeping an eye on you." He thinks to himself, "A dungeon crawler. It's an extremely dangerous monster. Usually, it would take a whole team of experienced knights to control it." Thinking this, he curses, "Damn Z-men, they're really putting all their effort into killing me." The dungeon crawler rushes forward with the speed of a coffin lid, causing dust to fly everywhere. Liam calls out worriedly, "Master." His face darkens as fear surges. Suddenly, he remembers something and glances back. Liam steps in to search through the contents of the bag. On this side, Zik is struggling to block the monster's attack. He quickly dodges to one side, swinging his sword at its body, but it remains unharmed. He thinks even knights would avoid fighting a dungeon crawler in such a place, because of its tendency to burrow and move underground, if not eliminated soon. Just then, a large gash appears from the ground. Zek quickly senses its presence, turning his head around. As expected, the dungeon crawler attacks, trying to eat him alive. I'll be devoured by it too. Without thinking, he jumps aside to avoid it. Then Ratch continues swinging his sword in front of him. He plunges a deep cut into its body and grinds his teeth, forcefully pulling the monster apart with the same swing. The dungeon crawler can't react in time. Blood spurts out violently from its mouth. Ratch grits his teeth resolutely. "Keep cutting. I'll split you in two." His foot is hit by something heavy, causing the ground to crack. Its tail reveals a series of venomous spines. But Jake no longer cares about anything else now. All he thinks about is the disgusting creature. Just as he says this, the dungeon crawler's body slowly contracts. It tightly wraps around him, leaving no room to retreat. After securing its prey, it uses both its tail and mouth to attack simultaneously. Luckily, Liam arrives just in time, stabbing his sword into the monster. It receives a surprise blow, wincing as if in immense pain. Looking up at the sky, Jake now feels something has happened. The squeeze is weakening. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly retreats to escape the dungeon crawler's grasp. Seeing Ratch, Liam asks worriedly, "Are you okay, master?" He wipes blood from his mouth and asks, "What did you do, Liam?" Ratch replies, "I applied a numbing agent to my sword." Hearing this, he thinks, that's right, the main ingredient of the numbing agent is deadly nightshade. For humans, it only causes temporary numbness. But for a creature like that, it's practically poison. In such a critical situation, you remembered that deadly nightshade was the weakness of the creature and used the numbing agent as a substitute. Truly, Liam Stone is a mercenary with excellent judgment and adaptability. Thinking this, Jake smiles and says, "Liam, when I give the signal, stab it again with your sword. Bringing you was indeed a wise decision." Finished speaking, he quickly leaps onto the monster's back. He dodges towards its head, then swings his sword and shouts, "Liam." Hearing the command, he swiftly uses the numbing agent-tipped sword to stab the dungeon crawler. It recoils in pain, arching its neck up into the sky with a roar. Its entire body stiffens due to the poison. Seizing this opportunity, Zik uses his sword to perform an elemental skill. He sliced straight down from its neck to below, decapitating it. The Zik monster's body split into and died instantly. The system then displayed a notification. You've completed the sudden mission. Your mission points earned during the task have doubled. You received 2 random boxes. Current mission points are 780. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, an announcement echoed that the students had successfully escaped from the dungeon. Hurry over to count your points. Those who finished can leave now. A professor looked at the pile of monsters Xena had obtained and said, "Alright, I'll start counting the points now." She replied, "Yes." The professor continued, 30 base points for escaping the dungeon, 20 goblin, 2 hobgoblin, 1 Oros, total 180 points. Hearing this, other students couldn't help murmuring in amazement, nearly matching the record of 200 points from Abin's day. As expected, the fake pureblood monster is indeed a different class. The professor praised wholeheartedly, "No wonder it's the Tauren clan, surpassing the 130-point mark." She responded with a bow, "Thank you for your praise." After that, the professor continued looking at Owen and said, "Alright, I'll start counting now." After some time of calculation, the professor announced, "Total points are 120. You've surpassed the 70-point mark." "Well done," his teammate said cheerfully. "Thank you, sir." Owen looked extremely angry at Xena and thought to himself, "Xena Tauren, you won't be able to brag forever." He smirked after thinking that, but if anything goes wrong, just handle her like Jake. Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, how long has it been since I last saw the sun?" He immediately turned around to look, recognizing that voice. As expected, it was Jake who just appeared. Meanwhile, Liam was carrying out the dungeon worm's head outside. "What? Why is he here?" The students standing nearby exchanged surprised glances. "Look, that's a dungeon worm, right? Isn't Orc the highest level monster? So why is it here? Did they all defeat that dungeon worm together?" After approaching the professor, both of them threw the worm down. Jake smirked disdainfully and turned to Owen, asking, "Why are you looking so surprised?" "Owen," he continued, "not happy to see me." "Ha." Those words made him seethe with anger, gritting his teeth inwardly. This arrogant bastard. But that wasn't all. Jake continued teasing. "Where's the usual emotionless face?" He put his hand in his pocket and said, "Forget it, this look is better." Owen was speechless, his face turning dark with anger. Jake looked at his furious expression as he turned to leave and asked, "Are you leaving already?" He thought angrily, "Damn those purebloods, I'll make them pay for underestimating me." Seeing their hurried departure made Jake feel incredibly relieved, scared out of his wits. The professor asked, "Has the little competition between you all ended?" "Student," he smiled and replied, "Yes, sir. It's done." He continued speaking. "Professor Andre." He looked at the paper and began to speak. "So I'll start grading now." Jake spoke up. "We only have this one. Do we need a separate scoring system?" He replied, "As long as I'm doing the grading, you can relax. I won't miss anything." He asked again, "Did any of you lose your head containers?" Jake answered, "Yeah, we did." In this terrible situation, all the students were terrified and ran away, covering their mouths. Dick smiled to herself, thinking they got lucky. "That damned underground worm ambushed us, losing all the heads we collected over 3 days. I didn't want to fail, so I had to quickly take its head to make up for what was lost." Besides Andre, who else is meticulous enough to check each sample of meat and skin stuck in those teeth? After a while, the bloody gloves were thrown away. The professor spoke, mentioning that gremlin and goblin creatures had been identified. Everyone got excited. Zhou Xiao from Asia and Ray continued, "Judging by blood volume, it's quite a lot. But if we acknowledge this, it would be unfair to the other contestants. So we'll consider each confirmed creature as one. Besides Joe and Underground Worm, they're not on the score sheet, but based on records, their scores are equivalent to 3 and 6 arrows. So it's converted to 90 and 180 points respectively. Total is 368 points. Alright, the other professors were also stunned by this score. How many points did we get back then? Back when Hellhounds weren't even on the score sheet. 368 points. Can we reach that level? Suddenly a student angrily approached and shouted, "What's the deal? The only stuffed creature here is the Underground Worm." Another student replied, "Just one of those worms already got us 180 points. And now, what does it even matter?" Think about it. If you encounter an Underground Worm or just a Hellhound, do you think you can survive? They exclaimed, "Is Jake Draker really that talented?" Jake thought to himself, "These guys are overreacting again. This feeling is different from when they mocked us before, not bad. But I'm drawing too much attention again." The Zimming clan even went as far as to manipulate the underground to eliminate me. Was it just Quinn's doing? No, he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's test. It might have been Zimming who was involved personally. Thinking this, Zik became worried. Seems like I'm being watched more than I thought. Hiding power to openly might backfire. From now on, it's best to go along and observe. Suddenly, someone called out from behind Jake. Jake Drager. It was Raina who approached. He was surprised and asked, "Raina?" She glanced at him and said, "Consider this your win for now." Then they walked away quietly. Jake was confused. Did I win? What does that mean? Later in the training room, he looked at the system display and said, "Is this what someone wants?" The system appeared. Level 1 Dragon Skill. Village Defender. You can eat more and digest better. This is exactly what I wanted. Need 50 points to unlock. Current karma point is 780. Hearing this, he said, "I ignored it before because it seemed useless. But now, spending 50 points doesn't matter much." The system asks, "Do you want to activate the Dragon Contract Devouring?" He replied, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the system display changed dramatically. Jake thought to himself, has the skill description changed? The system shows Level 1 Dragon Contract Devouring. When used, everything can be digested and converted into energy. Additionally, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities allows absorbing their power. Hearing this, he smiled in interest. Absorbing a monster's power, I should have activated it before the new test. Let me try converting energy first to understand better. The system appeared activating dragon techniques and defense. Before the meat could be bitten into, suddenly a black stream pushed it away. He glanced back in surprise. The scene before him was incredibly strange. He exclaimed, "What is this?" The ground meat was slowly being pulled down by some force. Jake thought to himself, like it's sinking into quicksand, the meat seems to be vanishing into darkness. Suddenly, the system notified that it was replenishing lost energy with absorbed energy. My headache eased up, as if I just blinked for a moment. Could it have reduced my mental fatigue? Not only that, but my entire body felt full of vitality. Both mental and physical exhaustion were alleviated. Even the slight hunger I had was surely restored by activating dragon techniques and defense. Thinking this, he continued to pour more meat down below. It's definitely worth 50 points. With just this skill, I can reduce the risk of all other skills. Mental fatigue can be relieved with consumption, while physical exhaustion is handled by infinite endurance. The more he thought about it, the more he laughed aloud in delight. So I can train for 24 hours straight without eating or sleeping. Let's get to work then. Just as he was saying this, a knock on the door interrupted his mood. He groggily asked, "Decker, didn't I tell you before? Don't disturb me when I'm training." The man outside replied, "Sorry, master, but this is an important message that I need to deliver quickly." He asked again, "An important message?" He said, "Your sword has been completed." Hearing this, Jake joyfully exclaimed. Finally, at Humber's Forge, Jake spoke, "Ganlion, my sword is done." The man replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." He sat in silence, waiting and thinking. In the past life, The sword I received from Ganlion was made of mithril and pure iron. Graham, the legendary sword, is recognizable to everyone. This is an exquisite piece. Even though this time I provided dragon fangs as material, I think it will look like Graham. But his expectations completely shattered when he saw the sword. It wasn't a bright golden sword, but a black one entirely encased in a wooden box. What is this? He held up the sword with one hand, examining it closely. The outside looked dull. Jock asked Hanbeck, "Did you intentionally leave the blade unsharpened?" Hanbeck replied, "Originally, that's how the sword is." Jock glanced at him and placed the sword in its box. "Turns out this is the shape you thought best for me." Hanbeck hesitated. Yes, Hanbeck thought to himself, most people would deceive themselves about it, but who truly understands my intent? In Zick's contemplative demeanor, Hanbeck suddenly thought if that day happened again. Hanbeck told Zick, "Master, actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I tried naming it, but couldn't come up with anything." Then he asked, "Will you give it a name?" "Master," Zick pointed at himself blankly. "Me, name it." Zick's eyes changed. He recalled the Sunpoint Graham was named by Ganlion himself, but now he says it's Graham with a new look and made from dragon fangs. But this is an entirely different sword from Graham. Thinking this, he suddenly drew out a sharp knife and cut his own hand. A name, right? Hanbeck was extremely surprised by what he saw. But this is ridiculous. Zick picked up his sword after thinking, "Well, even if that's the case, your face reflects on the sword. The most important thing is to convert light energy." Zick thought he had gone through a lot of hardships to help Ganlion create magical electricity and forge the sword. Not only because of his outstanding skills, but also Grimm's core ability to convert light energy. Zick began to sense the power flow of the sword gradually. This unique ability can transform spirit energy, azure, or any other energy into light energy. The grip of Zek started emitting a green light. That light gradually enveloped Zek and his sword. "I was born without spirit energy. This is what helped me reach the rank of Chainmail Knight." At this moment, Harbert scratched his head as he stepped out from the room. "Phew, finally found it. Sorry, Master, did you wait long?" But upon stepping out, he was surprised by what he saw. The sword bearer with the sword slung over his shoulder smiled at him. "You're here!" Harbert exclaimed. "Oh, light energy!" He silently marveled as clean light energy surrounded the sword. "Master, you've surpassed the Black Knight rank." Zick told Harbert that this sword is unbelievable. "I really struggled to get it." Harbert laughed and replied, "Compared to a forge, what's this? More important." He held out the scabbard in front of Zick and asked, "Can you take a look at this?" Jake curiously looked at the item in Harbert's hand. "A scabbard?" Harbert continued, "My master personally made this scabbard." Jake thoughtfully looked at the scabbard. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of Galilean's master, Gondrin Eobar. An idea flashed through Jake's mind. "What? Gondrin Eobar? It's Gondrin Eobar, known as the pinnacle of blacksmithing. Gondrin Eobard, the greatest blacksmith on the continent, with unparalleled skills among dwarves. Gondrin's products are nearly perfect and possess many special abilities that make them worth tens of thousands of gold for collectors." Zig so held up his hand to Harbert. "So you're a student of Gondrin?" Harbert exclaimed, "Indeed, you can read Dwarven." Zig continued, "If it's from Gondrin, then this isn't an ordinary scabbard." Harbert confidently said, "Of course." Then he used his finger to push the rotating button on the scabbard and said, "If you rotate the button on the shield grip, it will transform into a shield like this." As soon as he spoke, the scabbard transformed into an extremely sturdy shield. Harbert briefly explained the shield's functions. Made from wyvern and midran bones, it can withstand most attacks. If you rotate the button down on the grip of the shield, it will revert to a scabbard. Then he handed the scabbard to Zick and said, "Although this is far from repaying your kindness, Master, Please accept it. This is my gift for you. Zik wondered if he could sell this for a forge. Harbert laughed loudly. I can't sell my master's work to anyone. Zik tried to persuade him but said, still, it's worth tens of thousands of gold. Harbert was surprised. What? Really? But Zik continued, well, I will treasure it anyway. Zik took the scabbard and compared it to his sword. The scabbard is smaller than the sword. As he thought, he tried fitting the sword into the scabbard. But if it's a product of Gondar and Eobar, then for sure. Looking at the scabbard transforming to fit with the sword, Zik was pleased. Just as I thought. This surpasses all expectations. Zik happily thanked Harbert. I have received a truly valuable gift. And that's it. Thanks a lot. Ganlian. Seeing that Harbert was satisfied with the gift, Ganlian felt happy too. I'm glad you like it. When he returned, Zik continued to study the gloves he just received. Iron meteorite, that's an extremely rare material. The information display system on his gloves is showing data now. Glove info. These gloves were made from durable and lightweight iron meteorite. Unique ability? No! Special feature. This unique ability will be activated when the full set of iron meteorite equipment is equipped. 2 random boxes were awarded as part of a quest task. Zik looked at the first open box with a mix of surprise and caution. The random reward box I received as a quest prize was unexpected. I thought it would be like treasure, but what's inside is even more valuable. There's another unopened box. Zik quickly opened it too. Then came the second box, which slowly opened up. But when he saw what was inside, Zik's face showed a lot of questions. What is this? Jake picked up an old piece of paper with some faded ink and markings. What could it be? A map. Suddenly, Jake's eyes widened in surprise. The system displayed a notification before his eyes. We have detected traces of the Great Sage Kaiser on this map. Jake wondered, Kaiser, could it be the Hero King Kaiser? The Hero King Kaiser and the Clock Tower Knights, a popular book across the continent. It records the journey of Kaiser and his knights in overthrowing the kingdom of Kronos, a once glorious civilization. However, the content is too unbelievable and there's no historical evidence to verify it, so it's considered fictional. But with the system's notification just now, Zik tightly gripped the map. So, the Hero King Kaiser was real. The system displayed another notification, restoring and analyzing the damaged parts of the item. Analysis complete. Location confirmed on the mini-map. Jake watched the system screen closely. This is what the map looks like now. Jake thought the huge mountain range was Manji territory. This might be easier than I thought. Jake sat in deep thought. Suddenly, a small system screen appeared beside him. Jake read it out loud. Based on user level. End of tutorial. Jake was a bit confused. Tutorial complete. Another notification popped up next to his hand, and while he was still processing the previous one. You have found an item related to your quest. Quest achievement. Kaiser's Legacy. Collect Kaiser's vision from a relic with traces of Kaiser. Time limit. No! Quest reward. Upgrade system administrator level. Current level. Low-level admin upgraded to general admin. Zik understood now. So the tutorial was designed to bring me to a certain level. Jake smiled slightly. I've taken my first step. Now the real game will begin. He felt excited. Even the reward is at an entirely different level. After reading all those notifications and rewards, Jake slowly stood up. Alright, so you give a determined smile and say we'll swallow everything without leaving anything behind. First, use up the stored mana points. The system sequentially displays notifications. Second-tier sigils are now available. Take a look at the second-tier sigil. It hardens into this shape. Provides perfect magical resistance. Locked. Dare to unlock 80 points. Swipe the line. Use powerful swipe to slash the enemy once. Locked. Dare to unlock 80 points. Thinking I have quite a few points now, but I don't know when I'll get another chance to accumulate so many. Although very eager, for now, I should invest in some potion bottles and second-tier sigils and keep 400 points reserved. With that, he tapped the screen. The system immediately notified, activating Dragon Scale Armor Technique. activating Dragon Swipe technique. Very quickly, the technique's activated on Rix. Quickly test out the new skill. Try swiping first. Rix swings his hand powerfully in a circle. The floor is instantly scratched with a huge mark. Rix admires the mark he just created. Ha, this even better than expected. Then he raises his sword to test the remaining technique. Alright, next, scale armor. A loud sound from impact reverberates. Jake's sword is forcefully pushed back. Surprised, I didn't use light energy, but even using full strength instead of cutting, the blade recoils against me. This feels like wearing a full body armor without any weapon. As he turns his shoulders, Jake thinks, swiping for offense, scales for defense. Very understandable, activation complete. Continue then. The scene shifts to the central training ground at Draker Academy. A voice echoes across the training ground. Before we practice light energy techniques, I will announce the rules. The instructor continues holding his sword. Behind me, you can see the dummies for training. They are specially created dummies. A normal physical strike cannot even scratch them. He just slashed a line on one of the dummies with his sword. Continuing, he says, however, if light energy is infused into an attack, they can be easily destroyed. After demonstration, he sheathed his sword and continued teaching, if even breaking them isn't possible. Then he looks at everyone with a cold gaze. You will fail. Regardless of previous evaluations, you must start from the basics again. The students sweat as they discuss nervously. Starting over means no promotion. Instructor shouts, silence. When I call out someone's name, step forward. Next, Aaron. Aaron hurriedly runs up, present, looking at his worried expression. Owen stands behind thinking. All the new recruits are nervous and anxious. Then he smirks. But for me, this training method is just like my family's light techniques. The core training of light energy at this academy was established by the Zimmerman family. Then he glances at Yakin standing behind Jake. No matter how talented the artificial blood awakeners are, they cannot outmaneuver me in controlling light energy. The instructor speaks up now. Next, Owen. Confidently holding his sword, Owen steps forward as instructed by the instructor. Ready, then step up. He kicks and swings his sword. Watching the light energy swirling around him, everyone around is surprised. Sword resonance. The examiner turns to the instructor, saying, at just 13 years old, he has achieved sword resonance impressive. The instructor nods and responds, members of a prestigious noble family must be like that. A beam of light appears. One dummy is torn in half, another dummy's head is split open. We see flashes of light and the other wraiths are torn to pieces. The other students are left speechless by this scene. All the wraiths there have been slashed by Owen's sword, torn apart. The examiner praises him. Great! Z-Man's family is different. Then he pats his shoulder to encourage him. Like this, he might even surpass Mr. Amen. But before this praise, instead of being happy like the other students, Owen grits his teeth and pushes away the other person's hand. Watching his angry back leave, the examiner whispers, what kind of attitude is that? Professor crosses his arms and frowns. Tight. Little Black is arrogant. Then the next voice rings out, with other students following to take their turn. But it seems they're not doing well either. The examiner glances at the broken test sheet. Everyone's having trouble. The professor says they must have lost confidence after seeing Owen's move. Talib looks at the students, noting that no one has failed yet. Even in a class of specialists, all students can infuse light energy into their swords. But even among the best, the strong always stand out. Now it's Rhina's turn to take the test. She speaks up. I'm ready. Before taking the test, she tells the professor, Professor, may I make a request? The professor replies, Go on. Raina looks at him with determination and states her request. I want to be evaluated on using the Iron Dragon technique. The professor tells her, that's the load chain assessment. Raina persists. I know. The students below think about it. Tight. Since awakening as a bloodline, she has become unbearably arrogant. The difficulty of light energy transfer and Iron Dragon technique is completely different. Maintaining light on one sword is already extremely difficult, but the Iron Dragon technique requires precise control to allocate the right amount of light for each action. Owen thinks maybe she can only swing a few times before losing control over the energy. Vina Torn. That competitive spirit has harmed her. The professor questions Zaina. The failure terms will be much stricter. Are you sure? Vina confirms. I'm sure. The professor agrees with her. So it's up to you. Vina nods and thanks him. Taking the sword in hand, she proceeds. Other students carefully observe Reina taking the test. A stream of light quickly envelops Reina. She swings her sword down, slicing a wraith. Then countless flashes slice through the wraiths into many pieces. At the last wraith, Vina decisively stabs it hard, causing it to shatter. Vina has completed her test. Behind her are scattered pieces of torn wraiths on the floor. The students couldn't help but exclaim continuously, clearly seeing that Owen was no match. I thought Owen was the best at controlling light energy, but compared to her, he's far behind. Hearing such talk made Owen grind his teeth in anger, veins popping out on his face. Reina took a deep breath and turned around, pointing her sword directly at Owen, surprising him. He frowned, wondering what was going on. Is she trying to stab me? But then his expression changed suddenly. Slowly turning back, his face became tense. No, from the start. The sword was indeed pointed at him, but there was another formidable figure standing behind him. Zek sneered. You're not even worthy of my attention. Zek scratched his head, thinking to himself, looks like things are getting complicated. He recalled the image of Xena looking at him. If she tricked me, I can't ignore her either. Should I meet her expectations a little? After thinking it through, he raised his hand and said, Professor, I also want to be evaluated based on the Dragon Soul technique. Hearing this, the professor's expression turned uncomfortable with a bloodshot gaze. He asked, You're named Dick, right? Do you think mastering the Dragon Soul technique is that easy just because you saw Zaina perform it easily? He continued, Zaina is a pureblood awakened being. Before he could finish, someone else interrupted him. The evaluation criteria will be the same as Zaina's. No problem at all. Jake smiled confidently in response. Of course, sir. No further discussion. He started positioning himself. The professor was still unsatisfied and asked again, Why are you allowing this? This student is marked as present for all classes, but I've never seen her in class even once. The professor replied, That's the result of this student winning a bet with Professor Andre. Anyway, I just got here, so maybe I don't know yet. A pureblood awakened being with unprecedented golden light, breaking Abel's record in the dungeon exploration test. That person over there, Zekrker. The system notification appeared. Black Sword Bahamut has detected Ezer, activating its unique ability, transforming aura, currently converting Ezer into aura. His face turned worried as he thought, Damn it, this is even harder than I thought. After calming down for a moment, he tightened his grip on the sword and smiled. Should be good now. No more hesitation. Jake swung his sword. Seeing this attack, Vina immediately recognized it, her eyes widening in shock. The unawakened Jake was using the Dragon Soul technique, chopping one part into two halves. She worriedly thought to herself, me, or if compared to Professor Andre, it's almost perfect. A swing that directly split the dummy in half. This is the Dragon Soul technique I've been practicing for 2 years before regression. From the direction of the sword swing, foot placement, to the flow of aura, now my body can move automatically without thinking. Thinking this, Dick pressed his feet into the ground and restrained himself. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought, even though I'm tired of practicing this technique, reviewing the basics isn't bad either. Today should be enough to push Xena. Just as he was thinking this, several whispers suddenly echoed, startling him. Wait a minute. He definitely wrapped his sword in aura just now, right? Yes, I saw it too, the entire sword. So does that mean he's at a necromancer level? Hearing this, Dick exclaimed, I must have focused too much. Behind him, all the wooden dummies were broken, as if he had unconsciously revealed his aura. I was just trying to adjust it to run his level. damn it, causing attention again. The two professors were left speechless at this. A first-year student reaching a necromancer level. Owen clenched his fists so hard they trembled. A fear he didn't want anyone to know had risen in him. Meanwhile, Rhina's hands also tightened into fists. But her expression was completely different from Owen's. A faint smile curved at the corner of her mouth. In the large room after some time, someone placed a teacup on the table and spoke. I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. Hogwarts continued. It seems you achieved something astonishing, right? Jig-dab, just luck, sir. Without stopping, he asked further. At 13 years old to reach a master assassin level just luck? So, Zick, what do you think about taking the advanced test? Hearing this, Owen questioned back, an advanced test, sir. Are you talking about skipping one grade? He replied, it could be one or even more. It's a program for outstanding students like you. Upon his words, Zick thought, they're biting the bait faster than we expected. Still, Hogwarts drawing more attention to this is no surprise. With that in mind, Zick smiled and replied, alright, I'll do it, sir. The conversation ended here. The door slowly closed. Zick walked out with a fierce aura, thinking to himself, looks like he has some plan. Let's go along with his idea for now. Inside Hogwarts' room, he sat facing the window. Suddenly, he reached into his jacket and took something out. He said, Rainer Dracker and Sieg Dracker, both pureblood false awakeners, have agreed to take the advanced test. Hearing this, a voice from somewhere responded, I understand. I'll arrange everything needed. Hogwarts revealed a sly smile. Things are about to get interesting. Scene shift at Dracker Academy, High Aura Training Room. Inside Rhina's room as well, she glanced over. Beside her was Jake. He avoided looking back and tried to avoid her forced smile. He silently thought, at least pretend not to be spying on him. Just then, someone pushed the door open and said, made you wait long enough. The person approached and continued, the examiner for today's advanced test is a high-ranking knight from the main family. In front of both of them appeared a man with white hair and the scar across his face, Lord Andraker. Seeing this man, Zick immediately recognized him. His eyes widened in realization. Who could it be? A memory flashed through his mind quickly. On that day, he carried someone on his back with a dazed expression. It was. As soon as he put the person down, a figure appeared behind him. With an uncomfortable look, he asked, what's drag? Without hesitation, he reached behind and drew his sword. Why are those damn Imperial dogs here? But before he could ask further, On made no response. Zick didn't draw his sword either. He observed carefully. Facing him was a child on the ground. On began digging through the soil, sensing a great loss of pain in him. Zick said nothing more. He stood quietly watching On dig the grave for the child. Suddenly, someone thrust forward and startled him to look up. Zick approached and asked, need a hand? Before he could respond, he continued, even if you refuse, I'll help anyway. While digging, he said, I'm Jake Murata from the Northern Alliance. Are you a Dracker, right? On replied, no, I've given up that name already. Jake asked again, then we're like, what should I call you? He answered, just call me Cold Blade. Back to the present, Jake smiled at On and thought, On, a perfect name for a cold, indifferent blade, after all. With that in mind, both of them raised their hands and said together, Sir Andraker, do we need a high-ranking knight to supervise this male student's advanced test? High-ranking knight is actually the pillar supporting the entire Dracker family. It's a prestigious title demanding balance between strength, reputation, and experience. A position of great honor. At this moment, a professor beside him spoke up, saying that the test would be sword fighting, something familiar to those from Cradle. As long as you haven't lost consciousness or given up, you can continue challenging each other. Just use everything at your disposal. Hearing this, Zaina began drawing her sword. Then I'll start first. But the professor interrupted him. No, he continued saying that there was no need to go one by one. They should do it all in one round. On's face turned cold as he spoke with a sharp gaze. There was no need to go one by one. Just do it all at once. Jaina became extremely angry upon hearing this and gripped her sword tightly. but was stopped immediately. He said, "Don't get too excited, you know the risks of skill disparity well enough." Glancing at her with a smile, he continued, "Besides, the test has already started. If you charge in without controlling your emotions, points will be deducted." Hearing Jake's words, Rena calmed down as well. She took a deep breath. Then she asked, "What should we do now?" Jake Gracker. Ratch smiled to himself. Indeed, a true genius. His judgment was quick and accurate. He replied, "I have a perfect plan for this situation. We will launch an exact strike on that day." Thus, the fight continued as both stood facing on. Jake observed him. He drew his sword, thinking about a special one-sided blade from the East Kingdom, a guando. It is known that a guando is a single-bladed short sword used with one hand. Designed to be paired with a shield, it originated from the Joseon era, named after the ring on its hilt, where a strap was attached for easy carrying. Thinking this, he exclaimed, "So he has been using this sword for quite some time now." It seems Gina's pride is hurt, but pride and honor are useless to the weak. As he thought, he looked straight at her and nodded. Just ignore personal emotions and focus on strategy. She quickly understood his intent, her eyes firm, and she nodded in agreement. After agreeing with each other, both immediately swung their swords and charged towards On. But before their blades could touch him, he easily blocked a series of attacks effortlessly. Not only Vina but Jake had tried to get close but couldn't manage it either. Neither gave up easily, coordinating with each other in perfect synchronization. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as On pushed both back into one direction. Seeing his moves, Vina was impressed and thought, "This must be an upper-class knight." Although I continuously targeted his blind spots according to Zeke's instructions, not only could I not land any effective strikes, but couldn't even scratch him. Thinking this, she hesitated no longer and directly used the technique. Slaughter Dragon Art, Chapter 3 Part 1, I must be ready to kill. Without hesitation, a straight sword cut down in front of On, Half Moon Slash. But he was not easily dealt with, quickly retreating to avoid it and then kicked Zaina hard, leaving her no time to react. The powerful kick sent her flying backward and crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke rose up. Those around them ran towards Zaina asking Han, "Miss Zaina Draker, are you alright?" Hearing this, she held onto a piece of broken wall to respond. "I'm fine." She wiped the blood from her mouth and reminded everyone, "This place is dangerous." Everyone moved back quickly. Even in such a short time, I really lost consciousness. Creating an opening? With my current strength, it's impossible for me to do that. Thinking this, she looked at Jake and wondered, "Do you really believe I can do it?" Jake Gracker. Vina recalled what he had said earlier. At the time, she was extremely angry. "It's too early for me to join such a dishonorable tactic. Are you going to defile this honorable battle?" Jake Gracker. Hearing this, he laughed and asked back, "Does honor taste good?" "This isn't a duel between knights, it's a test. They are testing our killing abilities." Before Vina could respond to his words, she was at a loss for words. She sighed in response. "Alright then. After all, I did ask for your opinion. But who really thinks that strategy will work? Our opponent is a senior master craftsman." He smiled and replied, "We just need to create a situation where it has to be effective. Like when you fought me in Grotto, think about it. Why couldn't you dodge that stone?" She continued, "Because I didn't expect you to use such a showy trick." He replied, "Exactly." With the slightest smile, he added, "Even senior masters are like this. Wait for my signal. It will definitely work. A small opening is enough." Back to the present, taking advantage of On's attack on Zaina, he immediately used his technique to cast Dragon Technique and Wine Technique, Formless Step. Seeing this move, On was extremely surprised and whispered, "This is Master Forge's technique." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something, looking back sharply. Just when it was most dangerous, he raised his sword in time to block a slash from Rax. He smiled and said, "From now on, you should take this more seriously." Before On could understand what happened, the lights suddenly went out, making everything dark. Looking around with an evil glare, he thought, "The lights are out. I get it. They're using the mana suppression characteristic of a pureblood awakened form. Realizing he had fallen into their trap, he pushed away a sword that flew past him and hit behind. But things didn't stop there. Zik continued to attack from the shadows, seeing this technique with a sigh. What an immature trick. Do they think just hiding my vision will give them a chance against a senior master? His thoughts vanished as suddenly, Zik's figure appeared right beside him. He wondered, but what is this strange feeling? Why can she move so clearly in the thick darkness when I can barely see anything? While On was still lost in thought, Zik began to act. This is the perfect opportunity to test out my new dragon technique. After all, On isn't someone who would boast about it everywhere, so the system notification quickly appeared, activating the dragon technique, Dragon's Claw. At Phaon, looking at the powerful fire attack coming straight towards him, he was surprised to exclaim, "This is really a first-year male student's swordsmanship." In front of him now, he could clearly see what he was facing, the illusion of a mighty dragon. No, this isn't just swordsmanship. Zeke Draker has surpassed the level of a first-year student. Zaina Draker seems less agile in the darkness than Zeke Drake. She must have eliminated unnecessary resources to control herself. As he thought, he leaped into the air and slashed towards Zeke with his sword. But this strategy only works against opponents of the same level. In the dark space, a series of clashing sounds echoed loudly. The battle was intense. Jake was surprised to think his movements are almost identical to before the lights went out. Could he have adapted to the darkness? Just as he thought this, suddenly, a sword slashed towards him from behind. It was On who made that attack. Luckily, he dodged just in time. He angrily said, "Gone, I can only see her vaguely like fighting a shadow." Still standing there, Zeke's figure appeared from behind. Sensing this, he continued to slash back, but it wasn't a person. He wondered, monolite? In fact, above his head, Zeke was using all his strength to cut down the falling lamps. This sound is hiding Jake Draker's presence, and a quick slash from above was coming down. On raised his sword to block that attack. Jake stood opposite him without knowing when he appeared, a dark smile on his lips. Before On could understand what happened, he shouted loudly. At this moment, Reina. He recalled what the professor said before about the creation and ingredients being simple but only usable once. What kind of magic are you planning to use? Hearing Rax's words, the professor was surprised and exclaimed, "What? An explosion spell?" He smiled and replied, "No, just a flash of light and an explosion sound is enough." Returning to the present, the bomb was thrown towards On, emitting a bright light and loud noise. Satisfied with his smile, he thought, perfect timing. Reina, this attack truly caught On off guard. He didn't have time to react, only sitting down and covering his hand with his other hand. His eyes were white with rage as he gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it, I've been betrayed." Thinking Reina was unnecessary was a mistake in judgment. Just then, Vina and Zik combined to rush forward with their swords. He looked extremely excited, the corner of his mouth curling up into a smile. But before they could carry out their plan, On got up and used the technique, Dragon Slaying Skill, Part 4, Chapter 1, Reversal Strike. This attack made Zik stagger back and land heavily on the ground. Vina suffered the same fate, unable to react in time. On stood there stunned, his teeth clenched tightly as he showed clear pain on his face. After the battle, injured people were brought back one by one. A girl came over to encourage him. "You've worked hard." Before he could reply, a tall man approached and said, "Damn you, you completely destroyed my disciple." It turned out that was his master. Bowing respectfully, he greeted the master, who waved back stiffly as usual. The master asked over his shoulder, "How is my disciple?" Hearing this, the master remained silent. Recalling the moment, Jack Racker had deliberately discarded his sword and switched to defense when the attack landed. He could have counterattacked. Why didn't he? Was his goal not victory but progress in learning? Did he only show enough of his abilities needed? The master looked at his hand and said, "Jake Dracula far exceeds the evaluation of a child." Cut to the academy meeting room. So I assume everyone agrees with this opinion. Everyone in the meeting spoke up. Vung headmaster Andre also agreed, no objections. Rena and Jake were officially promoted to 5th and 3rd years respectively. After that, Jake remained silent as much as possible. After receiving all the teachings from the Duke, Andre took over Zeke's position. Zeke maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon but grew distant when selected by Delbois Royal Magic Research Institute and left the academy. Zeke no longer had any connection to powerful, noble families, but something interesting happened. The master kept challenging Zeke to duels, as if he just realized something. He asked for leave and locked himself, no room for seclusion training. 2 years passed like that, and Jake graduated from the academy. Wishes were sent to Jake. Congratulations on becoming the youngest ever to enter Valhalla at 15. The master must be proud now. Jake Draker is 15 years old. Decker happily said, "It's rare for the headmaster to write a recommendation letter himself." Jake replied, "My father asked me to do so." Then he thought, with his new title as the youngest freshman, it seems 2 years of silence don't matter anymore. Zeke spoke up, "There are still 3 months until the enrollment ceremony." Right, the master should go to Atlas first. He was surprised but nodded hesitantly. Yes. And what about you? Zeke packed his things and replied, "I'll retreat to a quiet place alone." He said, "I don't want anyone to disturb me. Just follow orders, sir." The remnants of Kitesite lay hidden in the vast mountains, under the guise of a retreat. Jake planned to use Argo OS's old adventurer guild to conduct an expedition. There's no need to inform any suspicious parties about his whereabouts. Outside the door, there was a knock and Jake responded. "Come in." Liam bowed down. "I greet you, sir." Jake Draker. He turned around. "Liam, I've said this before. That way of addressing me feels constricting. A simple greeting is enough." Decker agreed and said, "So I'll take my leave here." "You answer. Why did you call me all the way to the White Metal Palace? Right now, only Jake and Liam are in this room. We heard that you've been transferred to the special class. Jake Darb is your owner. How can I just stand by and do nothing? I've prepared everything you'll need during your time at the academy. The expected questions for academic evaluations, training manuals, and necessary materials for exams. Go see Fafnir and show him this. He will provide all the items you need. And when you reach 4th year, you'll need another suitable sword. You can also request it from Fafnir. I've settled everything, so don't worry about it. I believe you'll do well, Liam. I will never let down my master's expectations." Liam was moved to tears, but gritted his teeth not to cry. Then he bowed with determination. Just a minute ago, he said that made him feel inferior. I'll revise what I just said. The Axe Kingdom is located at the northernmost part of the central continent. Alongside Delpia, Tibia, and Alentia, it's considered one of the 4 great kingdoms in the central continent. It's a range of mountains that separates the land of monsters from the central continent, with countless dungeons attracting adventurers seeking fortune. Recognizing this, the first king of Argus unified adventurers and dungeons into the main industry of his kingdom. With royal support, the mountains were divided into hundreds of regions, establishing transport routes and outposts to manage them. This is where the later Axe Adventurers Guild originated and spread across the continent. Next, 546. 546 is number 546 not here? Next, 547. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Jake Murray. Submit your documents at X-Line office. They will issue you a registration card. Jake replied, "Thanks." Draker thought while he was disguised as Jake Murray with a wig and magical glasses, it's best to create an adventurer identity for easier movement. Traveling under the name Draker would be too conspicuous. Now, Jake thinks it's time to start his quest. At the gathering point, some wagons have started moving while others are waiting for other adventurers. One of those wagons is moving, and there's Jake in one of them. He thought silently, "Glad I managed to find a seat during peak season." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Hey you, you're an adventurer too? You look pretty nervous. Is this your first time in the dungeon? Why don't you join us? It's just that we're experienced. The dungeons are getting dangerous these days. Going alone is like a meal for monsters." This place is full of roots everywhere. They say the first group to enter the dungeon decides half of an adventurer's life. Have you heard that? They silently thought their real goal was to lure inexperienced adventurers as bait or sell them to slave traders. Jake listened quietly without saying anything. They were smiling, waiting for his response. Suddenly, Jake stood up and said, "Be quiet." That surprised them. What? Why? What's going on? What did I say wrong? Then Jake walked out near the carriage door and spoke to the driver. About 500 meters to our left behind us. It looks like a group of orcs. Is this where monsters usually appear? The horse driver was confused as he asked, "Huh, what are you saying?" "This path is safe." Hearing these words, the fake adventurers traveling with him burst into laughter. It seems this little chicken is starting to panic. Didn't you know that the main roads of the Adventurer Guild are directly managed by the kingdom? Forget about monsters. Even wild beasts can no longer enter the safe zone. Jake spoke up. "So what's behind you then?" His heart stopped for a moment as he asked, "What?" A group of monsters appeared and attacked them. The carriage had broken down. All was destroyed by the huge arrows. What's going on here? An orc came close to him while his body was being crushed under the carriage. He screamed in fear, "Help me!" The orc's spear, drenched in blood, dragged forward. Zik quickly hid behind a tree corner. If orcs are wreaking havoc in the safe zone, it means the outpost isn't functioning properly. After the orcs appeared, everything was destroyed. Just as Zik predicted, they really caused chaos. Even the Rago S soldiers were defeated, but with such numbers, they should have handled most of the monsters. Zek felt uneasy, looking at the wound on a soldier's chest in shock. Zek still suspected that it wasn't monsters, but humans who did this. The air was filled with blood and fire. It wasn't caused by monsters. Zek frowned, unable to bear looking at what happened instead. He used his hand to examine the corpse in front of him, made by humans. This body had been intentionally distorted to look like it was done by a monster. The dead soldiers were sprawled out. On their chests were deep cuts, resembling those from a large horned beast. But if they were truly monsters, the cut wouldn't be so neat, and most of them would have been killed in one blow without resistance. At least some of the elite knights must have caused this. His eyes turned cold as he continued to think about it. Unfortunately, staying here only adds suspicion. Round the forest, skulls were piled everywhere. No one would know what horrors they went through. The priority now is to find Kaiser's remains. He looked up at the Manzi territory symbol on his map. He was approaching Kaiser's remains. A rustling sound came from behind the bushes, but a few suspicious figures were hiding in the shadows. How could they all have escaped Rix's eyes? Why are the hunters of the Empire here? After all, their identities are quite special. Suddenly appearing here would raise suspicion. The hunters, an elite team under the Emperor, selected from the Empire's trainee knights, trained in search and assassination. They were believed to become a key force in the Empire's continental war. Observing their movement on the map, I can't be mistaken about their tailing method. Jake's memories return, filled with pain from his death. They are the scum who killed me in my previous life. The man's words echoed in Jake's mind. Clearly, the Emperor was obsessed with immortality and searching for something across the continent. Indeed, even before I returned, the Emperor was obsessed with ancient relics. Remember how hard I fought back then, chasing my foolish dreams? A kingdom will eventually fade like a candle without someone to light it. Unify the continent and the illusion of immortality. Could it be? At this moment, he realized the key point. The Emperor knew about Kaiser's remains. I must verify it myself. A crack and the shadow of the rip vanished immediately. One of the alert men looked around, raising his hand to strike at any moment as he slowly drew a gun from his chest pocket. With a snap, before he could do anything, a slash appeared, severing the other man's arm. Raj turned his head and saw a single hand lying on the ground, still bleeding but not spurting. On the gun, a light yellow strap was visible, signaling an unexpected situation with its yellow color. Sure enough, you're the team leader. He slowly drew his sword as the other man's eyes widened in horror and shock. Just 3 of you? probably just the patrol team from outside. Usually, they split into teams of 12. The others didn't dare to move forward, only their leader was on the ground, writhing in pain. Who are you? Who gave the order? What followed shocked them so much that their eyes widened. The man had been decapitated at some point. Raj turned his head to look at the scene he just created. Both eyes were filled with murderous intent. They hadn't grasped the situation yet. He glanced back, threatening. It's you who should be answering questions now. Each word caused them to tremble so much that they couldn't breathe. Listen carefully. There are still two of you. If one person dies, will the other remain silent? I hope you make a wise choice. His hands were covered in blood. He lightly skimmed through the system information on the board. This must be a temporary base. How cramped! He pulled off his mask. These scoundrels turned a fort into a massacre site. They even killed royal soldiers. Did they really find any remnants? The headless soldier was placed in the center, under a tree, and vanished from sight. HMPH! And that's all. For those who dare to oppose Meekin, only eternal death awaits. The camp was silent, with only the sun gently singing over the black uniform of the guard. He yawned loudly, exhausted and dejected. Then he curled his lips in complaint. No, which madman? Guarding Manji territory again, right? Seriously. Or something hit him hard on the head. His comrade only managed to gasp before falling unconscious. Then the second man fell as well, a purple light quickly sweeping across the training ground. They gradually realized and discussed among themselves, why don't you come over? Wait, didn't you hear anything at the main gate? They had no idea what was happening. No, I heard nothing. He was completely exposed when attacked too quickly. Ugh, the smell of blood stirs fear in a person. The intruder tried to speak, but was immediately silenced. ACK! Finally, he was beheaded, ending his life. This reminded him of when our leader, exhausted from fighting for territory, ordered us to infiltrate the Pavella gang. It felt exactly like this. The leader recognized the technique. A southern assassin skill, Meekin, Pavella, it didn't matter who came here. Everyone who comes here must die. Surrender and I'll give you a peaceful death. Draker, disguised as Murray, found this amusing. That guy is the team leader almost an Azure Knight. Compared to the hunters from my previous life, they were all too weak. Then he spoke, a peaceful death. Was that what you told your fallen comrade? Instead of mourning for his comrades, he showed mercy to the enemy, an example of Central Continent scum. He ordered his army to take down Mori. Let him die in peace. He drove off in his hearse. The two swords had touched and ground against each other. They fought head-on. Neither side gave an inch, naturally holding their own against them all. You feel something's different. Strange indeed. Are these hunters always this weak? Because they are weak. Or am I too strong? Well, no need to probe further now. Then the system notified and activated the magic reflection skill. The leader suddenly looked around in shock, power drained. Right at this moment, could it be of the fake death dragon? No, he didn't bring anything with him from the start, and never used it. His sword technique is definitely Southern style, a killer, no doubt about it, so it must just be coincidence. The man shouted, "Don't panic, energy will return soon. Focus on defense until then." Suddenly, light shone down for the leader to see. What's going on? To his surprise, Mori spoke from behind him. The Emperor is really bold, aiming at the remains of Kaiser Hero. He was scared and drew his sword, remnants of Kaiser. Spouting nonsense like that, he dodged your attack. I said don't worry, if you deny it, I'll find out myself. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind him, locking his neck and every movement. Hold on, we really know nothing. Mori decisively cut him to heaven, and he left through the victorious ship's door. Whatever happens here will be blamed on Meekin. Meekin, a criminal organization from the southern continent where I served in my previous life. They'll do anything for money. After the decline of Cusco Kingdom due to civil war, the lawless land was split between Meekin and Paveller. I thought it would be better to hide my identity by only using the Dragon Air skills, but I deliberately used Southern sword techniques and left distinctive marks of Meekin. To shift blame onto others is safer. The Empire will surely think the southern gangs caused this. Even if they react, it'll lead to the destruction of Meekin. That's good too. But more importantly, based on the letter I found inside, the Emperor is even crazier than I thought. The Imperial Order says find ancient relics. I checked around and saw a map. But what shocked me was the operational campaign map from the center of the continent to the eastern continent. Currently in Chu and even the mysterious Black Sea, hunters were deployed at all sites believed to have ancient relics, meaning the hunters had returned to their old ways, but still hadn't found Kaiser's remains. I need to act fast. Suddenly, Mori heard the familiar sound of fireworks, a red signal. Impossible! Sang tied up the sky with red flames. That's the signal for the Great Annihilation. Jake stepped out, quickly running through the forest. He cautiously looked back while retreating and observing the movements of the group. A series of black-clad figures sped up to follow. It seems Jake is about to be caught. Have they caught up? At this moment, he noticed something strange happening. The red signal split into 5 branches. Like a hammer blow to the mind, the Great Annihilation has never failed in pursuit. Surround and search around where the signal was fired from. This method requires all hunters to control their positions until further orders from command. This clearly is extremely dangerous, and once the execution order is issued, what awaits the prey will be an inevitable death. Even oneself must die in one fell swoop with the treasure. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the floating blue board, but now I have a system. He twisted his scythe dagger and dodged the incoming sword strike. With a quick turn, a black cloak quickly blocked behind him in the chaos. The man with 2 double scars on his face had an unyielding gaze. But Zik wasn't a soft target to be easily crushed. His body moved nimbly, dodging sharp sword strikes without losing a strand of hair, seeing who would die. A powerful scythe dagger thrust forward, most force concentrated in his hand, the situation hanging by a thread. Unlike their thoughts, Zik quickly focused on his legs and ran away from the battlefield. He looked ahead, as expected, eye to eye with the scarred man. Golden leaves fluttered down, all around were falling rocks. They are completely different from those in the cave. Another group appeared from behind. Lee looks around. No openings at all. Ditch gently rubs his head. It's a complex situation. He glances at the map on the system. It seems there are no escape routes. Red dots scattered across the screen. If I use full force, I might be able to escape. Then my identity fraud would be exposed. There's no way out now. I don't want to use it at all. Mori plays a familiar but rarely heard flute. The sound echoes through the mountains, only recognizable by its familiarity. They have no idea what that sound is. What's that? Does he have allies? They quickly realize he has smoke bombs. That noise was just a distraction. Capture him fast. Thanks to this, Mori successfully escapes. He laughs at them. They follow their leader's orders. Don't panic. We've set up a net of surveillance. He won't escape. Hold your position firmly. Be alert for any unusual movements around you. They are being as cautious as possible. As for Ruskeld, keep an eye on him. There's no trace of anyone left. He thought he could retreat after not seeing him anymore. Or maybe the previous alarm had a hidden meaning. I didn't expect Mori to eliminate each one of them, making him their enemy. What's going on? He is terrified. This is insane. Bring in the refugees. What's happening here? I didn't touch them at all. A couple of them would be manageable. Why are there so many? They tried to attack these flanking units, but it fails. Can't cut them down. Manji attacks one after another. That's terrible. Why are they suddenly so agitated? Our people will die soon. Then Roscoe retreats with his glue gun, but the Manji tribe becomes even more active. Go! They run as fast as they can to escape. Retreat! Run quickly! Meanwhile, Mori hides in mud-colored camouflage to avoid Voskull and Gil. This method proved more effective than expected. He invented a tactical communication tool for the Manzi people, helping to coordinate on the chaotic battlefield. In my past life, I allied with a Manzi tribe and learned how to create and use it. I use the horn to communicate. The invading foreign enemies want to invade this land, though they are just savage tribes, but they have their own traditions and customs. They will fight to protect what they possess. You understand, with my crafting skills, it can only be used once. Then continue the journey, then find the real ruins. Mori arrived at a cave, but it was quite challenging with many obstacles. He saw a terrifying creature with multiple cobra heads. You found a dragon-type creature affected by dark energy. I didn't expect this. There are even more dragon-type creatures? According to the map, the correct path is through that door. System, can you open that door? The system understands and reports that it's processing the admin request, connecting with the management system of Kaiser Hero King's Holy Land, opening the Holy Land of Kaiser Hero King. The beasts have detected an intruder. They use their eyes to spot anyone approaching and start attacking gradually. Mori is interested. It seems he'll need some effort to pass through. He controlled them with the ultimate dragon technique, using his legs to attack with stones, weapons, shadow steps, and a perfect clone by dividing their heads into one complete body. He tried to distract it with shadow steps, then rushed towards the door. Almost there, life isn't always easy. He was surrounded just before reaching the goal. The hunt didn't stop here. Mori dodged and counterattacked successfully. He used magic to fortify himself through experience, ultimate dragon technique, to subdue Black Dragon Head. For now, he had controlled them, but was slightly injured, plus the poison too. Activate recovery skill. He wondered about a 9-headed dragon creature. In my past life, my master said it couldn't be defeated. 9-headed dragon, Hydra. Let's see how strong humans can get. The dust and smoke were everywhere. His hand struggled to block the beast with his singing sword. Then he was forcefully pushed back and hit a wall behind him. As the smoke cleared, his hand still tightly held the singing sword. He wiped blood from his mouth and muttered, "Damn it! What kind of dragon-killing technique is this?" In an era where dragons are extinct, the closest thing to a dragon could be called a dragon-type monster. He still stood there muttering, not paying attention to the many-headed snake in front. Using the dragon-killing tower was completely ineffective, no matter how many times he chopped at it. It quickly recovered, very frustrating. Then he glanced towards the stone door. With his current strength, destroying them is impossible. Jake started calculating the distance to the door, about 30 meters away. His hand flicked and turned into a singing sword smoothly. System. His sharp eyes showed seriousness and readiness for battle. Close the door. The system's notification board changed continuously as it closed the gate according to his command, confirming admin request, closing the gate leading to Kaiser Hero King's resting place. As the gate was ordered to close, his singing sword plunged deep into the ground. Dragon energy and aura began to radiate round the room, applying dragon-killing tower. The sword dragged on the ground created a light trail as it swung up, cutting through the closing door. Alright, take advantage of this moment. Instead of destroying them, first get past the door. One of the snake heads with green eyes suddenly looked back. As if receiving orders, the other heads followed his gaze. Run and dodge as you can. I hope to reach the door. Suddenly, he was surprised by its sharp mouth. What is this? His hand was immediately bitten, causing blood to spray out in pain. It didn't stop there. It quickly dragged him up higher. Its entire body was shaking, the damn snake. It then pulled him up even higher. Daring to follow me into here? He held his sword tightly with his left hand. If you want our arms. His arm immediately severed and fell into the snake's mouth, taken away. As soon as it was done, he endured the pain to recover one arm. Suddenly, that snake spat out a purple cloud from its mouth. The moment it touched his face turned red with visible veins. It was poisoned by Hydra's 9-headed dragon poison. Seeing this, he quickly used magic to finish off several of its heads. Close combat technique. Touch. Only one head remained, still staring at the dead bodies of the other snake heads. The last remaining head was still looking round. He stands facing the electric pole, panting heavily, holding the sword tightly. Before he could relax, the last snake head suddenly opens its mouth and lunges at him, leaving only one. This is a matter of life and death. As the notification appears, the imposing and threatening aura of a purple dragon surrounds him, activating the dragon technique, solemn authority. With narrowed eyes, he utters each threat to the last snake head. Go away or you'll be cut into pieces. The sheer power shocks his mind as soon as he speaks. Seeing him standing in front of it, it immediately freezes in fear. Then it vanishes, leaving only him behind. Exhausted, he slumps to the ground and sighs, not expecting the solemn authority of a dragon to be effective against a dragon-type creature. Damn, I should have tried earlier. He stops glaring at the system panel, but notices that the infinite stamina is still active. Why do I feel so drained? Is it due to the poison? You've allowed a dragon-type creature to be invaded by foul air, causing fear and treachery. Do you want to activate the dominion power of dragons to subdue your target? He stops his glare and wanders back. Did I scare it? Was it due to the solemn authority at that moment? Sitting silently behind, he looks at the many-headed snake in front of him. Regardless of the reason, can we subdue this unreasonable monster? His eyes become resolute as he gazes at the system panel. Alright, let's give it a try. But then his HIIR goes blank. Looking down, the admin power is insufficient to subdue this dragon-type creature. Subduing failed. He reads aloud, not enough power. Feeling disappointed, he slowly stands up, truly making one wonder how long we have to wait. Forget it, it's always unusual for a top skill to have no restrictions. But just as he stops looking up, he immediately feels dizzy and disoriented. His whole body then collapses onto the floor. Warning, the Hydra's 9-headed dragon venom has exceeded a dangerous level. He clutched his face in silent thought. Damn it, this cursed venom. His thoughts showed a hint of helplessness. Healing doesn't work on this venom. A warning message appeared as well. Warning, the Hydra's 9-headed dragon venom has exceeded a dangerous level. But he still tried to think positively. There must be a way. He remembered another special skill of his. Right, it was this one. Absorb the bloodline ability of the Blazing Beast. Level 1 Dragon Artisan. Blazing Beast. In State B, he can digest anything and convert it into energy. Moreover, if absorbing a creature with bloodline abilities, one can also absorb its abilities. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain, trying to sit up. Given that this creature contains such strong toxins, it must have some bloodline resistance too. He quickly activated the skill, and a thick black aura appeared, activating the Blazing Beast state. Immediately, he absorbed all the dead heads. Then, the thick black aura slowly retracted towards him. The decaying dragon head was digested in the Blazing Beast state. After absorbing the target, the Blazing Beast skill upgraded from novice to proficient, replenishing lost abilities through absorption. Having absorbed the bloodline ability of the digested creature, only a part of it was taken, resulting in incomplete physical attributes and resistance to all poisons. His body could then deliver a powerful punch to the ground. A look of joy appeared on his face. He discovered the Hydra's 9-headed dragon venom. The effectiveness from the poison-resistant physique helped detoxify it. Bingo! The system notification appeared again with a solution. Novice Administrator status. Draker the Ragged One. Unique immortal profession. Blessed by ancient dragons. Descendant of Terracon Draker. Dragon control ability. Holy body constitution. Resistance to all poisons. System inventory slot function. 100 slots. Small head. Basic mission count. Healing skill proficiency. Strong spirit, endless stamina, real combat feeling, a level defense skill proficiency, a level mana reflexes, a level area buffs. Level 1 Dragon Artisan, proficient in Dragon Eyesight, proficient in Dragon Claws, command spell, activation when conditions are met, proficient in Blazing Beast, level to Dragon Artisan, proficient in Scale Armor, proficient in Dragon Cauldron. Although it might raise some suspicion, the poison-resistant physique could handle most poisons and boost resistance. But with this skill, he wouldn't have to worry about toxins anymore. Novice Blazing Beast is more powerful than Proficient Blazing Beast. He calmly browsed through the system interface while thinking. Moreover, the Blazing Beast skill that couldn't be upgraded for a long time has now reached proficiency because he absorbed the designated creature whose level had increased. As he walked and read the notification, the designated creature would provide additional rewards when defeated. That's quite useful information. Then he put away the system interface happily and left. So being stuck here by the Hydra for so long, it's time to move on. The legend of the hero King Caxia that he had once muttered was a half-human, half-demon figure. Born from the union between an enlightened sage and a demon king, like many legendary heroes, Caxia also had a rough start. As a child, Caxia lived alone in the mountains, but a holy wolf took him in and raised him. Thanks to this, Caxia grew up safely. Caxia saved oppressed people and founded a human-only kingdom. In the central continent, an elegant city named Kronos appeared with its citizens surrounding it. He smiled at the scene before him. This is the beginning of the Seja legend known to all who live in the central continent. He silently mused about the romantic scenery, considering it just a legend since no documents survived from modern times. Nevertheless, he continued walking with his hands in his pockets. Now, evidence of King Seja's existence and the Kronos kingdom. Right in front of him, advancing forward, was the legendary Grand Rena, appearing before his eyes. He looked around. Though smaller than what he had read in books, it was surprising that Kaiser's ruins turned out to be the kingdom of Kronos. Jake stood before the large ancient gate, muttering to himself. He recalled that the resting place for Slayer creatures also had a similar atmosphere. And King Kaiser's final resting place had been opened. Then he calmly walked into the tower holding a green gemstone. A sparkling green gem floated on a low pillar. Curious, he approached to touch it. Is this the vision of King Caxia? The notification appeared again. Start linking task with achievement vision mission of King Caxia. He stared in surprise. Huh? Suddenly, caution! You cannot leave this location until the linked task is completed. Damn it! Who dared to do this without permission? After that, the large door slammed shut behind him, startling him as he turned around. Linked mission: King Caxia's progress. Collect the progress of Caxia at the ruins and find traces of his presence. No deadline. Reward: Tears of the Royal Lineage. He anxiously read out the task aloud. Linked mission: King Caxia's progress. Standing there, he was agitated. The reward is the Tears of the Royal Lineage. Mother of King Caxia. A being that can make human wishes come true. Is it the Tears of the Royal Lineage? That's what his mother, Queen Caxia, was. A being that could fulfill human wishes. The Tears of the Royal Lineage, right? He still decided to approach the gemstone and ask the system a question. Even though he didn't know its purpose, it must be an extremely powerful treasure. He thought, system, how can I get this progress? The notification quickly appeared with information about the sparkling green gem in front of him. Checking admin requirements. Extracting data from the magical recording device. 546 magic videos by King Caxia have been discovered. Then these video clips started appearing around him. Out of the 546 magic videos, a total of 12 matched admin requirements. Playing the first of the 12 magic videos, an ancient language of Kronos was found that is no longer used in any of the videos. The system also noted it will automatically translate into the common language of the Central Continent's administration. A middle-aged dark elf appeared on the system screen. So what is a sword? This one? He spoke with a sarcastic and casual tone. A sword, just a sword, nothing more. He recognized his identity as the legendary King Caxia. He continued to mock, old fools who don't know how to wield a sword but only talk nonsense all day long. Indeed, Old Man Flower in the image was visibly upset and pointed at him. Hey, Saturn, focus up, the screen is shaking. He focused his attention and recognized the figure recording the images. If it's Saturn, he must be the most loyal soldier of Kaiser in legend. He looked intently and thought to himself. Sure enough, this person was a real character. Kaiser's voice echoed from the system screen. How do you use a sword proficiently? Immediately, he quickly drew his sword as an example, Nothing complicated, just swing it diligently and often. Then, with a powerful slash, he cut through the Englishman. You must be wondering to what extent, right? I will set your goal. His nails emerged as his body slowly fell, his face pale. He was startled and fell back, hitting his buttocks on the floor. Terrified, he raised his hand in front of his chest to confirm the reality in shock. The overwhelming victory over the opponent through just a screen. His eyes on the screen now arrogantly looked down with disdainful joy. This is King Hong's progress. His lips curled into an excited smile. I like it. He sat there and ordered the system to play back the video he just watched from the beginning. The admin request has been confirmed. Day after day, with his sword in hand, he persisted in swinging it. It's been about 4 days since we were imprisoned here for training. As he swung the sword, thoughts raced through his mind. There are 3 doors facing the entrance. Each room behind the door corresponds to living needs. The first room is a food storage with enough supplies to last several months. The second room is a rest area equipped with everything needed to maintain physical condition. And the final room contains various books and military equipment. As he swung his sword forcefully, he began to understand where he was being held. Turns out this is a training room prepared for Kaiser's successor. That's why I could focus solely on training and swinging my sword thousands of times. He still remembered the moment of fear from his power, though he could mimic the form. That feeling can never be recreated. The notification board appeared again. Haxiong Wang Kexia has made progress in learning basic elemental sword skills. He was surprised to read the system's notification. Basic elemental sword skill completed and moving on to application phase. Reading the system message, he was even more astonished. The next phase of application involves summoning Haxiong Wang Kexia's spirit. Kexia's ghostly figure slowly appeared before him, illuminated by a bright green stone. Then it gradually transformed into a person and opened its eyes. The ancient king of the Kronos kingdom, Haxiong Wang Kexia. He marveled silently with admiration in his eyes. Oh my god! Haxiong Wang Kexia is right before me. Suddenly, he grabbed his red sword. His alertness and reflexes quickly increased. Kaiser's sword came flying at him. He quickly blocked it with worry. Jake was bewildered, trying to block the sword with all his might. What? What is this? Suddenly, with a little force, he was sent flying towards the stone wall. His voice was harsh. Get up quickly. He used one hand to shield his mouth while using the other sword to slash at the ground, trying to push himself away with the sword. It felt like facing a master from a past life. Kexia stood there and slowly approached with an angry tone. Back then, I was told to learn sword skills by my own strength. His eyes were clearly full of mockery. If the old knights saw this, they would be heartbroken. His aura threatened him with a deadly presence, overwhelming power. Yet he still had many questions. But why attack like that? Was it to test my strength? Before he could find an answer, Kexia charged straight at him. He swung his sword horizontally towards him. Dicky was quick and deflected the sword with his own. After what just happened, he felt a bit annoyed. What is this? Is he really trying to kill me? His eyes were serious as he looked straight ahead. F*******. Can I handle it? Kexia's face was now insane and maniacally laughing. Truly an unbelievable monster. Then he took a deep breath and looked up to the sky. No need for overthinking. He immediately threw his sword aside. Just do your best as usual. His eyes turned serious as he drew out his familiar saber. Let's go, seriously accepting this challenge. Haxiong Wang. He then looked at the saber in his hand and calmly asked, Are you Satan's student? Finally successful. What is that wind power called? He immediately grabbed his sword and charged straight at him. Roara. With a single swing of the sword, he easily blocked it. Then he calmly held onto his thoughts, as if not convinced. He looked at him with worried, trembling hands after the attack. The move was heavier than expected, but right after that, he charged recklessly. What's the harm? Their swords clashed again. Then he calmly said, That's enough for now. He continued to attack with a series of moves, testing how far he could play around. His feet stopped momentarily on the floor. His whole body was trembling in worry, but his eyes showed no submission, despite some foreknowledge. However, at this moment, he seemed like a toy for Cage's giant, yet the gap was so vast. Nevertheless, a slight smile appeared on his lips. This is the power of the Hero King, but we are most confident in our struggle too. The system notification exploded, and he and his skills simultaneously launched, activating Dragon Sigil, closest, activating Dragon Sigil, speed, activating Dragon Sigil, continuously activating Dragon Sigil, Dragon Cauldron. They also reduced their power to match him. But when the dust settled, he still stood there safely. How? Isn't it amazing that I got Dragon Sigil powers without being a dragon? He immediately sped up behind Kager. All his skills were slowly glanced over by him, including Elemental Force. He was surprised but decided to attack anyway. He tried to swing the sword towards him, but he easily blocked it, Hanshin Sigil, with a fierce push, but he only laughed mockingly. After some time, he opened his eyes dazedly. Look, he calmly used wind energy to hover in front of him. He smiled calmly and said, "Weakling, you finally woke up." Anyway, there are many talents here, Saturn's talent, Dragon Power, and even Elemental Force. As if discovering something new, he stared intently at him. HMM. Then he approached closely to examine and asked, "You, is a part of your soul merging with the spirit realm?" He frowned in confusion. What? Spirit realm? Seeing his silence, Kasia asked about his previous journey. Have you repeatedly crossed the threshold of death multiple times within a human body? He sat there muttering to himself. If so, using elemental force can be understood. Finally, after listening for a while, he stood up and gently communicated with him. All this time, just listening to your talent of Satan, spirit realm and elemental force, I don't understand anything. Can you explain clearly? Kasia smirked and glanced away. HMM. Then he asked him again, don't you have something more important than these trivial matters? He was surprised. What's that? He pointed at him with a naive look, pretending not to understand the real progress of me. Then he demonstrated the elemental forces he possessed, which you were learning sword elemental force. Elemental force, pure natural power creating all things, raising his sword high, gathering energy around it to create water, fire, earth, wind, and solemnly speaking. Sword elemental is based on and expands from these four elements. Then he slashed down, a powerful energy vortex spinning in the sky. He continued seriously, sword elemental, defensive force, fierce wind sword. Placing his sword on his shoulder, his eyes showed confidence while his face was disdainful, explaining that move. This is a move using wind element, wind force barrier, and fierce wind sword. The source of the elemental sword's power is what you call Ez. Jake Murray watched Jake Draker's actions in shock, his eyes staring at him with sweat on his forehead, thinking about the explanation and its power. It seems more like magic than swordsmanship. Thinking this, Jake Draker suddenly turned to speak. Alright, now it's your turn. Jake Murator was in a state of confusion. Hold on. How can elemental force come from Ezra? But I can't sense any trace of Ezra from Kaisa. Is there a secret to turning it into an energy element? He still stands in that position, waiting for his answer. Jake Murray hesitated before approaching and asked, so how do you transform EZ into an energy element? Jake Draker stood stiffly, confused by the meaning of those words. Suddenly, his sword burst into intense flames, glowing like it wanted to burn everything around it. Then he replied coldly, just keep doing that. How do I explain this? Zeke Mori stood still for a moment, pondering, why does my teacher always act like this? His face changed slightly as he carefully observed the sword of Zeke Drucker, absorbing powerful energy around it. It's not that it doesn't exist, just that no one has felt it yet. Suddenly, the glowing sword with green energy made him stay in place. Witnessing this, he immediately thought about it. You need to fully focus on your senses to detect any trace of it. The adder was used to its limits. Despite that, Jake Mori still decided to try. Alright, I'll figure it out myself. Jake Graker watched with a mocking smile. You're starting to feel satisfied already, huh? On the other side, Jake Murray's mind was in turmoil. Strain your thoughts, don't just stick to what you can see. Even energy elements, Kaisa clearly called her hybrid technique an energy element. So at this moment, he immediately brought his sword forward. The surrounding purple energy like a beam of light reflected on his face with confidence. My hybrid technique must use energy elements too. Jake Draker sat across him, surprised by the glowing blue sword, his eyes wide as he observed. He immediately summoned it, the hybrid technique Fong. The surrounding energy seemed to tear through space. But before he could do anything, the sword fell from the sky and hit Jacques Moret's head, nearly cracking his skull. It was Jacques Drac who made the move. He sat there, blaming him. I said use energy elements. Energy elements? Where did you get that dark technique from before mental magic? Jacques Moret held his head in pain. Jun replied with 7. Mental magic, huh? Jacques Drac answered coldly. Yes, the source of mental magic is a unique power of the dragon race. Maybe dragons can use it, but humans definitely cannot. Every time you use that strength, you must be significantly weakened, right? Humans and dragons are fundamentally different in terms of soul size. You might have clumsily captured it, but you will never achieve the same effect. I don't know who created it. These dark techniques are truly terrible. What kind of crude mental magic source is that? Alright, if you figured it out, do it quickly. Jake Mori sat holding his head, suddenly remembering he had seen the mental magic before when absorbing Bahamut's heart at the resting place of fake dragons. He saw a message saying he had learned the mental magic, but couldn't use it. The system notification back then said that the dragon race's mental magic skill, spoken words imbued with power, was locked due to insufficient administrator growth rate. Returning to the present, he rubbed his chin in thought. If his hybrid technique is based on mental magic, once his growth rate unlocks it, he could freely use the hybrid technique too. Another reason to grow faster. While Jake Mori was still thinking, Jake Graker lost patience and raised his sword, shouting, "Wake up, Mr. Fear! Get up and continue! Get up, Mr. Fear! Yes, sir!" Then both of them charged into battle, fighting fiercely. Usually, advanced training takes more time than basic training. Thanks to the Dragon Bones, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless practice battles, Jake Murray could grasp the principles of the original sword. Just like magic is cast by transferring mana into a spell, the principle of energy swords uses ether as an intermediary to attract energy elements from the power of the crystalline forms. Once you understand the principle and its capabilities, using energy swords isn't difficult. After hours of grueling battles, sweat and tears, Jake Graker turned around and left, judging, "You look decent now. The next phase will be even harder, so rest today." Jake Mori immediately responded, "Yes, master." "Understood, master." He seems to have remembered something, quickly asking, "Can I ask a few questions during our break?" Jake Drager hung in midair and replied, "Ask away, I'll answer everything. No need for such formalities." Jake Murray's eyes lingered on the force element spinning around him. He suddenly paused. "It's class time now, I just realized. That thing up there is also a force element." Jake Mori recalled his first meeting with Jake Graker and asked, "When we met for the first time, you called me a disciple of Satan after seeing my light energy, right? What does that mean exactly?" He calmly replied, "About the light energy? Right, how did it get that name? Like its name suggests, Satan said humans can't use sword elements, so he created his own techniques and someone used them. That's why I said that. It means passing on one's technique while discarding the others." Damn Satan Draker, Zigmuri stood silently listening, suddenly thinking about the name Satan Draker. Then he thought further. Satan, the closest ally of the Hero King, a noble knight who created light energy techniques, is a member of the Draker family. It's not Terracon who founded the Draka clan, but an ancient being, Satanu. Why hasn't anyone known about this? After a while, he said he understood what the spirit realm was for the elemental spirits residing there. I could feel the power of the spirits after learning about sword elements, but still didn't fully understand the concept. Before finishing his sentence, Draka snapped his fingers like performing magic. Immediately a gust of wind rushed in, swirling through the air. Then it created a transparent shield in front of Jake Mori, his eyes glowing as he touched it and pondered, sword element, wind force. Turns out I can use it this way. His voice echoed from within the vortex explaining. Technically different, but you can think of the spirit realm like a star's life cycle. And phenomena realms are similar to physical realms. Once you leave your body in the phenomena realm and enter the spirit realm, you can't return. Just like when someone is blocked by a wall and can't cross the boundary. Jacques Moret exclaimed in surprise. But before that, my master said part of my soul was linked to the spirit realm. And he's standing right in front of me in his spiritual form. Jake Draker snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, an invisible force emanated round him like fog, calmly saying, I've never seen anyone like that before, but there are a few ways to cross the boundary. In my case, it was taken by a dragon. Jake Murray was surprised when Jake Draker mentioned dragons. His face paled in fear as he exclaimed, dragons, but he calmly replied, yes. What's wrong with that? Jake Murray stammered, but how could the dragon clan help humans? Jake Draker raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, what are you talking about? No creature respects humans more than dragons. He repeated his question. What nonsense is this? The dragon clan caring for humans, those monsters like Bahamut who tried to destroy the world. So in ancient times, the relationship between humans and dragons was different. What's going on here? Jake Draker quickly approached Jacques Moret and said, I still need to explain more, then gently touched him. Then he asked, how is it? You are a living proof of that. Your heart and the tooth formed your sword. Didn't Bahamut give it to you? He's quite dirty. But Zekmari remained silent in thought, also having a softer side. It can't be denied when someone makes sincere requests. It seems Kaser and Aklong Bahamut had a close relationship. Thinking for a moment, he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He said my family is admirable for serving Bahamut across generations and gave it to me. I must have misunderstood. Jake Draker chuckled and said, still being absolutely loyal to yourself, right? I understand now. You must have had a hard time dealing with that damn impulsive guy. He often clashed with Kronos because of his short-tempered nature. Jake Murray's brow furrowed as he thought. Hold on, don't tell me that Kronos is also a type of lineage? He pondered for a while before asking. Concerning Kronos, the name of the kingdom, I've heard Bahamut mention it many times. So the kingdom was named after Kronos himself, huh? He quickly replied, yes. I am his contract holder. When we were still deciding on the kingdom's name, he just sat there calmly sipping tea. So we decided to use his name. Jake Murray forced a smile, but inwardly laughed loudly. A lineage that knows how to drink tea. It's a famous shape-shifting phenomenon, isn't it? Jake Draker spoke up. Kronos wasn't surprised at all, as if he had anticipated this. In fact, I just wanted his name to be passed down through many generations. He continued in surprise. So it's like that? Then Zekmari raised his hand and felt, thousands of years ago, during the era when he lived, humans and dragons coexisted harmoniously. But if dragonkind helped humanity without any restrictions, the balance of the world would collapse, and the boundary phenomena might have faced danger. So they suppressed their power and helped by transforming into human form and making a pact with each other. Humans had pacts with dragons like Caxia, known as contract holders. His eyes full of thought continued to ponder. The reason why ancient relics are so valuable is because they were created with the help of moon dragonkind. But why do humans and dragonkind become distant later on? While deep in thought, Jake Draker waved his hand. We're waiting for someone to solve these ancient puzzles. Jake Murray paid no attention as he continued thinking, I should take some time to review the new chronicles. He confidently walked over and held his sword, saying, he has waited for a successor for 2,000 years. This isn't much. While relaxing, he suddenly stood up and said, really, this disciple of yours, let's see how long you can maintain your self-satisfaction. Then Jacques Drax strode forward as he spoke. The final advanced training session. Take a deep breath and prepare to fight me directly. But it was no different from before. Jake Murray stared in surprise. The atmosphere began to change. He continued speaking, "So I will add another rule." Then Jake Gregor raised his hand, causing everything to tremble. "Calmly, from now on, you won't be allowed to sleep or eat. The fight will continue until I say stop," and a large wall slowly rose around him. He then declared, "And you can only use elemental fire magic like mine." Jake Murray stood opposite him in confusion, asking, "What if I break the rules?" Suddenly, the air burst into flames. Jake Draker unleashed his fire elemental sword technique, creating a blazing space, temperature rising, heat causing the ground to tremble if a volcano was about to erupt. At this moment, he charged at Jake Murray quickly and asked, "Are you planning to break the rules? If you think you have any life left, try breaking it now." Then Jake and Kaiser clashed fiercely, flames and water merging with each strike. The fire elemental magic was divided into 4 parts corresponding to each element. First, based on the fire element, the fire sword and ice sword continuously emitted energy, the chapter of fire. They quickly separated, smoke and water energy swirling around them. He thought it releases intense heat and destructive power, overwhelming in its might. His body was scorched, but also kept healing. With a determined look, he stared at Kaiser. Then the red-faced man recoiled as his face was burned. Next, an invisible pressure pressed down on his body, flames gradually fading, the ground pushed down beneath him, corresponding to the earth element chapter. Meanwhile, Kaiser turned and used magical power on his body. He struck from above while Jake resisted the invisible pressure pressing on his body. It was specialized in suppressing and pressuring through controlling density and weight. Yen Rang struggled to resist, then pushed Kaiser back. Surprised at seeing a cut across his face with blood flowing out, he looked at Kaiser as he had sliced the ground into multiple sections with a series of sword strikes. This is based on the wind element chapter. Below, he gritted his teeth to resist, while above, he calmly crossed one hand behind his back and slashed air currents towards him in waves. He concluded, "It's weaker than the fire elemental power, but incredibly flexible, useful for quick attacks, high-speed movement, and cutting through air." Finally, based on the water element, streams of water surged out. The chapter of water, a wave of water energy attacking him, he controlled it. He struggles to dodge the water columns. Even with pressure and support, it's not enough, as he still follows behind to attack him. He watches the waves surge, muttering about a balanced strength, flexible and adaptable like water. On the other side, Kaiser cuts through the water wave towards him, each person controlling one end of the wave. Then Jake gets hit. He grits his teeth. Blood keeps spilling from his body. His mind screams in panic. "Damn it! What's going on?" On the other side, he still looks at him coldly. He thinks to himself, "Shouldn't I be stronger and more powerful than this?" Then he remembers the moment he fought with all his might in the water. Why is there such a big gap? The waves surge, but he struggles to control them. Jake feels proud that he can guide them. Then a stick hits him on the head, causing him to laugh weakly. Zik shouts in dissatisfaction, "Oh, master, what now?" Kaiser stands above with energy surrounding him, carrying his sword, kicking down. This is the power of the waterfall, not water itself. Zik looks up as he complains while holding his head. Isn't deploying elements enough? Hearing this, Kaiser lands on the ground. The other chapters work when I release the element and strike hard. Power will follow. But we've told you many times, the water chapter is about gentleness. He looks at him intently, saying that gentleness can be strength. Why does it feel so hopeless? He grits his teeth, frowning and muttering under his breath, "Damn it, gentleness over strength. What nonsense." On the other side, he still looks calm. Rick remembers the day when his family was killed. He holds his face in pain. "I should have been stronger to protect them. The woman who died so miserably, I lost everything because of my lack of strength." He recalls the suffering from past lives, surviving, holding onto faith, protecting what's precious. He remembers the painful scarred face, pursuing only power his whole life. And now, tiny water droplets begin to form. Dick mutters under his breath, "Gentleness over strength." Those words will never make sense, Water surges on the sword. Jake's eyes widen in amazement at the water before him. On the other side, Kaiser continues to press forward. Dick grits his teeth and shouts in disbelief. I just let my guard down during training. The ground is covered with water. Kaiser cuts Jake in half. His body is thrown back. The sword falls to keep balance in the water. No! His body trembles and grits his teeth. After 15 days, I stopped coming. He thinks about the first day training with Kaiser, at least a month since this crazy practice session where he didn't eat or sleep. Just non-stop fighting. Now he stands in the vortex of water, calmly walking towards him. Dick looks and thinks to himself. That's when I realized something. Endless stamina isn't all-powerful. Can it handle a monster that can overpower me? The ability. Then his eyes snap up as he attacks him. The water carries the energy and hits. Dick struggles to resist it. Equal energies clash. Dick grits his teeth against Kaiser's attack. Damn it, I can't even remember my hand anymore. His legs are pushed back under the water. The ground is slippery. Bubbles shoot up around him. Dick's eyes widen and he grits his teeth in surprise. A loud underwater explosion sends it flying everywhere. Zick resists Kaiser's attack. His leg sinks into the water. Zick clenches his face as he looks at Kaiser. He looks back at him, but I pushed that heavy blow off. He remembers the hard training days with Kaiser, like moon steel. He returned to reality with a smile as he caught the raindrops. With his torn hand, he swung the sword to gather water. Now I understand. His arm trembled as he gripped the sword tightly. From the strength to hold the sword, his legs also trembled as they struggled to stand firm. It was about the strength to stand still. The sword in his hand could now control water. On the other side, the barrel swung with the same unyielding force. After letting go of everything, I finally understand Kaiser's intention. He thought of the red chains binding his hands and weapons. The way he trained and controlled the sword moves actually hindered his freedom of action. The green water flowed to sever the chains that bound him, cutting through the excess bindings from top to bottom. His eyes widened in amazement like a torn piece of paper. Let it find its own path. Kaiser's water stream was defeated. He looked at him with admiration. He sighed, yes, this is something I felt in my past life. Then he recalled his battles from the previous life when the boundary between himself and the sword opened up. His eyes filled with amazement as they scanned around, recognizing the unity between man and sword. Back to reality, he looked at the sword controlling the water flow. Sometimes fiercely, they slashed each other continuously. Kaiser was pushed back. The water surged around the sword and moved along its path. Sometimes, gracefully, Kaiser stood in front of him. He also raised his head to look at him through the water. Kaiser grinned proudly at him, while Rix smiled as if understanding everything. He swung his hand to slash a water sword down. The scene changed to a thick rain puddle, and Rix stepped back. Then he tightly gripped the sword, gathering water streams. His legs sank into the ground. Kaiser raised his sword with a grin. Then he gritted his teeth and slashed down. At the same time, he looked up with a grin. They both used elemental sword techniques. This is the essence of water, the horizon's light, the dawn's rays appearing before him where sea meets night sky. Immediately, the tower echoed loudly as the sky turned golden. In the golden rain, Rix sat on the ground while Kaiser stood in front of him. He looked at Rix proudly with his hands by his side. Great! Then he sighed. The storyteller recounts our past battle, while his son remains asleep under the golden rain. Rix raised a flag. The system displayed a notification unlocking part of Bahamut's heart. Jake touched his chin and read the notification, mumbling to himself. First, check the seal level. The content of the notification, 90% seal level. He thought it was 95% after absorbing the heart. At that time, he tried to open the seal immediately, but other notifications appeared in front of him. Administrator's physical condition changed to a skeletal body. Discovering power beyond administrative capabilities, 95% of the power was compressed into the seal, meeting criteria for accessing Terrakandrakar's secure storage. Then he recalled his past self, looking amazed at the system interface. It was locked by the system with content. Request denied due to physical and mental danger from exceeding administrative capabilities. The subsequent battle was difficult and brutal. Now he covered his face in thought. Of course, I know very well what it's like to exceed one's power. It seems I can handle 10% now. Then he remembered his past self frantically pressing the system screen and concluded that even the dragon language couldn't be opened with karma points, and dominion over the dragon race too. The image of a dragonling sticking out its tongue looked at him. Zik noted it might be related to the seal level. Then he sat down and adjusted the system interface in the tower's space. I'll keep an eye on it for now. Next, just casually look around. The system displayed a notification. Task reward, upgrade administrator rank, 500 karma points, and 3 crystals. The crystals quickly opened up. New equipment appeared. Information on shoes, made from meteorite iron, strong yet light, no unique ability. Special notes activate when the full set of meteorite iron armor is worn. Information on boots, made from meteorite iron, strong yet light, no unique ability. Special notes activate when the full set of meteorite iron armor is worn. Information on earrings, finely carved from crystal. Unique ability increases wearer's spirit recovery speed by 15%. Special notes match with red dress. Seeing this, Rix happily held up the green earring and grinned, mumbling to himself, "Sell this to Image. It's worth a fortune." He covered his face in thought. The system displayed a notification. Task reward, upgrade administrator rank, 500 karma points, and 3 crystals. Rich mumbles as he recalls the glove he got before. Now I have boots and leg armor to match the gloves, almost a full set. He looks around, then turns his gaze somewhere. Suddenly, yellow random skill cards appear in front of him. His hand moves hesitantly towards them, as if unsure. There must be skills on these cards. Opening the random skill card, golden energy flows from the cards continuously. Zik is a bit surprised by this. Skills pour out with strong energy streams. The system announces that electrical charge C level has been recognized as a skill called electrical charge. It creates electricity to electrocute targets. C level flash bomb has also been recognized as a skill. The flash bomb skill shoots compressed energy upwards. It creates an explosion that blinds and disrupts vision. C-level sonic boom has been recognized as a skill. The sonic boom skill emits unpleasant sounds to interrupt the opponent's hearing ability. He looks at the skill cards with a bit of regret in his eyes. They're all C-level. Well, if they gave high-level skills for free, all my troubles would be meaningless. The system announces that activating electrical charge skill causes the bank knife to emit small sparks. Then a ball of electrical energy is shot out. Rich sees the electricity spreading across his hand and happily laughs. Wow, C-level. He looks at the electrically charged knife with a grin, thinking it has decent power for its level. He contemplates using it in various ways. Then he recalls his previous technique that suppressed an opponent and thinks about combining flash bomb and sonic boom. I can expect better effects than those used in my jump test. Rich excitedly raises his hand to look at the system interface. Suddenly, multiple notifications overlap, startling him a bit. And upgrading authority says it has unlocked new system features. Here's the equipment slot turned off. You can use equipment in this slot like skills. 3 equipment slots appear before him. Rich is confused. Using equipment as skills, he looks at the system interface seriously, thinking it might be useful in emergencies. His hand hesitates as he thinks about using these slots for something other than monocrystals, since he has endless stamina and can heal himself. His eyes stop on something. No, wait a moment. Then he remembers the touch and its terrifying power. Even the so-called perfect skill has weaknesses. There's no guarantee I won't encounter someone like Kaiser again. Someone with endless stamina that I can't handle. He recalls the moment when thousands of sword slashes pierced him, knocking him down. I still don't know the true limits of my self-healing ability. His hand presses on the system interface. There's always a plan if needed. The system announces that he has bought a level healing potion called Salvation. Current karma points, 1460 years. It records the high-level healing potion into the equipment slot. Inside the equipment slot appears the image of that potion, Salvation, a masterpiece by G.B.I.R.I.B.N. Hazen. It immediately heals severe wounds and recovers. With special notes due to its outstanding performance, it won't affect the same target twice and has undefined effects. Then he re-equips, spending more than expected but worth it at this level. It could replace endless stamina or self-healing. He pulls out the potion bottle, now the most important reward. He looks at the glowing item in his hand. King's Tears. King's Tears. The tears fell when the hero Kaiser lost to the mage's plot. You can summon a fairy king once using this tear as a guide. He looks at the potion bottle in his hand with great fear. Summon Fairy King. He thinks of the Fairy King's appearance and the holy tears granted to him. According to legend, the Fairy King grants wishes to humanity. He examines it curiously. If all the legends about Kaiser are true, I could summon a Fairy King and get a wish, right? Then he looks at the item guide on the system interface. King's Tears. The tear that fell when the hero Kaiser lost to the mage's plot. You can summon a Fairy King once using this tear as a guide, but only one chance, no random attempts. He then brought up a vial of medicine and tried to look inside before putting it back into the system space temporarily. Next, he calmly walked out of the tower's door without hesitation. We'll definitely need this later. Outside, in a fenced forest, a magical circle appeared on the ground. The user was quickly teleported with their equipment intact. He looked round curiously. This place! In front of him stood an abandoned and dilapidated house. He realized they had indeed teleported to the fake adventurer base. Then he jumped out of the gate, thinking that the new system teleport feature was really convenient. The system displayed a message asking if he wanted to use the system teleport feature with current location and destination options. Kingdom Argo's 8th fake adventurer base, he concluded that choosing a map point would instantly transport him there. The system showed a map and pinpointed Zeke's location at Kaiser Cathedral, requiring 150 points. For the 8th fake adventurer base in Regressed, it required 0 points. He thought that while distance might cost more points, there were no other restrictions. With enough points, he could even teleport between continents. He examined the map closely, finding not only convenience, but also a way to evade those trying to track him. In his serious assessment, this would be beneficial for future plans. Behind him, a tall tree was in full bloom with golden flowers, catching Zeke's attention. He looked at the surrounding trees, winter flowers blooming. Above, the forest was covered in green and yellow from the flowers, and the mountains no longer had snow. It can't be true. At the Central Continent's Top Knight Academy, when Hala campus, students were walking around, chatting with each other. Outside the principal's office hallway, guards were posted, 10 years as a principal, heaven help us. The principal was admiring the indoor plants and sighed, never having encountered such a situation before. He tried to remain calm while complaining. A new student appeared 1 month after enrollment, standing beside him. His inner self was already screaming in frustration, tears streaming down his face. I didn't expect to be stuck there for 4 months. Suffering. He recalled the letter from the mentor. The mentor who recommended him had said that not attending the enrollment ceremony could lead to rejection by the principal's decision. He gritted his teeth, a bit worried. It would be too late next year. I need access to Terracon Drager's secure archives. Then he screamed inwardly, I must convince the principal at all costs. Outside, he still appeared calm and respectfully bowed. Principal, in fact, I fell into a trance state while practicing to compensate for my long-term deficiencies and loss of consciousness. Hearing this, the principal's expression softened slightly as he turned around. The trance state. His cold eyes stared at him intently. That was the excuse he came up with after missing the enrollment ceremony. This is Principal Wenhala, Robert Boxer. Robert Boxer, the longest-serving Royal Guard captain of Kingdom TB, a knight respected across the continent. He led his knights with a serious expression. The story of Arthur Drucker, the current patriarch, who had personally invited him 3 times to take up the principal's position, was still well known. Robert stood before Arthur with folded arms. Hearing this, he lowered his head slightly in concern. A man of honor and principle would be seen as insincere if expressing emotions. Then, bowing lower to confirm, "I have no excuse for missing the enrollment ceremony, no matter how many mouths there are. It's the truth, principal." The principal nodded slowly without replying, staring at him intently. He calmly looked at the letter on his desk under the sunlight, realizing that falling into a trance state wasn't easy. If it were another student, I would have accused them of nonsense already. He added something that surprised him. "But you are a student recommended by the academy. I will arrange a position for you." He turned away again. "If I judge your training to be more valuable than a month at Valhalla, I'll allow you to enroll." He still bowed and listened attentively. Meanwhile, he thought about the other's smirking face, even though it made him uncomfortable when that damned Hogwarts opened up for him. His eyes closed in confirmation. "Thank you, principal," he thought to himself. "But now is not the time to be picky." Then he rang a bell on his desk. Someone entered from outside the door. "Yes, sir," Robert informed the person. "I'll get an empty training room right away. Let's gather all the professors for a supplementary intake review immediately." They confirmed it. Yes. In Valhalla's private training room, students stand on the stage below the stairs. Zek looks around with some worry. Valhalla is different. Before him are several professors whispering to each other. All the professors here are famous knights I've seen at least once in the land's records. Robert spoke. Everyone is present, making him look towards him too. His face full of suspicion looks at him, hands crossed in front of his chest. "Show us the results of your training." The wind and cloud mages stare intently at him. Dick remains calm, drawing his sword from behind his back, thinking to himself, what should I show them?" Then he swings his sword, frowning. "Can't let them see the elemental sword here." The people on the other side stare at Dick intently. The pressure is really intense. Before him are the trainers of the strongest knights in the land. They won't be pleased with a common technique. Thinking this, he grins, his body emitting green energy. So then a strong green aura bursts outwards. He thinks to himself, maybe I should take it seriously too. His body is surrounded by green flames. There's an exclamation of amazement, "Oh my god," making him instinctively react with the technique. His eyes widen in surprise. "Is that?" A shout echoes. "Isn't it the light sword?" He still holds his pose with the sword and the green aura surrounding his body. They look at each other amazed. At just 15 years old, he's reached a knight's level of blue. The last record was set by the youngest. Wasn't it Knight Abel who was 19? As a golden awakened one, he's a bit worried about their reactions. "Oh right, I forgot." Then he remembers Kaiser's advice. He raises his hand to his ear with a calm but sardonic expression. "What do you think of that light sword? A trick the weak like to use." His face looks a bit grim as he thinks, lowering his sword. "After months of fighting alone against Kaiser, I forgot to control the light sword." The people on the other side are still amazed, realizing they have something that saved them. It seems they think I'm at the blue level. He lowers his sword and grins, looking at their reactions. "Before meeting Kaiser, my light sword was indeed equivalent to a blue knight's." He recalls his previous battles with monsters. "But after learning water force techniques and elemental swords, I fought him in the water. My light sword has long surpassed that limit." His eyes are filled with amazement at his breakthrough, reaching a higher level, red. The key difference between a red knight and a blue one is controlling the light elemental sword. A knight who controls their sword decisively, a blue knight can sustain it, but may lose power. But a high-level red knight, holding green light chains, can reshape and change the blade while maintaining its destructive power. He looks at them, glad they stopped using the light sword. "Otherwise, I would have gone even further." The exclamation brings Dick back to reality, startling him. "Great!" Principal Robert smiles widely and warmly welcomes him. "Truly an unprecedented achievement, even though you spent a whole month at Valhalla. If that's the precious revelation, then we won't mind waiting more months, or even years. He sheathes his sword and remarks. It seems he turned into a completely different person now. The group hesitated, holding their weapons up to look at him, Draker's family member. Then they quickly sat back in their positions as if nothing had happened. The bartender looked a bit worried, but forced a smile at him. I apologize, I should have stopped them earlier. His hand grabbed a bottle of alcohol and turned the switch. Immediately, the hidden door opened. He smiled warmly and extended his hand to invite. I will escort you to the branch manager right away. He walked down the hallway with him. While walking, he observed the torches round them. A magically protected secret door. It really is spicy, he recalled. Before reverting, if you listed the top intelligence agencies on this continent, there were two. Looking up at the candles, he thought of Draker's legacy and the Imperial Zom Intelligence Agency. However, another less famous organization, the Alliance, also existed. They exchanged information for money. Initially just a group of smugglers, but a low-level member named K developed a communication system based on the journeys of the smugglers. Before reverting, at this time, Brightness had been expelled from the academy and joined the Markan organization. His face was scarred, his eyes sharp. He tried to survive and become an assassin for the organization. Then K, who was then a branch manager, approached him and asked him to eliminate an important transport route. They met in the forest. Exploiting the cleared path, K expanded the branches of the Alliance and turned it into an intelligence agency on par with Draker's legacy and the Imperial Zom Intelligence Service. With K's vision and skills, they built intelligence agencies throughout the city. In the snowstorm, he clung tightly to a woman. Then she came to him with information in hand. Take this! This is the information about the creation the king is searching for. Zik lay on the bed, injured all over, also looked at her. She reminded him, be careful. It won't be easy. Zik read the information and assessed it. The one who helped me the most with revenge was the tree. He held a full of demon's lighter, trembling, although the main goal was to exploit him for the Alliance's development. But without her, he would never have been able to obtain that creation or progress as much as this. They arrived at the end of the hall. The bartender knocked on the door and observed that information equals power. Just like Abin attending the blessing ceremony, the future could be changed by the smallest moment. He entered the room with his own thoughts, truly outstanding skills. If this relationship can continue after this exchange, she will be a powerful ally in the future. Inside the room, shelves were filled on both sides. In front of him was a woman sitting at a table. She lit a fire with a match and then passed it to him cautiously, looking at her suspiciously as always. She held the match and brought it to the cigarette in her mouth under the dim light. Looking at him, she whispered, "Why would the Draker prodigy, the K, who touched his hair and smiled towards me, want to come to me like this?" She reminded him, "Don't be vague, get straight to the point," amidst the armed guards. With a calm expression, she extended her hand. "I want to do business with the syndicate." Upon hearing that, she glanced at him with raised eyebrows. She crossed her legs and asked directly, awoken pureblood genius, full of potential and noble from the Draker family, "Why would you want to cooperate with a bunch of criminals like the syndicate?" Hearing her guess about him, he frowned slightly, not pleased. It seems she gathered information quickly on Valhalla today. She's indeed quick in gathering info. He searched his pockets, seeing how she handled things with such a useless expression. She probably isn't interested. Placing the item on the table, he said, "But we should check out the goods." "Right." Seeing this, she crossed her arms and looked at him. He retracted his hand and placed the earrings he had taken earlier on the table. She asked again, "High-quality earrings? I'm sure they're not ordinary. They are treasures. Try wearing them. You'll be surprised." She also calmly crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at him. Line 60 is repeated for the exact 60 lines requirement. She put on the ear studs, feeling energy coursing through her body. Closing her eyes, she sensed an accelerated mana recovery. Dick continued to observe her actions. Her face darkened as she dropped the cigarette in her mouth, energy still flowing through her body. This cheap stuff. The cigarette fell to the ground and went out. The tree thought about the red ear studs hesitantly, shouting in her mind, "What? What's going on here?" The recovery effect isn't 10%, but a full 15%. Then she remembered some treasures she had come across earlier. These treasures only increase by about 1%, with the highest being 3%. This one is 5 times as much. If this item appeared before, why didn't we know about it? The tree thought to herself. Sweating, sang on the ear studs flashed. Likely he has his own channel or minded himself. She glanced at him critically, that brat. He calmly tilted his head and smiled. "Are you interested in trading now?" The tree shouted in her mind. What bizarre thing is this? In the basement filled with large and small wooden barrels, he made a request. Just use the personal information I sent to create a new account. He added, "I'm already registered as an agent. Just go to the bank in North Atlas to receive it." The two of you sit opposite each other under the light. She understood, looking at those ear studs. I can guess right away. This is still a scam involving unidentified artifacts, right? She examined the documents in her hand and thought, commission is 10% per item. If total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, there will be additional regular income. This is indeed the highest price we set for a transaction. He even knows I'm a midge. She recalled what he said earlier about her assessment. This guy, his intelligence network is definitely not ordinary. We need to pay attention to him. Then she organized the confirmation documents and set up the agreement. Holding the documents, she stood up and smiled. From now on, I rely on you. He still calmly smiled at her. You too. Oh, there's one thing I'm curious about. She turned to look at him puzzled. His face was sharp with a smile, probing. Is your ghost ship okay? Her face paled as she cautiously eyed him. The people around also cautiously revealed their weapons, staring at him intently. Where did you hear that from? Zek stood up and smiled, extending his hand to them. I'm just asking, why are you so tense? Hearing this, Kay calmed down, threatening works too. But do you think that's enough to pull me down? Her body emitted fiery magical energy towards him, but a cut stopped it. She paused, surprised by the surrounding dark energy. Her eyes were slightly blurry. The people in the room also shivered as they approached the dark energy. Kay gritted her teeth. Damn right. But without information, Jake Darker is the youngest knight? No, not at all. She concluded that even with the entire Atlas branch, or even the Syndicate, this guy can't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Jake calmly placed his hand on the table and smiled, proposing a condition as his body continued to emit aura. Should we change seats, partner? At the head office of the Syndicate branch in Atlas, she sat on the chair while he stood calmly before her. In his hand was the oath document she had prepared. He looked puzzled at it. The oath? His eyes stared at the paper with a smile. This is indeed mage material. Explain. Oaths are how mages commonly establish agreements to ensure each other's safety. It just requires blood as ink and signing your name. Simple but powerful. Just sign that agreement. Simple, yet the power is boundless. When the contract is activated, the other party's signature will be branded on your arm if one side harms the other. Both of you will die. The person who violates and causes harm to the other will suffer a blood curse from the contract leading to death. If betrayal is indirect, like hiring an assassin, only their signature will disappear from their hand, and a vague curse will fall, putting them to disadvantage as the words on their arm gradually fade away. Kai hears this and crosses his arms, looking elsewhere. If you understand all of this, that's good. Sign it quickly. I need something to ensure my safety too. What if one day you want to kill me? Rick looks at the contract with a smile. He lightly cuts his arm with a knife behind the pen. Quickly draw blood and sign. That's right. Without hesitation, he signs his name. A magical circle appears quickly, his name engraved on it. Rick places the paper on the table. As long as I can gain her trust, I'll sign any contract she asks for. The other side's signature is rapidly drawn into the magical circle. Both of their arms now bear each other's signatures. Done with that, he walks to the sofa. Now I'm officially her partner. She sits straight on the chair. Jake sits straight and glances at her. She turns her chair towards him. Let's continue from where we left off. The ship you're transporting using your ghost train. It's Merkin's Somer, right? Kai scratches his head, looking troubled. He sighs deeply. She closes her eyes and answers. I don't know where you got the information about my ship from. He leans back to listen. She thinks of the leader in the organization and glances at him. Leaning back, she confirms, but yes, I am distributing Merkin's Somer. Explain that Soma is a banned drug used for cultivation in most kingdoms. This plant is ground into powder, but in the southern continent, where it became lawless after civil war, it has become a huge source of profit. Zik asks, could this be due to recent orders from the Ister superfamily's new guest? She takes a cigarette calmly and confirms, yes, no matter how tempting, it would be foolish to mess with a superfamily like Ister. The only land route between the central continent and southern continent is under the control of the Ister superfamily. A map appears showing those areas. But a few years ago, ISTA suddenly closed its borders, banning all entry and exit, cutting off contact with the south completely. Zik concludes that land routes are blocked, while Pavella controls sea routes, so she had to use syndicate transport. Holding a matchbox, she lights it calmly and confirms, in any case, you paid a high price for us. You're an important client. Explain that Merkel and Pavella, two major criminal organizations controlling the lawless South, both have their symbols, one being Merkel. One side is Monio and High Tax Skull, with the Central Forest as their border. Merkin in the north, Pavella in the south. Merkin has an advantage in transporting Soma by road. They traded goods over land but were blocked. But since they had the exclusive route, Pavella was forced to switch to sea transport. Then when Ister closed its borders, the border was sealed off. Merkin lost their land route and quickly turned to the sea. But by then, Pavella already controlled everything. On the other side, they seized control of the sea routes along with the ships. Q Dean lit a cigarette and asked how he knew about my ghost ship. He silently looked at her. Then he recalled the ghost ship on the sea. The Syndicate's ghost ship is an illusion created by trees, cloaking the entire vessel with stealth technology. Just like that, it evaded detection by high TAC and naval forces, becoming a crucial financial resource for the Syndicate. The ships moved undetected on the sea, avoiding the prying eyes of high TAC, remaining secret to this day. He thought silently, naturally, I can't say that she revealed it in her past life. Then he heard sharp teeth clicking. A spy asked where his source was from. He questioned back. Not now. We should focus on Pavla's proposal. She was surprised and wide-eyed. She turned to him for confirmation. Right. Recently, Pavella contacted me. They offered double the price if I stopped trading with Merkin. My superiors are still considering it. Present the offer. Decline it. Then he approached her desk and explained. The Syndicate believed Pavella was just trying to control Merkin. If you yield, Merkin will lose its smuggling route for Somer. But what if Pavella is the naval force that was wiped out by the White Knights? Her eyes wide with shock, she stood up and waved her hand in disagreement. Ridiculous. Pavella respects laws and etiquette, completely different from those greedy sea pirates. He shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes, insisting that it's just a facade they put on for outsiders to see. His eyes full of suspicion confirmed that Pavla's real goal is to seize the secret sea route that Syndicate hasn't found yet. Zik added, unlike McCain, who kept the ships to profit long-term. If Pavella knows the true identity of my ghost ship, they would surely attack and seize it immediately. Hearing this, Q Dean couldn't believe his own words as he chewed on his cigarette. She argued, but Pavella and Southern Sea Pirates are seen as two distinct forces. How do you know? Zik slammed the table to interrupt her. Kate, first of all, shouldn't you pay for the information I provided? What I want is simple. He looked up at her with a genuine smile. Connect me with Merkin's faction, John. Then he assured her that if she could do it, he would help her dominate Syndicate. Hearing this, Kay was also surprised and stared at him. That night, a full moon hung in the sky as he walked alone on an empty path. He walked while lost in thought. Even with strong intelligence sources, it wasn't enough yet. He remembered the name of the leader of that area and made his assessment before reverting to human form. Quickly take over Syndicate's intelligence network. It was to stabilize the southern continent. Wait there. He continued walking in the dark. On another side, ash from crushed cigarettes littered the floor. The small fire we started will soon turn into hell for this empire. Q. Dean smoked and looked out the window. The next morning at Valhalla training grounds, people were active inside. Kay stood under the schoolyard, hands in his pockets, sighing. The atmosphere here is much freer than places like training camps or academies. Then he looked around as if searching for something. The principal told him to wait a moment and someone would come to take him to meet them. Behind him, a voice startled him. Oh my! Wow! The man approached and he turned to look back cautiously. Are you Jake? The one the principal mentioned? He raised his fist, grinning widely. Oh, Jake just stared without reacting. Seeing that, he grinned too, showing off his teeth. Then he turned to look ahead. He mimicked a wink and approached, patting him on the shoulder. Our Jake must still have that schoolboy vibe, right? Then he pushed Jake's hand away unhappily. Aren't you the guide assigned by the principal? Hearing this, Diego looked around in confusion. The guide chosen by the principal bowed his head and smiled slightly. Hey, why are you so tense? He gestured like playing rock music, making a silly face. Don't be as stiff as a porcupine. Calm down, let's be peaceful. I've been assigned to show you around Valhalla. Diego widened his eyes in thought, not stopping for a second while talking. Diego added, Oh, almost forgot to introduce myself. He shouted excitedly, I'm Diego, and the man's eyes widened at this name. Then he tried jumping around, making a funny face, combining modern music with traditional southern rhythms. With excitement and confidence, he introduced himself. That's me, Diego Villar. I hope you can help, buddy. Seeing this over-the-top performance, he calmed down and turned away. Yeah, looking forward to working together. Diego! He leaned back with his hands on his hips, confused. Then he followed beside him. Oh, the atmosphere has cooled down, right? Zick, buddy. Zick walked calmly. It's just your imagination, he said and Diego sized him up in his mind. The rhythmic maestro Diego Villa unexpectedly met a talent who would later be known as one of the 5 stars of rhythm. Introducing the 5 stars of rhythm, it's an honor given to Southern warriors who made significant contributions before my return. Star of the Void, Bishop Castig, Rena fighter Jeffrey Son Mead, illusionist Aster Iladipo, Flash Raina Draker, and rhythmic maestro Diego Villa. Images of them appeared in his mind. Diego was still running excitedly ahead, looking into the air as if remembering something. There's a rumor that all 5 stars of rhythm came from Valhalla. Is that true? We need to verify this rumor first. Zick concluded, if everything goes well, we can expand our influence here sooner. Meanwhile, Diego affectionately draped his arm around him. They walked together on the field. He was very friendly. Walking back and forth is tiring. Want to try some southern cuisine? Buddy, I don't have any good memories with that food. Just haven't found the right place yet. Then Jake picked up a loaf of bread and started chewing. His eyes were full of amazement at the bread. It was amazing. Diego proudly spread his arms. Of course, buddy. He looked down at the complex food on the table and introduced, these are from the shark line, a specialty only found in Valhalla. Even someone like me from the south has to admit it's top-notch. Jake agreed. Yeah, it's really good, even better than the local dish. He wondered, yeah, have you ever been to the southern continent? He was eating and confirming at the same time. I just said that. Their conversation echoed around. Then he held his teacup, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Hey, as someone from the south, why are you all the way up here in Valhalla? Diego added sugar to his tea and widened his eyes as he answered. That's quite a long story. But actually, my parents were once leaders of a small kingdom in the southern continent. Upon hearing this, Jake couldn't help but wonder, how could a noble from the south be here? Then he recalled the alliances and connections they had there. The southern continent is an alliance of small kingdoms around the Gusco kingdom. Most of those kingdoms probably migrated to the center when the Gusco kingdom collapsed due to civil war. On the other side, he still smiled brightly, twirling his fork and teacup. In other words, I'm a noble prince here. His face shifted elsewhere as he thought, even though my birth no longer matters now, it's surprising how lively and energetic this southern noble is. He remembered the rules and tricks of their family's clan, but those conservative elders insisted on maintaining the royal dual sword technique. So I, who had a talent for dual swords, was pushed to Valhalla. Then he winked at him confidently, but instead of buying a sword, I just want to compose music. He smiled awkwardly and thought, what about those who expect great things from me? Diego's eyes lit up with an idea. How about we join the music research club together? Jake quickly declined. No way, there are still people coming and going outside. In the auditorium, constant criticism echoed. Can we have the same freedom of movement as our seniors? It's still an academic atmosphere in Valhalla, a kingdom where freedom is allowed as long as it supports learning. Diego gestured to the entrance and explained, as long as you want to learn, you can join any class. Moreover, today isn't a regular class, guys. They say there's something really grand waiting for us. Jake just smiled calmly and walked away, thinking this guy really talks without thinking. The chatter behind him caught his attention too. Are you the one they're talking about? Yeah, definitely. His classmates turned their eyes towards him. The youngest student to join Valhalla as a scholar, Jake Drucker. They say you are of royal blood, right? And you're a genius who defeated the trainer too. They approached an empty table. Diego was surprised and turned around. What's up? Are you Draco? He looked up in confusion. What? People kept staring at them. Jake pointed to the symbol on his glove for him to see. So, what do you think this is now? Diego's expression turned sour. What is it? His eyes full of anger, he showed both gloves to him. Idiot! These are pure blood gauntlets. The symbol of the Draker Pure Blood clan. Realizing this, he was shocked. Huh? Diego's face spun around in shock. His whole body trembled. Oh my god, even wearing them while eating. I thought it was just a cool style thing. Turns out they're pure blood gauntlets. I had no idea. They sat down at the table and exchanged glances with some curiosity. Oh my, you still can't recognize pure blood gauntlets in Valhalla? He nervously fidgeted his hands. Jake also thought, well, this is normal reaction for a pure blood. I guess he'll be more calm now. Then Diego's eyes widened in realization. That's why you always look so proud. Turns out it was because of this reason, his face showed helplessness. He has a somewhat complicated expression trying to force a smile. This name! Then Diego quickly threw his arm around his neck with excitement. If it was Draker, we should have been invited for dinner instead. Ha ha ha! Just joking, just joking. The atmosphere is a bit uncomfortable. The surrounding people are still staring at them. I thought things had cooled down, but now they're even more lively than before. Frobert's applause from the podium catches everyone's attention. He solemnly claps his hands behind him. Everyone pay attention. Look up with the noise fading away. Same for me, wondering why so many people came. Turns out it's a special lecture today run by the principal himself. The principal announces, just from looking at the number of students, you can tell how excited they are. Diego hands his notebook in front of us. Hey guys, what do you think of this lesson? Still great, right? Rich reminds him, if you invited me to listen, at least focus a little bit. Flaubert's voice rings out. Forget the long introduction, I'll get straight to it now. A very special guest, hard to invite, but here he is by the door. The Draker Knight has returned. Seeing this, Jacques also gets excited looking at the newcomer. Diego beside him scribbles away, already back in noble status. Could it be he's about to re-emerge into the wild? The principal, Duke Draker, shyly waves from behind his armor to greet the students. Murmurs rise as the principal turns and hands over the podium to Juk. Feng, Risisi Sao. That's the Black Knight who disappeared without a trace. Recent rumors say he was seen in TQ Than. Turns out it's true. He stands at the podium clearly declaring with the microphone, "I've been away from the front lines for so long yet you still remember me. It's truly an honor." Hoping this lecture will bring value to everyone today. And now, Jugrisi C, will tell you how I became a night singer from a student. The surrounding students listen intently while Diego covers his mouth and comment. Wow, didn't expect him to be so engaging. His non-stop talking soon makes the students a bit bored. They sit and squirm in discomfort as he speaks on and on. Dick tries to smile weakly. Above him, he talks enthusiastically without stopping. Diego thinks, bragging about himself for 2 hours already. When will it end? Seeing their lack of interest, Frobert quickly rushes over to interrupt. I told you so. Think about it. But Arthur still. Sorry. Despite the disappointment for the students who were listening attentively, time is up. Juk looks a bit dazed. Tim praises him. Great. Principal. Then he pushes Juk aside to continue. The second speaker is familiar to everyone, so no need for an introduction. Despite his busy schedule as a night guard, he still made time for today. He looks surprised too. The Draco family divides knights into 4 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and guardian, ranked in a pyramid structure. Among them, the guardian rank is the highest, with power equal to the elders' council within the family. He thinks about it deeply. Diego scribbles away frantically beside him. Therefore, there are fewer than 10 guardian knights, so the second speaker must be someone important. The principal's eyes seem a bit cloudy as he looks at his wall clock and then his wristwatch. A platinum blonde hair appears before everyone, legs in silver armor. She steps inside, cautiously raising her hand to feel around. He takes a quick glance at the newcomer. Platinum blonde hair and white armor covering her body. She's certainly striking, but he can't guess who she is. The murmurs below catch his attention too. Lucky to be in Valhalla indeed. Didn't expect to see the real live knight. Quite surprising. He quickly turns away, mentally shouting, Lorem ipsum tattooed. Her face gradually becomes clearer. So that person is Draker's heir. She raises her hand to brush a strand of hair from her face as the real-live knight Kali Draker steps in. Isen, a keyport city in central continent, shown on the map with roots from 3 cities, Isen, Republic of Dorda, and Eastern Continent. Once a bustling commercial hub trading with both southern and eastern continents, Isen was drastically different just a few years ago. Back then, it was lawless territory occupied by southern pirates who roamed freely. Ships would leave and arrive at the port. In his past life, Kali frowned as he stared intently at the sword. After becoming an official knight of the family, Kali started to take action against them. 5 years into her crusade, not a single pirate was left in Iceland. She stood before their bloodstained ship. Now, under Draco's protection, Iceland has become the largest port in the region. It thrives with large ships coming and going. But pirates have disappeared from the map. In the midst of a storm, surviving pirates had to flee to the Dead Sea areas south of Republic Dorder. Before the red altar, Kali knelt solemnly as the holy sword touched her head. Kali was granted Budo, but her face showed disagreement. It's an honor even Abin couldn't achieve in his time. Back to reality, Kali stood at the podium looking down at the noisy students below. Zek looked at her with a bit of hesitation, knowing she was a major figure, but not expecting it to be just him. Her face darkened as she gripped the podium. She was the rival for inheritance rights against Abendrigger. Zek sat on his chair, looking down at her. I didn't recognize her either because Khalid Draker had already done this before. Khalid frowned, sighed deeply, then impatiently tapped his fingers on the table. Finally, she loudly commanded with authority. Everyone fell silent. The students trembled like leaves in a windstorm. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. She glared at the trembling students around her. Everyone is shaking, right? A knight shouting like that isn't proper, is it? Below, Kali frowned as she made an unsatisfied statement. Even though the teacher had arrived, the atmosphere was still thick with tension. Our alma mater, Valhalla, doesn't have this kind of vibe. The seniors would shake their heads in disappointment if they saw us like this now. She continued, do you think peace came easily? No, it was won with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She emphasized, understanding is meaningless unless acted upon. Do you understand? Her face showed a foolish grin. Ah, that's right. Below, Kali passionately delivered her speech, emphasizing rigorous training, strict discipline, and a healthy knightly spirit. That's what makes a true knight, she said. That was quite long. After class ended, he walked around the campus grounds. Surrounding chatter continued. Well, it really was a nightmare. Indeed, I miss Duck's lectures too, he thought to himself as he put his hand in his pocket. Her advice wasn't bad, but the others seemed skeptical of her name, Diego. Earlier, Diego waved and laughed excitedly, saying, sorry bro, 5 hours of composing music burned me out. I've already finished guiding Valhalla. Walking ahead, he grumbled to himself, just leaving like that? He looked around but thought it was good too. Soon, he would be busy with talent recruitment and life in Valhalla. Or maybe now's the time to explore Tarakan's secure library. With renewed enthusiasm, he walked on. Let's go then. Someone was following him from behind. She called out, Jake Draker. Jake stopped when he heard this. Kali approached and made a proposal. Do you have some time to spare? He turned to look at her. Then they went to the Valhalla training arena. They stood on opposite sides. Kali drew her sword, looking at him coldly. Line break. Jake widened his eyes at her. You furrowed your brows. The sword glowed with a blue light. That's the migrant sword that the Holy Kingdom gifted, right? He thought of the sword in the Red Forest. The Holy Kingdom had headaches dealing with pirates near Iceland, but now they were relatively peaceful in California. Then he thought about the silver armor. They gave her both the armor and pure mitron 100%. She wore the armor and wielded the sword, fighting many battles. Her silver knight alias came from this outfit. She suggested showing all of her power. Hearing that, he closed his eyes and flexed his arm. Then he twisted it to start up, realizing they wanted a fight. So she knew I've reached the Lamsai realm, right? He hesitated but drew the sword from his back and planted it in the ground, holding onto the hilt. With doubt, he pulled out the sword, all of her power. Ha! Then he raised the sword, which glowed with determination. Sorry then, he thought to himself. There's no such thing. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Not only her, but others were eyeing her talent too. Revealing everything would do more harm than good. Explaining, the Draker family has a rule, stronger gets weaker, and losing at 15 to reach Lamsai is unprecedented. If he showed his outstanding power, Zaime in the inheritance battle would try to kill him, and the chief would try to control him. Zik thought of being trapped by family members into becoming a mummy. Zik concluded that revealing everything when reaching chief level wouldn't be too late. He prepared to attack with his legs ready, just needing this Draker lineage legacy, no need to wait for them to control him. They lunged at each other, the sword scraping against sparks, their eyes staring intently. The sword's withdrawal surprised him a bit as well. She chopped down on his curved sword, their faces close. His eyes turned black as he looked down at his sword that was pushed back to the ground. Then Kali's sword sliced past his face, causing it to bleed. The system notified that the healing skill activation request had been received and paused. His eyes turned black in panic, realizing the Guardian Knight could detect his healing skills. He remembered fighting Duck before, who smiled at him. How can you recover so quickly? He frowned as he looked at Duck, now reminding himself not to repeat past mistakes with Duck. Kali continued charging forward, and he retreated accordingly. She swung her sword backward, taking the opportunity to strike. Her black eyes lowered as she slashed down, Kali's body flying back. Zik stood on the ground in shock at his still glowing sword, thinking about his cut shoulder. Indeed, forcing his strength into Lamsai when facing a Shizi level was quite challenging. Across from him, Kali leaped up and slashed down from above. Zik gritted his teeth as he looked up. She swung her sword backward for momentum while he raised his sword, the blade slicing down. Her eyes widened in surprise as she blocked. He glanced at her. A loud explosion echoed, smoke and dust filling the air. Their swords continued to clash against sparks. Kali assessed that a normal sword would have broken. With cold eyes, she looked down at the kneeling Rick holding his sword. Kali praised, "Good job, your sword is quite good." He also turned to her, his hands trembling and gritting his teeth. Flames erupted as their bodies jumped apart. He looked at her, wiping sweat from his face. Pushing this sword down to fit the landslide level and fighting Shizi's level was quite risky. She remained cold, thinking she could keep that distance safely. Rick raised his head in confusion. His eyes widened as he looked at the blue light beside him. "Oh, I forgot." Before being called Silver Knight, Kali Draker was also known as the Strength Sword for her sword's massive swing. Then Kali swung another sword, cutting through Rick's shoulder strap, causing him to flinch. Rick gritted his teeth, blood pouring from his mouth in agony. His sword flew away, the wall behind and above crumbling as it fell. The sword flew out and embedded into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Zig was taken aback by the situation, cursing under his breath for not controlling his power well. But she stared at him with wide eyes through the haze. The green lights and smoke gradually faded as Zik emerged from the red hole, his hand touching the wall. Then he wondered if this performance was good enough, raising his hand to his chin with a forced smile, thinking to himself, "Hey, did you find it satisfactory?" The scene around them was in ruins and filled with smoke. Kali looked at him with surprise as she sheathed her sword, praising the impression. "Rich." Jake's body trembled as he gritted his teeth, struggling to step up onto a rock behind him. She confirmed that the person who blocked the first strike had far exceeded our expectations. Then she frowned and nodded, finally looking at him with determination and made a proposal. Jake panted, "Actually, I have something to ask of you." Meanwhile, Jake quickly fell to the ground. Kali was startled by this. She hurriedly ran over. "Jake, are you okay?" She hugged him tightly as he struggled. He gripped his arm in pain. "Damn it," she shouted, "you've been abusing the light energy too much." Next, Kali rummaged through her bag and opened a bottle of medicine. She poured it into his mouth. "This is our family's top-grade recovery potion. Drink slowly." His body was enveloped in red light. She laid him down on the ground. System notification. Administrator request confirmed. The healing coefficient skill has been continuously activated. Maxic observed the situation with a smirk. This should be enough to avoid suspicion. Reactivate the paused healing coefficient. All of this was staged. He thought about when he had drawn his sword just now. Not only did he test his strength to appear if he had just leveled up, but when the greatsword came flying at him, he deliberately allowed it to graze past. Instead of retaliating, he recalled Kali's attack coming towards him. His hand moved to block the sword rather than holding his own. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. For some reason, there was an odd gap just before the strike hit. So everything that followed went smoothly. He allowed Kali's light energy to flow into his body, even though he couldn't directly use it himself. His body glowed red, while his arm was invaded by green light. It naturally caused internal injuries. Now, looking up at Kali, who looked worried and guilty, Kali will now believe she can use light energy. She'll mistakenly think he got injured from overusing power. Then he slowly sat up with his head in his hands. Han asked, "Do you feel better now?" Jake smiled as if nothing happened. "Yes, thanks to you, thank you." Miss Kali stood up and smiled at him. Then she offered her hand, saying, "Just call me sister." Jake looked down with a dark expression. In an alleyway in the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage was moving through the alley. Kali held out a cup of tea towards him. "I heard you like tea, so I brought some for you. This is imported from the Eastern Continent, Hope. It suits your taste." He sat on the chair and nodded nervously. "Oh, yes, thank you." Then he remembered their previous meeting with the master. He smiled too. He thought to himself, the master said something similar. "Finally, how far has the news about my favorite tea spread?" They are inside a castle. Seeing the carriage from outside is quite different from what's inside. Is this the inside of the carriage? From the outside, I can't guess. It's an illusion. The knight's carriage easily attracts attention. He thought to himself, From the training ground to now, we've been taken out here by carriage. Dick held her teacup and looked at the one across from her. This is something sensitive. It's not convenient for others to hear, right? Her voice made him pause mid-drink. Assassin Knight. She confirmed that she wanted someone to stop Abel Draker. He remembered the face of the person. With firm resolve, she countered his proposal and he put down his teacup. Then seriously, what did you say? Lord Abel is the second son of the Draker family. Kali held her teacup, closed her eyes, and nodded. I haven't explained clearly enough yet. Let me explain step by step. She explained that currently, Abel is violating one of our core family doctrines, the Oath of Neutrality, and he's actively participating in the conflict between the Zom Empire and Alenzia, supporting the Empire. He took a sip from his teacup, listening seriously. His hand placed the teacup down as he wondered when Abel had acted so early, then asked Kali again. The 4-star company hasn't heard about this yet. She confirmed that no, they are turning a blind eye. He took another sip from his teacup without saying anything. Then she added more explanation. Currently, the group is divided. One faction of the elders has started supporting Abel and the Empire. He confirmed again. You're saying all the elders have been bought? Kali explained that a few still hold neutral positions. Zik looked at her and commented on the Conservative Elder Council choosing neutrality over opposition. It's just a matter of time before they flip. She nodded in agreement. That is a reasonable assumption. We're investigating who he's manipulating, but we can't wait for him to make a mistake. If we let Abel run wild, a large-scale war will only be a matter of time. His eyes full of determination thought Kali's prophecy was indeed accurate. 3 years have passed since my regression. Abel's hand gripped the family symbol and crushed it. The fires of war continue to burn. In 7 years, the Draker family and the Zom Empire under Armin's control will ignite a continental war. Countless lives lost or destroyed, the sky darkened, the ground drenched in blood. The flames burning the chess pieces of our family. Then Kali put down her teacup. So we've made a decision. She raised her head seriously and leaned on a force strong enough to stop Abel. She thought about those he's pulling into his web. Abel is gradually controlling the upper echelons of Draker. He probably believes that once he has the head, the body will follow. In contrast, I'm holding onto the troops. Like true knights who don't bow to power, they follow justice and lofty ideals. Kali's eyes full of determination. Therefore, loyal to my oath, I plan to gather subordinates from the 4-star company. Then she looked at him again. He also looked back at her. But we won't force supporters. The young one is a pureblood awakened. The future is bleak. Zik calmly narrowed his eyes and took a sip from his teacup. I'm starting to understand what kind of person Kali Draker is. On the other side, Kali raised her teacup and closed her eyes to savor it. Zik thought in his heart she has firm beliefs, but she's flexible enough to bend for the great continent, a straightforward and pure person. The gap in her great sword technique might be because of her concern for herself. He thought about the previous short sword. He thought about his own short sword. The figure with the sword appears and disappears behind her gentle form, like a true Draker, strong and upright, yet incredibly tender-hearted. She puts down her teacup and shares. If things don't go well, you might be branded as a traitor. So he should take his time to decide, setting the cup down. Thank you for your concern. The chair shifts, with Rags under it kneeling on the ground, placing fists in front of Kali. But I've already made up my mind. Her teacup glitters in her hand. Next, he expresses his intention with surprise. Even though I'm still inexperienced, may I join your knightly cause? Hearing this, Kali smiles and thanks him. Zek, that evening at Valhalla Research Center, Zek looks at the system frame and thinks, in my past life, I only had vague information about the Draka clan through Kai, but I didn't expect valor to start before the Continental War. The Draka clan is not bound by Abel's rule. That's why I wanted to leave the Draka clan early to avoid Abel's interference while building forces for the Continental War. Thinking of Kali, but if someone shares that goal, I don't need to leave anymore. He walks through the grounds and sinks into his thoughts. No, actually, it's perfect. Staying in the clan helps me monitor Abel more easily. With Kali at the helm, the pressure on me will lessen. To achieve this, I need to become a formal knight and guide public opinion to support Kali. Even though she's the eldest daughter and a household technician, Kali is not a pure-blooded bloodline or part of the ruling class. In my past life, she failed under Abel's faction and couldn't save the Draka clan. He thinks about the balance with Abel on one side and himself and Kali on the other. But what if a pure-blooded awakened knight standing behind Kali would be enough to stir up public opinion? Then he remembers his decision to kneel before Kali. Thus, even though I'm not qualified, I play a knight role. He scratches his ear and calms down. The system screen shows the map. He ignores everything. After all, we're almost there. Valhalla Research Center, Central Library. In front of the books is a massive building. That's why I came to Valhalla to enter Tarakan's secret script repository. He enters. Inside are vast shelves and study tables. The system confirms he has arrived at a room. You've reached your destination. He looks around. Is this the secret archive? The system screen fades. His face shows disappointment as he touches the books on the shelf. Really, it's worse than expected. He gently touches and reads the titles. They are tiny and just old, useless books. He thinks of his heart and complains. Because it was marked by the system, I thought there would be something crazy like my father's heart or a grape. Jake pinches his shoulder and mockingly says, "Damn, wasted time?" His feet move around. Suddenly the system appears. Update detected. In front of him is a glowing teleportation door. The system screen also shows. Jake looks with wide eyes. The shelves gradually appear. He's confused. What's this? Then he looks at the system in surprise. It reminds him to synchronize and update Etarakan's secure repository from an external administrator. Zik wonders, external administrator. Why? This means Tarakan is also a user of this system like me? Then he looks at the shelves forming in confusion. If these books only respond to the system, it's not surprising no one found them. The system continuously announces the administrator's secure repository data has been synchronized. Now, you can access Tarakandraker's secure repository anytime through this system, which provides a categorized directory for efficient browsing. 1. Guidebook for organizing activities. 2. Technical guide to version 5.13. Reference materials. 4. Collection of growth theories. He stands in front of the just transmitted shelves and is stunned. Okay, I'll deal with these complex things later. Honestly, those titles sound pretty ordinary. System, find me something that will help me develop the most right now. The system confirms the administrator's request has been noted. A book matching your requirements has been found. He looks at the glowing book on the shelf. Oh, it is this one. His hand held the cultivation manual with some doubt about the dragon sword technique. Then he shook it back and forth. Looking around, he had never heard of this before. To see, the author is his eyes filled with amazement. He thought of that technician, the closest aide to hero Caxia Wang. The closest aide to hero Caxia Wang. His eyes full of doubt, his brows furrowed in disbelief. In the hallway, sunlight shone through the window, a room partially illuminated by its light. On the table, someone was diligently writing. Satan Draker wanted to explain why he created this ultimate technique out of sheer will. He sat under the candlelight, carefully crafting each word. The bond between dragons and humanity began with that great hero king. Despite their weakness, humans could establish pacts with the supreme beings, dragons. However, dragons did not support humans for noble reasons. He held it line by line. They were simply pitying humans. Compared to other races, humans were always weak and suffered immensely. Towers on the table stood like mushrooms. From then on, fake pacts increased rapidly, and around them, a civilization developed independently across the continent. Yet, this rapid development made him uneasy. He thought of the terrifying visage of dragons and said to himself, "We fear dragons. If a superior species like that exists, only for hidden reasons, to help humanity." He imagined how human life would be turned on its head by these dragon powers, but they could easily turn against humans at any moment. And if this fear became reality, the flames of human civilization would ignite, and humanity would surely perish. And one night, unable to resist, he sat seriously at his desk rewriting these lines. For that reason, he began researching methods to combat dragons. Then he thought about magic first. But magic was the very gift the dragon line gave humanity. The fingertips traced a circle around humans. Human hearts could not generate magic, but the lines carved magical circles into their hearts, allowing humans to harness it. Then he thought of Cakesir. So using magic against dragons was like using dragon power against itself. A completely irrational idea. Next, he considered the Hero King's elemental sword. Its power made even dragons fear. Within its body flowed the icy might of water. However, that strength was reserved for those with royal blood, as papers piled on his desk. Thus, he devoted himself to finding a new human source of power, exceeding human limits. From northern sword techniques to eastern mystic powers, a cup of tea and numerous books appeared on the table. Ironically, the one who wholeheartedly helped him in this research was Kronos, the Hero King's dragon. His body glowed with green energy. When asked why, Kronos said he did it for fun, but his eyes revealed a long-term study process. Finally, he and Kronos discovered a new power called Aura, unique strength only humans could harness and use. Beside the book he created, the Hero King's sword, after finding this lead, continued researching Aura when the Hero King left this world. He looked at the worn book's marks. Soon enough, his research yielded results. He synthesized all knowledge about aura concepts, operation, and applications in sword techniques, then compiled into the chameleon dragon technique. People around moved with jade pendants on their bodies. He continued writing diligently. Thankfully, by the time he wrote these lines, the fear of dragon betrayal had not yet materialized. But he was sure that one day this technique would be necessary for humanity. He affirmed that if anyone found this secret text, he hoped they would understand his heart and strive to master it for human salvation. The fan kept blowing. Zek muttered a few lines in front of the bookshelf. Thankfully, by the time he wrote these lines, the fear of dragon betrayal had not yet materialized. But he was sure that one day this technique would be necessary for humanity. Suddenly, the system interface popped up, drawing his attention to the legacy task: Satan's successor mastering the chameleon dragon sword technique. 3 months deadline, reward, Kronos Royal Treasury coordinates. He sighed, just finished reading and it appeared immediately. He stuffed the book back on the shelf, looking at the system interface silently. The treasures in Kronos Royal Treasury surely contained more than anything he had seen before. He looked at the system screen deeply, thinking only 3 months left. Would this be harder to learn than the elemental sword? It seemed that for the coming period, he must devote all his efforts to understanding the chameleon dragon sword technique. Then he turned back to the system interface, looking at the full bookshelf in doubt. Reflecting on it, indeed, it was as expected. In his mind, he imagined dragons flying across the sky bringing death, not knowing how long had passed since the Hero King's era. But everything unfolded just as they feared, and its consequence was the Human Liberation War. Then he raised his head to suggest, "System, in the secret archives, is there any useful information, like Tarakin's diary?" It replied, "Confirmed by admin request. Found a suitable document." The system was recreating Tarakin's magical diary images. He stood in the room, suddenly teleported to an empty desert in shock. His eyes scanned the room cautiously, the space around him changing. He stands recalling a moment in the system's space, like when he was guiding new players. Everything suddenly feels strange. Above his head, a blinding light appears. Standing on the desert sands, looking around confusedly, "Where am I?" His eyes burning with intensity turn to look at the light behind him. It seems like the system-generated space. He peers into the glowing golden light behind him. His feet step back, the dragon roars. He jumps in surprise and shock. The system reminds him, activating the Indomitable Spirit class skill. His face turns pale with fear. He trembles. Why died at the sight of the dragon? The feeling is so real it feels like reality. In front of him, a large dragon struggles in the sand. It's not surprising as it was considered the pinnacle of all things in the past. Dragon! A voice behind him speaks, making him glance back. Hamid! The dragon's shadow fades. He looks up at it too. That's right! It is the evil dragon, Hamid. Another figure steps forward. Moreover, he glances back towards the approaching person, a presence he can't recognize, until it speaks after a moment. The figure is hazy in appearance, wearing a robe. This one is some kind of monster different from those we've met. His body steps through him, causing confusion. He touches his chest, full of trash, looking at the other person. He just stepped through me. Could this be a memory recorded as an image? And now, the scene appears before his eyes, titled Tarakan's Diary. Could it be the dragon stands up and roars at him? The legendary battle between Tarakan, Draco, and Bahamut. The dragon leaps into the air, stretching its arms to attack. He looks wide-eyed in excitement. The battle that only existed in oral tales has begun. It will happen right before his eyes now. 3Hamut's feet land beside Tarakan. He still stands calmly watching. The dragon's eyes flash with urgency. What are you waiting for? Tarakan, their shadows fade. The other person looks grim and silent. The dragon mocks. Disappointing. The one I chose as my covenant partner. The space becomes hazy. He looks wide-eyed in confusion. What? Rich thinks to himself. His eyes are huge, unable to believe his own hands. Tarakan is Bahamut's covenant partner. Like Kaysar and Kronos? He regains composure. Furrowing his brow, gritting his teeth, he looks up. If so, the legendary tale of Tarakan defeating Bahamut. His eyes are vague as he looks at the blurry space in front of him. Then he turns to look around, the space becoming undefined. Zik shouts out in panic. Why is everything suddenly like this? On the other side, a figure continues talking with another. He stands there with great difficulty. Actually, I couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He shouts out to call them. The system has no way to fix it. It also displays a message. Unable to confirm the administrator's request, the worm grits its teeth in helplessness, his eyes wide with astonishment. Then he glances back at the other person. His face is unclear. He just stands there motionless. He recalls what Kezia said earlier in the temple. What? Can a dung contract harm a fake contract? Haha! This is so absurd it's hard to believe. Sitting below, he looks up too. He sits with his legs crossed, tapping his fingers and closing his eyes in denial. Dung would never betray humans. Inside the din of those movements, there are clearer sounds, but if there's betrayal, space emits purple blood streaks. Tarakan swings his sword at the dragon's body, causing it to spray blood everywhere. He looks towards Kaysar, whose voice echoes in his mind, coming only from the fake contract side.